in 6 years. And guess who was the last team they beat? It was Gen G. Not the same Gen G though.
Yeah, very different
A
team.
much different beast this time around.
They did still have Ruler then.
And Caps.
So those two are still there from all that time ago.
Yeah.
Everything else has changed.
And I feel like it was that era of G2 that gave a lot of faith in like international success and performances, like being in the finals. So like they could recreate that. I remember that team of like Wonder and Yankos and all that, and like that was a good time for you guys.
The good old times.
And all it takes is like another shock and awe. We got that the day before. It could happen today. So it's all up in the air. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
But the one person who's been a thorn on a lot of teams' side has been Keen. Keen has been a demon throughout this tournament so far.
He's just been playing so well. This matchup up against Dokla on the Ambassador was an absolute monster. And for me, I think Keen is just such a complete top laner. He can play carry so well. He can play range tops,
putting
tops,
Dokla, Broken Blade on tank team is probably the best way to go about it.
Keen's always been a fantastic player throughout his career, but I think Fearless has really unlocked him because he can just fill any role the team wants. And when you have a lineup as stacked as this, having so much flexibility in your top laner is so powerful.
I mean, that's what he was telling us in the interview last time, Raz. The fact that he's been working on tons and tons of matchups to be ready for Fearless.
G2 win, let's go.
Whether he contradicts or he has to blind, he's ready. No matter what
best if I don't predict it.
He's just been the best performing top laner in the world right now. And for the matchup to be him versus Broken Blade, someone
maybe
who's kind of at the
T2B underdogs is what's going to make them win.
Struggling a little bit in lane. That is the test. That's why we must track how he does throughout this entire laning phase. Because even hearing from Caps just yesterday, he's talking about
if it happens, I'll be fucking happy though. That'd be crazy.
They're like early laning phase, pretty important because they might just roll us from that. That's the top matchup that I want to see in how we get to see from Broken Blade versus Keen. Yeah, and Gen G about to do something amazing potentially, as so far they are undefeated at first time. We never had a team making an undefeated run at all in an international tournament. Usually they lose games in finals. What are the most dominant run we had in league in history here?
I mean, I remember that one, 2015 Worlds. It was right in the finals where they ended up dropping that game. That one was so close to having it, but you know, we've had a lot that get very close, but never quite gotten over the edge. I think it's just difficult because obviously as the tournament goes on, competition gets stronger and stronger. And even if you're winning all those series, keeping the consistent form over the entire series is so hard.
And
biggest LoL expert is a stretch.
And MSI,
what?
Like the amount of games that you end up playing, but I think
Chris,
Gen G has given the respect
who's
throughout
bigger
the
than
year
me?
Of how dominant they have just simply been, even in the LCK.
I'll wait.
In this tournament, you're
it's gonna take you a while to think.
The best teams globally. Like you're going up against #1, #2, so that's going to always be a question mark if they can keep that.
What is the G2 hype video from yesterday?
But that's the thing. It hasn't
what
really
G2 hype
been
video
a
from yesterday
for them so far at first end. So let me ask you guys, as much hope as I have here, what are the win conditions? Where is the hope for G2? What do we want to see from them? Take this
I'll let
one
you
today.
take this one.
Okay, I'll try. I'll make my gambit here. I think for me.
That's Euphoria. It's the EU national anthem.
Bot priority. Look at this. Look at that. Just yesterday, we got to see the Ashe Seraphine constantly pushing through bot side, heavily punishing it. We can disregard what happened level 1, and then it made it super easy for them to like go for early Drakes. And I think that was my main topic of concern, and they were able to do that. I noticed something here. Look.
Talking to Inspire, talking to the G2 players as a whole, something that they always tell me when it comes to what is hard against Gen G, more than the early game, it is those cross-map plays. Because if you try to face Canyon, the team is going to onshare on the other side of the map. If you try to face any lane, the team is going to take your money and everything you have on the other side of the map. So don't go for useless aggression. Go for something that is going to be a useful trade. Otherwise, this is how Gen G builds lead, and this is what you want to be careful about.
And just to like cherry on top, I put down play easy front to back team compositions. Obviously, like you're never going to really be able to guarantee that within the draft. But I think what we saw is a really on point Hansama so far this event, and so I think you can try and put the ball in his court and play around that, especially since I have a lot of faith in Skewmon. So like all of that is there. Have a clear strategy. The early game.
Skewmon is probably better than Canyon right now.
Make mistakes in your early game. So all of this needs to be done for G2.
The problem is the rest of the team. It's like
what about Gen G then?
I don't know, man. We'll see.
Oh, G2 now.
Oh, it's right behind you.
So first up.
Wait, what?
Waking up. Very important. Also, all members of the team do need to do this. That is key. travel to the arena again.
So
every member of the team needs to do this.
This is check. They woke up. I've seen them at the arena, so we have this as well.
Already. And this one, so this is important because you don't want to be picking agents, characters. It's League of Legends. Pick champions. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
I get it.
I think all three are vital. They've already ticked off 2. Well, we'll see how woken up they are.
We'll see.
Might be a little sleepy. We'll see. But if they can get the pick champions one, I think they're in with a great shot.
All right. Thorough analysis here. Thank you, Ox. I want to see what the fans think.
Just unplug the PC. Is that way? Yeah. Or do like Home Alone style traps. Like they put like little race cars on the staircases.
What? 48% for G2?
You know what? We take it. We take it.
Wow.
Okay, you know what? I don't want to hear none of that nonsense. I want to hear from the fans right now. I'm going to go towards some people. I want to hear predictions from you guys, okay? Oh, you're rubbing your hands. You have a thought already going in your mind. What do you think so far in this series? What's the numbers?
I'm here to say that, Laura, I'm with you.
Thank you.
3-2 G2.
I appreciate you.
3-2 G2.
Thank you,
Okay, what about you?
I think it's going to be 3-2 G2 as well.
We need some. Wow. Okay, you're giving a reason?
Because I think someone gonna make a show today.
Okay, Shirley, someone else. I see some Gen G signs.
Gen G 3-0.
Okay. Let's
notice the difference in confidence. With Gen G, it's always a 3-0.
Who's more confident here? Why are you on this side? Okay, no, what do you think?
Even though I'm a really big Chovy fanboy, I'm a West. I live in West, so I'm gonna go for 2-2.
Okay.
And guys,
that's fair. All right.
See.
Wait, Lord,
I'm excited for G2. I really like G2, dude.
Lack of faith, absolutely disturbing, guys. If G2 has 1 million fans, I'm one of them. If G2 has 10 fans,
I like G2. That's why I'm predicting it's Gen G 3-0.
Why would you not believe in them when they made things happen time and time again? Why would you have hope when you have cope? Why would you have analysis when you have delusion? It is Gen G series to lose. They're the favorites anyway, so G2, bring in everything you've got, and let's get into these semifinals.
Oh. Kind of exposed? What? Why? Oh, dude, shut up, man. Can you stop following my Discord activity? That's why I predict 5-0 Gen G. Damn! 5-0.
因为第一次就是进入世界赛，就是半决赛嘛，然后马上就进入到决赛，就是比较激动吧。然后再次面对到 BLG 的话，就是想把我们自己的东西都打出来吧。
我觉得我们其实因为这几场比赛我们没有太多训练嘛，然后我觉得
whatever dude
应该会怕我们。
It worked, didn't it?
然后就是 BO5，然后包括比较大型赛事打得多了，可能心态会更加的沉稳吧。让大家想起我的话，就是一个比较全面的上台选
手。下场就不管碰到谁的话，我觉得他们应该都很怕我们。
Whatever, dude. Whatever.
I was really not really handling the pressure well.
Listen, I play a wide variety of games against the spring sale. Oh shit. Appear on stream, right?
그리고 이렇게 4강에 일단 빠르게 안착하게 돼서 너무 기쁘고. 저희는 그냥 어떻게 이길지 그리고 어떻게 해야 더 좋은 퍼포먼스를 끌어낼 수 있을지 이런 생각밖에 없습니다.
I mean, if Cubon pops off, dude, I'm lucky JDG didn't have to play against G2. The way JDG's bottling was playing yesterday, holy fuck. Imagine if fucking Hansom or LeBron was there.
반 정도밖에 못 보여도 생각하고 아주 더 보여줄 수 있다. 보여드릴 수 있는 게 많다 생각합니다.
Welcome, ladies
ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. It is semifinals time. We have brought out 3 commentators for this first one. Gen G versus G2. And one of them is Kobe.
I'm ready, dude.
The other one is Vedius. I'm Atlas, and we are very much looking forward to getting into this. It's feeling like a bit of a classic, right, Vedius?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still remember fondly that 3-0 that G2 got against Gen G.
I was so depressed on that
long
day.
ago. Not that long ago as well.
Now, you don't remember any of the series after that?
What I do remember is that in every best of 5 that these 2 teams have
I don't
played
think it's going to be a
against
3-0.
G2 have gotten at least 1 win. Minimum.
I like how you edited that from the beginning of the day because you realized in the best of 3s.
I didn't edit
G2 got 0 games.
No, in 5 games,
yes,
on average, there is a 1 win secured by G2. And against this Gen G roster, I feel like that's an accomplishment for any team.
Honestly, yeah, that's not doing too bad. So far here in this tournament,
Let's
they
go,
haven't
Ryu.
lost a single game. Prior to that, 2 map losses. But no series losses so far in 2026. Gen G,
dude,
just pretty good, I think.
Imagine G2 versus fucking JDG, dude. Oh my god, dude.
We're gonna upgrade.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck Gala and Vampire are doing, dude. They're losing fucking Berserker and fucking Isles. Who the fuck loses like that? It's even good move. I slept a lot today. I slept a lot. I woke up. I got bullied for playing some games to wake up and have a good time. And then now I'm here to stream.
Like I heard that Gen G don't like the food. I'm hoping that affects their gameplay.
That's crazy.
So you've been up to sabotage, have you?
I would
Classic British spy.
I was gonna say he's like brought some British food.
What games? Oh, we don't need to talk about it. It was business management game, you know, like those simulation tycoon games.
Honestly, that makes sense. There is a lot of flavor.
Like SimCity, that kind of
So
game.
it's hard to compare. Still, I don't know whether that is really going to be getting under their skin, as oftentimes you just bring a few cups of ramen and you're fine.
I will say there's actual real positive takeaways for G2 though from their series with BFX.
Yeah.
Lots of things
They're
that
eating friends.
people didn't necessarily expect. Specifically Han Sama, the bottom lane really did perform. And it's especially against Diablo.
Yeah.
You know, he was very aggressive in some key fights. You know, Hans was valking forward. He was positioning aggressively, and he was gaining a lot of advantages for G2. So
Cosplaying having a real job? Dude, it's Saturday! It's my day off! I can't relax and play games on my day off?
And HyperX and already all of the bands
So toxic,
come
dude.
on through. The Rumble, the Rise, and the Orianna all make some sense. The Varus band, quite interesting. I've personally been a bit of a Varus anti this tournament, and the Karma has been cropping up all the time here just to make sure that you get a whole bunch of that lane priority. Is Seraphine first pick? Gentlemen?
I mean, we know that bot lane has just become so meta dominant, and making sure that you have that winning bot side of the Rift was the strategy that G2 implemented yesterday.
The
by
title?
taking the Seraphine away, they've now put the pressure on G2
Listen,
bot lane. coming into
it
this
was,
matchup to say, well, what have you got as an answer? They've
I forget.
showcased the Senna Nautilus.
It was like a business
They might feel
tycoon type
confident,
game.
but the
There's like
problem with the
business
last time
management,
they
like
did it was that that
SimCity.
composition just lacked damage. It did not
Dude, are they
have
gonna really
enough to
pick
bring them
Misfortune? Is
into the
Misfortune
mid-game,
good
and they fell
Seraphine?
rapidly far behind against BLG.
I think the Nautilus angle though is the correct angle when Karma is banned. Like you could go like Karma Ezreal poke style into it if the Karma's not banned, but if that is the case, then you kind of have to go for some sort of kill pressure.
Oh, I'm on
to,
720.
you
Oh,
know,
I was
either
about to say.
Nautilus or Leona with the
Kinda
Misfortune.
blurry, no?
Some of the common pairings.
You know,
What's up,
we'll see what
Ursa?
they decide to do. Back in the LCK, we would say that they'd be heading towards Zeri Yumi. That has been the considered winning lane
I'm not
into
such a big fan of Yumi.
Okay, Pantheon, let's go.
It didn't work all the time, Kobe. It worked that one time, and then everyone thought that it was going to be okay, and then it was definitely not. I kind of like this idea.
You need a
Instead,
G2
go
map
for the
win for
Misfortune
Euphoria,
with
full
Pantheon.
volume.
Certainly a big jungler on this patch.
I really like the adaptation. I believe this is the first time we've seen Han Sama on Misfortune this year. If you want a real throwback, he had a really stellar performance on the champion. I want to say back in 2021 Worlds when he played for Rogue, and he was styling on fools, so very experienced on the champion. Lane dominance has kind of been his go-to back in the day, and they seem to be confident in their ability to bring something
There's
out
Ash,
against
that
the
makes
Ash
sense.
Seraphine. With the Zin locked in, I mean, this is just...
You go like
this is
Rel
exactly what we
support?
saw from G2
But I don't think that'd be
yesterday. It's
good,
such an
right? If you go with
effective
Misfortune,
staple,
that's about
easy
it.
way to start off fights, easy follow-up as well. The Seraphine Zin combo, like the ultimate can combo beautifully off of Xin, providing that extra range in the team fights. We're expecting the Nautilus to come through here. Maybe even
Nautilus.
If G2 want a little bit more ranged engage, it depends how aggressive they're feeling in the bot side.
Yeah, so they are going to go for it. Try and kill this
0-5 Nautilus.
If you don't, if you're not able to, the team fight just gets crazy for Gen G later on. But I really do like this. You know, Misfortune, very good at the one-item power spike, mover into mid lane, and then kind of opens up for areas for Pantheon to make some plays with too.
And now Aurora and Ahri rise in priority. These are the two mid laners that we've seen heavily contested when Ryze and Orianna are the main mid laners that get banned away. I think we've seen some answers into the Ahri. Mel, another one that's also been becoming just more and more popular because I think teams are struggling to find an effective counter pick into her outside of some of these assassins, which in game one aren't always the best to bring out.
If you're banning away the Mel, and you already have Pantheon.
I want to go Ahri.
Ahri is such a good mid jungle, very strong early game, lots of kill pressure. So
that's what I'm thinking, right? Like that's just why you want to get rid of Mel, so you can play safely pick Ahri.
If they wanted to be able to grab that Ahri.
Yeah, it could be more disengage as well from Gen G.
I mean, Pantheon Ahri is pretty strong, right?
Like things like the Hui that we saw come out a couple of days ago. And so I think that Ashe Seraphine opens the doors to a lot of different mid laners that you can throw.
I mean, Narban, you get rid of Renekton.
How likely
Silas
do you feel about it?
Oh man, they want Ahri so bad. Look at this. And Silas Band also.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Mel
looking
and
like
Silas Band, they're like, please, can we have Ahri?
The Narban to me also suggests something like a Cassante for
Or a Renekton.
Or a Renekton, exactly. Something relatively safe. It's likely that he's going to have to blind pick. Based on the bans, you're very much right, Kobe, that it feels like G2 is looking at an Ahri pick, and then Gen G will have to pick something blind on the top side, but they'll get counter pick for Chovy in mid.
I like Renekton with the Seraphine. I feel like you can
they've been Ahri.
Longevity to the champion by keeping them alive a bit longer and being a little bit more frustrating.
Do they now just pick something like Cassante themselves?
Would it be bad if they pick Renekton?
The front line. I mean, we talked about the Ahri and the Aurora. I didn't love Caps' Aurora that we saw when he played against BLG.
I'm not a big fan of Aurora here.
Shows up today because he definitely had a couple off.
Did he just slam Poppy?
And against that BLG series.
Poppy top?
But we'll see now what Chovy brings as a response. Annie is
blind?
But I don't know Annie in this composition.
Yeah, kind of feels
like if they pick like Cassante or like maybe Renekton, I don't know. The top laner that would get punished by that, I would understand it. But I don't think it's
in the LCK we'd often see the Gnar and the Cannon.
Yeah, I was thinking they could blind pick Renekton because what else are they gonna play into it? Like Cassante, Sion is like not great.
Pick up something for Chovy. See what it is going to be.
But Seraphine mid?
A little bit more range. Maybe it's just a Victor or a Nazir or something like that, just to try and chill in that mid lane, make things up. This would be a different school of thought, but still the same idea of
the chilling that you're talking about,
back and scale.
Yeah, that's the chilling.
Yep.
That is the chilling max. Okay, there we go.
Much
more aggressive, much more. Big team fight here from Gen G, and on an much earlier timeline than the Aurelion Soul. Now, this Aurora, I mean, it is a good matchup into the Renekton too, so you could still put it up there if you want to switch it up here for Caps, but honestly, I kind of do expect the Cassante, just give Broken Blade the Cassante. Or some sort of tank up there. That's the direction G2 have been drafting. Is just keep Broken Blade on a bunch of.
Oh, if he's gonna play tanks, then why the fuck did they?
And they're gonna keep it up.
Last pick Sion, dude.
The lack of damage here on G2's side. I feel like if Gen G are able to get onto their chosen targets, wipe them out, then there's not going to be as much follow-up potential.
And especially, a lot of damage is your Misfortune Ultimate, and Misfortune Ultimate is so hard to channel versus a Seraphine, because Seraphine, wherever you start channeling it from, if you do it early, Seraphine's just going to bounce an Ultimate straight towards you, and there is a lot of stuff to make it difficult for that Misfortune to get good value out of the ult. Of course, you know, Pantheon and Aurora in the mix there as well. And
that's true. Pantheon does do a fair bit of damage.
All right.
I do think G2's comp is very similar to, like, we use this shotgun analogy.
I'm not a big fan of
G2's
comp.
You need to find that target, burst them out, and then ideally with a numbers advantage, you can then play the extended fight. Because in contrast, Gen G want to dive as well. When you've got Renekton, Zing, and Galio, 3 champions that love to be in melee range of their opponent. So it's kind of that front-to-back style with a lot of backline threat, and especially if Keen can find flanks, as he's so often proficient at doing. Like, that backline is going to be very scary to navigate for G2.
Ryu has been dying
really
every
like
day
Genji's
for
brought.
years.
I think the game one is already going to be a tough one, and I really think the Caps needs to show up in this series because Aurora, not an easy champion to pilot, but if he can find Ashe, find those picks, that can be the difference maker in G2 potentially finding a game.
And if you don't get some early money and keep up as far as the pace of the game with the Aurora, then how do you do damage later when they have Galio ult shield and like Seraphine healing and shielding? Yeah, like that champ could become useless if they don't get some value out of it in the early and mid stages.
Yep, so what we want to see is early action as we dive onto the Rift for game number 1. G2 versus
I'm
JDG.
watching Skewmon. Skewmon
This is one that G2 has won in the past. As
Skewmon has been playing really well.
They often win a game in a best of 5, right? And so it shouldn't be another sweep. We've had a few too many of those so far this tournament. Hopefully this one is going to stay more competitive as Genji.
Oh, it's global power
rankings
rankings.
as well. I mean, I've
Genji's number 1 and G2's number 7.
Just glides on this champion. Chobi's Galio needs no introduction.
Yeah.
Keen is on.
Honestly, that sounds
Renekton,
about right.
and he's a top laner, and so obviously that's a comfort pick. And Canyon Zinzao is pretty amazing.
I think G2's a top 8 team in the world.
Comfort for a lot of people that autofill top lane, speaking from experience.
I think Chobi even played it when he was filling in top lane when he was playing on Griffin back in the day.
Yeah. Okay, Skewmon here, since they had
Well,
the
power
early,
rankings always ass. It's not great, but
you know, saw,
it's okay.
That, Raptors
The
and
problem is they don't
Blue
like
both are
account
not
for
started
recency
by
enough.
Canyon. Then they kind of assume that he's just up there.
Like,
doing
you know,
a red
last
buff
year's
start, and they
standings
can go ahead and split the
influence
map.
this year's
Splitting the
standings,
map
even though
against
teams are
Seraphine
completely
is part of
different.
this plan that we talked about in Champ Select. We want to kill it. You pick a Nautilus, and you want to kill this lane. So
You know,
this
FlyQuest
is a
making
very
Worlds
common
last year
solo
does not
queue
mean
jungle
FlyQuest
path where you
this
go your own
year
Raptors
is
into
good.
their blue Gromp
That
to
kind
go
of
get level
shit.
3 and then gank bottom. And now the gank bottom is coming.
The Lion being
Skewmon,
bad
as soon as
last
he
year.
takes Gromp, he'll get level 3 and he'll be there.
Okay.
There's the hook as well. They did get the information that
a lot of
Skewmon wasn't
damage.
in his
A
own
lot?
jungle, so they
Wait,
have an
still
idea that
chasing?
this Pantheon's making
Oh,
his way over.
Pantheon's
Flash
here.
in, as he does get the stun on to rule a flash out already used from the bottom lane of Genji. Looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah.
They went a little
the
bit too
thing is
early.
The timer for the wave and the timer for finishing the Gromp were a little bit different there. So Lebrov just saw the angle to go in. So he starts it then just because the angle is there and because the wave is going to
Hey,
push
Canyon,
in further.
skills red buff.
But, you know, Skewmon obviously had not quite finished the Gromp to get to his level 3. So he wasn't quite at the perfect timing to actually complete the kill, and they just get the flash.
Yeah, there's a pretty interesting jungle interaction now because Canyon, with great awareness, seeing the gank from Skewmon on the bot side, sees that there's a window to steal away his red buff thanks to the Ashe E. That Ashe E completely changed Canyon's plan, and he's kind of adapting on the fly now to the situation that he's in. There was an opportunity for him to potentially gank bottom lane, which is why Skewmon had to path bot. He had to try and clear his bot side camps and be ready to cover for a potential fight down there, because if Canyon was able to find a gank, then this whole early game investment would have put G2 very far behind. So
Yeah, my thought process was, like, instead of banning Silas, they should have banned, like, Renekton after the Gnar ban. Ban Renekton, blind pick top, like Caps counter pick. If they pick Silas, maybe don't pick Ahri. If they pick something else, you can pick Ahri.
The plan and like keep the timing very well aware so that they don't, you know, do anything early. Otherwise, it's really hard to
wow,
keep up with the camp,
G2 beat Genji at Worlds in 2020.
So good response from Canyon.
In the meantime,
oh my god,
still
dude.
taking a whole bunch of damage here towards the bottom side of the map. Surround sound will be helping to keep him alive. But G2 certainly standing their ground here in this lane.
And while the scrapping was happening, you can see running at the side of your screen the history that's happened between the two organizations. Initially, right at the start, when they did meet, G2 was kind of at its heyday as an organization, but since then, JG has come back with a vengeance, largely at MSI Internationals, but also in the World's group stages. Genji have really gotten G2's number, and things aren't expected to be different today as they come in as the heavy favorites once.
And I remember the result of that, the 3-0 as well, even echoed throughout the LCK for Genji immediately afterwards. Often they talk about that best of 5 series and saying what they can do to try and mitigate it. They had a lot of respect for G2 as well. So I have a feeling that Genji is certainly not going to be taking this matchup lightly, even if it has been a few best of 5 since then.
Yeah, I like the past tense, the had. Yeah, probably still.
Chobi?
I think that it is still, like, those
they're not even gonna hook.
types of, like, 3-0 unexpected victories, they stick with you, absolutely.
Like, I don't think they would have killed him, but they could have chunked out his health a
in the
bit.
West, they are kind of just the most winningest team when it comes to playing against teams from the East. So I just imagine that a lot of teams, especially from the LCK, have that respect. because they know the history's there. And Caps is always a player that can always show up on the day. Right now, though, you look at that mid lane matchup. Chovy, I mean, his
G2 has a lot of respect.
So impressive to watch because I see him losing half his HP constantly in the lane. But you look down at the bottom of your screen. Oh yeah, even in farm, no difference in gold. He does such a good job at staying even in often these very difficult matchups to play in the early laning phase.
Yeah, very even game here in the opener. All solo laners using their teleports right back to lanes. And junglers here finishing up and coming right back to the bottom lane. I don't think there's going to be any further action, but remember that the flash from Ruler is still on cooldown.
Bro, beat the Hookmaster.
So in their attempts to push in this lane as well, there's a little bit of a dangerous timer. That's why Canyon is hovering here on the control ward.
Yep. Making sure that he's there for a counter gang.
Okay, onto Ruler. Ruler no flash. Ruler's dead.
So much trouble. First blood to Han Sama.
Damn. LeBron. Okay, I'm sorry for calling shit.
Great hook from LeBron, and Ruler's got a position more towards, you know.
I thought Alvaro was better in Bustio, but you know what?
You're just so dead. You're so dead.
Showing up international.
They know that it's possible that Skewmon comes from that tribe.
Okay, Kev, G2 cooking. The G2.
But if you get hit by the hook, Vedius, doesn't matter if you know that he's there.
I like it. I like it.
LeBron had a great performance.
I mean, yes, Skewmon. I mean, like Skewmon was the one I was worried about the most. Not that he's bad, just that
landing that hook. I was
he's kind of like inspired in a way that like I feel like if Skewmon doesn't like gap, it's a lot harder to win.
Punishing that flash, this Ruler. Really happy to see that G2.
Because I can't really rely on caps because it's against Chovy, right?
Find advantages through bot side.
Whereas like Canyon hasn't had like
level 6 is big.
Oh, he hit level 6 first.
From Skewmon just walks over and grabs the smite. Nicely done. As the hook this time is going to miss thanks to the Justice Punch out of Chovy, who's now just going to be rotating down towards his Hex Drake. Looking to try and get some control of the area.
I don't think Canyon's been like super good recently. I mean, still really good, obviously, right? But I wouldn't say he's like unkillable.
To be able to follow up on that hook because the timing was so good, and so you still have your flash stun on Pantheon to set up the next play, and now.
Caps just looking to kill Caps. Not going to be able to flash because he does not have it. Isn't going to invest in anything else, but still that was a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I would say the next possible repeat kill could be on Seraphine on bottom.
Oh!
Well,
speaking of
LeBron! Skewmon!
Just caught in rotation. Really nice back sample out of Skewmon.
How does the rest of the script go? Does this look good for G2? Is it looking positive? I mean,
what the fuck?
It was happening yesterday too, and it's actually, I mean, it's easy to follow the like no flash on squishy targets and then still having kill buttons on Pantheon, right?
I mean, Duro down.
Pantheon's flash, but Pantheon's ultimate also, and so just right into the river there. Lebrov sets up another one, and they're just chaining these the summoners on bottom lane here. G2 just destroying the Gen G bottom lane throughout the map and earning themselves this big gold lead.
I mean, I'll be completely honest, like this seems like such a basic concept, but it's one that's often lost in the LEC where you burn a flash and then you just keep attacking that.
The only person who didn't lose to G2 early,
just
BLG.
investing his focus on the bot side.
Of course, find a way to talk about BLG.
And I'd say I would also blame multiple supports for basically this sin of you burned your flash on bottom lane and then you're just like right back to your duties as usual and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna go get some vision now. No, you don't have flash. You know, we saw an Alistar do it. I don't remember which one it actually was, but right after burning flashes in bottom lane, then getting yourself in territory. Ash Arrow.
Arrow gonna connect there.
Let's see what the fuck is Ash Arrow?
The Justice Punch comes through and there's the Colossal Smash. And Gen G are on the board. Duro is going to punish.
Hey, let's go.
Takes him down with some bullet time and gets back to farming.
Okay,
Odor, would you be mad if I cheered for JDG against BLG today?
But the same thing happens in the bot side as Lebrov catches Duro out and he finds himself at 0-2-0 on the Seraphine here 9 minutes into the game.
This is why a lot of teams, they kind of wait
specifically
until,
JDG, I just
later
mean
in
Ginger
or
Honky.
something, or maybe drop bans on Nautilus when they go for Ashe Seraphine, because Nautilus is so good at looking for.
Sally won't matter, probably won't.
Kills.
But I just want Ginger Honky to have a good game.
Absolutely. And that's why you expect this big, but Lebrov also props to him for playing it super well.
He, the champion has
just having Knights on BLG, if Knight leave, yeah, probably.
Feels so deadly for the squishy range support, just because once that CC does connect, you're also prone to dying. The Ash Arrow I mean, Caps did this exact play with Hansama yesterday.
Yeah.
And now he's getting a taste of his own medicine as Chovy gets an easy kill. Flash over the wall from the Bravos. There's a bit of a contest over the vision. Ruler is not in the area, and it results in a kill on the bot side. So 1-for-1 overall.
Yeah, they are just blasting this.
I mean, like, what else?
Here.
Why else would you be a fan of BLG?
We'll see too, because it's an earlier Bloodthirster. Is the results of these early.
Oh yeah, way word.
And
don't insult Chingtian like that, dude. Come on, man, that's not cool.
I mean, you just get infinite sustain basically off the wave now.
And I will say, like, so far at first stand, or at least the first few games, Broken Blade, I think, was underwhelming compared to what we expected of him. But since
Ruler, no way!
You're playing Sion, you're playing Cassante. Like, yesterday, he was extremely solid.
I don't think Mark was that bad.
His one performance was carry levels of performance as well. And now against Keen, he was behind about a wave, and now he's pretty much kept it dead even against a Renekton matchup, which can get quite ahead early. Keen has continued trying to
Wayward is bad.
Been that steadfast tank on the top side, being a pillar, while G2 invests more resources on the bot side of the Rift.
Yeah, it's been such a cool story for G2, where even though Caps hasn't been having his best games, you know, pretty far from it, honestly, the rest of the team has been doing so well.
Odo was not praising Viper on, he was praising the bot who's in the same team at night.
And they've had him on.
Well, but I mean, like, okay, but to be fair, dude, to be fair,
really feels like
Viper has not been playing that well.
They want to play the
like, I don't know, like, dude, I legit think people that rated Viper as second best legit did not watch a single game of LPL.
The Ultimate available.
Another arrow coming down here.
That looked like it was about to hit.
We'll be able to avoid it this time around. And Chovy looking for a little bit of an angle towards grabbing some plates, but not going to be getting kills this time.
Yeah, I'm on the Viper ain't that good this year.
It's because they are such underdogs
mindset.
In this series. The reality is that Gen G is just exceptional. And you only have to look at some of their stats. They're undefeated so far at this tournament. They're first in almost
before the tournament, I thought Diablo was probably the second best AD carry.
Is 3,000 gold. So they are unbelievably dominant, and the fact that G2 actually have a gold lead in this early game is one of the biggest surprise factors.
Order would glaze Artemis he was on BLG? No, he would shit on Artemis for holding Knight back.
Snowballable, you could say, as Keen and Broken Blade going to be finding each other.
He'd be like,
time.
because this AD carry Artemis is bad, Knight has to carry harder.
Composition does 5v5 very effectively, and their bottom lane is a large amount of utility for this squad.
There's that one.
Necessarily what they're going to be.
That sucks.
We got to emphasize the utility here with the early deaths, because the damage, the damage might not be there.
Oh, Chovy
does not quite find a
hit by the hook. Oh, he doesn't flash. He's dead.
They could be able to take the gargoyle down, and in fact, they absolutely will, as Caps manages to get that.
I fuck with Dyer. I think Dyer's good.
Uncharacteristic. Catch.
Like, Dyer is legit a good player.
Stable, hard to catch out, but caught in the river, no support from the rest of the team. Due to find another pick.
And it's made possible because Hans.
No, I don't think he fucks with Guri. No, I said Guri by mistake when I was talking about Vietnamese junglers. I meant his toe. I don't know why I said Guri. When I was in the Vietnamese tier list thing, right, like the national team, and for some reason I put Guri in there, and I got confused for some reason. I don't know why, but I meant his though. You like Guri? Oh, okay, never mind.
They had to back away. That support with the jungler on the top side of the map as well. They have to go back to base early. They're playing safe underneath the tower.
He's better than his though.
Yeah, has to Dominus actually just to avoid death from Broken Blade.
We're just turtling for fun.
After that slide,
that's crazy.
Come on into the wave, and BB is going to stop him from trying to get home there as well. Keen going to be delayed a little bit on his return.
Keeping my eyes on Skewmont. I thought there were a couple times where they would actually threaten a dive onto top side just because of how low Keen was, but they're sticking to their game plan, playing around.
He doesn't remember who finished 7th.
After that kill, Caps has definitely closed that gap against Chovy. Second dragon.
SLFM is GOAT.
I'm cautiously optimistic about how well G2 are playing this early game. But as you highlighted, Atlas, it's the fights. Well, hang on now. It's the fights with which Atlas did warn us about, and it is the team fighting of Gen G that has been the undoing of many teams that have found advantages against this team before.
With how big Broken Blade is, though, Thornmail is already completed. It could certainly just be a frontline to play around here for G2. Just play
First time Thornmail?
Keep it honest.
I like that there's no risk for me hyping up G2, you know? Because if it works, I'm like, oh my god, look at the hype. And then if it backfires and Gen G wins,
just Gen
then
G.
I'm like, damn, too bad, Benny, sorry.
Yeah,
won the Champions Q ELO trophy. What the fuck? Now we're just making up titles, dude.
And you can see that's what the swap has been for. So Broken Blade being sent to bot lane has the TP available. Caps now with control.
I've won a tier 1 league before. Whoa! What the fuck?
MF moving over. They're going for the dive.
That's crazy.
The hook is going to miss because of the flash out from Kane. Avoids a whole bunch of the extra damage as well. So arrow does go wide. Clears just up the wave.
You'll see, you'll
survive, but no flash for the Renekton could be a big deal.
Yeah, honestly, well played from both parts. You know, G2, they don't make the mistake of taking.
Yeah, but wasn't like Dire like top of solo queue?
You know, they're happy to trade LeBron's flash for the Renekton flash. Despite not getting the kill, Rift Herald is spawning. That's why you go for that play on this timing anyway. All right, Gen G, is this the moment though? Chovy, look at Chovy from bottom lane. If he roams a little closer, then he can threaten.
Yeah, Champs Q. Who gives a fuck about Champs Q?
Yeah, teleporting in. Let's see where
okay.
They can get on towards this Rift Herald. As I don't think
oh my god, they're missing. They're disengaging. It looks like they're trying to fight this. All goes through. Oh, it's a 5v5. This is straight 5v5. Oh, they get into the fucking thing. Oh, Sion just knocking everyone up. He's just spinning in a circle. What the
situation is Canyon looking to try and escape on the other side. It is still a win for G2.
Oh,
and we'll
he fucked up.
Can take down Canyon as well.
He's chasing, but I think Canyon should be able to walk
Canyon
his way
fast?
out of this one.
Oh, he has blue ball or blue smite.
As well.
Yeah,
oh my god, the spears.
Teleport though, the free ones. They're gonna trap him. Teleport here.
All right, Caps should be
oh my god, dude, the CP.
In fact, doesn't need anything at all. Gonna be
what the fuck?
Onto the jungler as Chovy moves on over, but knows there's a man advantage here for G2, and it just everything.
Oh, he's on the tower. He died.
Yeah, no, even with Seraphine hitting like 3 people there, you know, Hans is able to cleanse it, then backs off, fires off the Misfortune ult, and still has enough power to chase off Canyon from the other side. So G2, they get the Rift Trail.
Where's Zovi, man? I miss Zovi.
Because Broken Blade goes in super deep, but then he uses the Rift Herald to actually get out of the situation because the threat of the Galio is real. But the Siren is getting low, goes into the Rift Herald, knocks up Keen, allows him to get the pick, and now it's Gen G that split apart. Siren is just creating chaos on the back line. The bot lane of
look on me, 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 look on me.
And
look at me, look at me, look at me!
He did, because he was cautious of Canyon and Chovy threatening him on the backline, but I mean, yeah, impressive stuff. G2 win a fight, they get the Herald, but that gold gap between the AD carries, there was a 1k gold lead for Hansama.
Hansama!
Yeah, I love it. The Broken Blade driving, spinning donuts there in the middle of the river. And as the team is killing Keen, Hans is like, okay, yeah, finish killing Keen. And then look at me, okay, I got 3 people over here.
So now, 40 seconds, that'll be the next big point of contention. Items looking good for G2. Skumond really the biggest threat on G2's side as the ulti's chuck top lane.
Yeah, Grand Starfall is going to come on through here as Chovy does have to flash, but I don't think it's going to save him as the Aegis comes out and Caps is going to lock down a killing spree for himself off the back of Skumond's great plays.
Great stuff. Yeah, Skumond here, still 0 deaths. He's only missed out on participating in a single kill. And that was the lane one where
he's the most mid jungler ever.
The Seraphine and got that one for free, so another really good game from Skumond himself as well.
No, I haven't really seen too much from him, dude.
To keep up the pace. When they start to get these outer towers down for G2, they're the ones that can now continue to pressure side lanes and then look to collapse.
That spear from Skumond definitely hurting.
Why are they stopping Gen G? G2's is too good.
Ruby crystal on Canyon.
Caps has not got TP. This is a numbers advantage. Galio has the
Euphoria!
Broken Blade gets signed.
I don't know. I'm afraid of jinxing it.
See whether they can actually utilize it as Broken Blade. As you can see, just off to the side, but they're not going to go for it. Arrow is going to go wide. This ruler does not quite find
he didn't go for it? But he was just watching?
Successfully take away the Drake.
I felt like if they got mid tower, it would have been worth, but they didn't really do anything. They called up Psy on top, or signed to Dragon.
I think it was a good punish from Gen G and good respect from G2 because they realized Cap stayed top, they tracked his TP, they knew he couldn't arrive. Chovy matching him, even though he was dead, had the ultimate to arrive in time. But also G2 saying, do we need to force a 4v5?
Caps is tanking. Like oh, Caps might have killed himself. Never mind.
Down once again. Caps is just picking up kill.
I thought going right next to Renekton was kind of bad, but it's fine.
The same thing. Hansama just holding onto the wave here in this mid lane. The Bloodthirster meaning that all of that poke just does nothing at all.
And Broken Blade has teleport, so he can actually recall and then go teleport.
I don't know, dude. I think
catch the top wave that Chovy is putting in. And G2 showing some good restraint during a time.
Yeah, I think they're good, man.
We're close to a play, but just not quite because Caps is a little bit too far. And then they get the follow-up play instead. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I'm really proud of my region right now.
I'm showing some restraint there.
Because it was one of those things where, like, yeah, on instinct, you'd want to fight that dragon. Normally, I would expect G2 to fight it. But, yeah, they recognize this is a bad position, and we can just concede it. It's okay. It's all good. But they'll get a kill. They'll get a tower. Hans did lose his flash in mid lane, which could really hurt him as we get later into the game. But
Ruler. Yeah, Ruler is very, very
He's very hurt.
Actually able to barrier that last little bit of damage. As now the Encore comes forward, the double charm is fantastic. Underneath that turret there as well as Labrov trying to get his way out. Canyon really wants to punish that positioning. As Wind Becomes Lightning is not enough to do anything at all, and G2 managed to walk it off.
Yeah, Hans did not have vision on Ruler as he walked way through the brush and didn't remember that the barrier was still there. So he knew, okay, it's just a couple of waves of my ult to be able to kill him. But because of the barrier, he does survive. And Hans canceled his ult early just so he could go back to mid lane and continue the pressure.
Okay, Caps having a much better Aurora performance. Aurora performance.
Yeah, better Aurora too.
The Aura's looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, you guys are right.
His Aurora.
I mean, I'm honestly just shocked by how proactive G2 are being and the fact that they just keep punishing Gen G. This team that genuinely felt so infallible based on what we've seen.
Yeah, you know what? Secret Will's in G2 now. I don't feel so bad, dude.
Like,
they're just
it
too
really does
good.
feel like they've turned the nameplates off and they're just treating them like any other team, which is exactly what you need to do.
And it's not even necessarily confidence, it's discipline that they're using. We've seen already with that dragon fight here as well. They notice that Ruler is overextended. And yeah, that was a little unfortunate, not being able to get the bullet time to fully complete, but still even being able to walk away from that great Encore out from Duro. They just seem to have all of the answers, and it feels like it's preparation for each of these plays that's really benefiting G2 in this game.
Yeah, Hans was feeling benevolent. He was like, you know what, fine. Ruler, world champion, I'll let you walk away this time, buddy.
You can have one.
Remember that.
I mean,
besides Worlds, Trophy and Knight has done well at Worlds.
And that Pantheon, we know that Skumon, he's got a homing missile with that ultimate, and he's going to be locked and loaded, aiming for Ruler's head.
And now, he will for sure be timing that barrier. He's like, all right, I remember. But it's the luxury that G2 are in this game, that that they still have the massive priority.
They have 3 towers to 0, gentlemen.
Yeah. I mean, this is a bit of a shutout.
Whatever,
right
dude.
I'm not excited yet. They could still throw this. I still fully believe in their ability to throw this game.
I don't. They're looking, as we said, really disciplined.
Say the Cast a Curse thing again. Do it, Max. Stop this man. Stop him right now.
Nope. Not this time. I've been told that I should not do that anymore. I'm a changed man.
And Gen G are looking really sluggish, honestly.
Well, I mean, it's true, and I feel like this has been
results-based analysis,
but not in 2026.
Results-based analysis. That's like saying Knight's not a good mid laner because he didn't make top 8 at Worlds. Results-based analysis. Only noobs would do that.
Throughout the game and then win in team fights later. But
that's why I'm the best expert ever, dude, or the biggest expert. Not the best. Sorry.
It's what they're continuing to do here today, which is not a great sign.
As the biggest expert in the world, I can use my eyes to judge,
starting that one off, trying to bait
analyze skill levels of players.
That attention, get that vision done. Instead, they're focused
results based. Okay, then Chovy was shit last year because he didn't make top 8 at Worlds.
Their position, their timing is
or not Chovy. Knight was shit last year.
For him, he's just short of the death cap. You can see he's very close, but if he can get that gold, he does have the teleport available and could regroup with the fight.
He's on Galio duty.
His kill threat onto Ruler significantly increases, and remember, those flashes still unavailable for Ruler and Duro.
I mean, Knight almost lost his Vikla, dude.
Ruler also taking a big chunk there from Caps. Gen G very far away from this dragon that's spawning in 1 second's time. There it is. Second mountain to come on through as now Keen deals with this outer turret on the top side of the map. Finally, Gen G are on the board as far as that is concerned, but it looks like Soul Point should be going over to G2 without a contest.
Yeah, you don't want to fight this at Gen G. You're so far behind right now that just try and get some gold in trade.
All space analysis, so cringe, dude.
Are not that big of a power boost.
If you want to say that, Odor, the Knight was a bum last year because he didn't make top 8, so he wasn't even a top 8 mid laner in the world.
And he got one turret, the little baby turret off the turret plate off the secondary.
He lost to G2 and 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves no longer even exists.
To fight your next fight after you get a couple more completed items here.
I'm still keeping an eye on the itemization from Caps. He has to be
so if that's the kind of level of analysis you want to do, we can do that.
The trick as they clear out vision. start setting up around this Baron. 25 minutes in, and G2, they've held on to a gold lead this entire game. We've seen little to no mistakes from G2 so far against Gen G, and they're gonna, with a gold deficit like this, as you're highlighting, they're gonna need a big team fight to swing.
That's what results mean,
hey, I just want to take a moment to talk about.
Doesn't matter when it happens.
Okay. Because this is why I'm always such a big fan of deviating from full clears when your comp really indicates like a lane will super benefit from it. And there isn't that much risk to doing it. Skewmon, remember back to the opener, nah, we're going to have a little bit of a fight here. Skewmon does have ulti.
Oh wait, was that
join?
Yeah,
that was TP?
Chovy avoids the CC and will be able to get out with the heroic entrance. So that does mean that ulti is on cooldown, but still manages to escape.
But remember back to the opener, it's like, okay, so you see this.
I mean, yeah, sure, the Knight. So wait, Knight losing to Vikla, Caps beat Vikla. Does that mean Caps beat Knight next time around?
For the 3-camp attempted gank, you know, get the flash. Wait a second.
Arrow going to connect there as there's the encore. Gen G do not.
Oh my god, and he flashes. What
making
the
sure
fuck?
that they take down the Aurora. So Caps lying on the floor. There is a bit of extra money going over to Keen as well.
Yeah, very good pick from the side of Gen G, punishing Caps as he's trying to clear out vision. They even got the flash out from him as well. And it looks like he's still short of that death cap gold. But I don't think Gen G's going to get much off the back of it. They'll buy a little bit of time.
I don't know what the fuck.
They won't even claw back much vision, though. We look at the minimap and we
have to wait
can
another
see
3 minutes for something to happen.
Any vision littered around the river. This entire other half of the map is completely dark, and they're very reliant on Ruler as he's forced to use the hawk shot to get info as to whether the Baron has been sighted or not.
And Gen G just constantly standing on wards here in their own jungle. Finally, some sweepers going to be utilized, as Duro might be able to find this one ward as well. As there's control ward in the back of the pit, and immediately Broken Blade says no, you're not allowed to see.
Yeah, they have to rely basically on the timer of Hawkshot and the 2 blue trinkets and try and rotate those. So Hawkshot used now. For next timer, they can use a blue trinket. Control ward actually back in the back of the pick. Now G2, I would say, only thing is don't flip versus Canyon.
Oh my god, they're flipping. They're flipping.
It's a bit of a scary situation here. It looks like they are going to pull.
No, never mind.
Keen makes his way in with the teleport. I imagine
oh
that's
my
what
god,
G2
they
are
just
looking for,
wasted.
Right? Make sure that the Crocodile does not have that in the side lane. And they get it. And they
can do
away.
shit.
And that's that discipline again, Vedius. You start the objective with
do
your
shit,
goal,
dude.
get your side lane teleport.
Baron play.
Caps,
I mean, I guess it was an okay
on
attempt. They didn't
Aurora,
really lose anything.
as well, but yeah, they got Keens out and
They should have been tracking the fact that they already TP'd earlier, so they have TP advantage with Broken Blade. So they can do this exact same play again. Put Broken Blade bot, draw pressure towards that area of the map, then TP, guarantee the numbers advantage, but they're kind of forced to have, you're seeing it now, Chovy has to match, because he's the only person that can get within range to ulti to then join the fight. So G2 just have a lot of leverage right now, and finally the death cap is completed for Caps. It's taken him a little bit longer.
Dude, Broken Blade's so fucking tanky, what the fuck?
Meanwhile, the Lord Dom's done for Ruler, so he can actually do damage to the Scion now. And if they are able to get a good like initiation, maybe a little bit of
I think they start setting up for Dragon though.
The rest of the team, then you do have to be wary of the Gen G CC because the game is not completely exploded at the moment. It's still teetering there. There's chances.
Ooh, unless Ruler just gets one shot.
Caps is a lot.
Not just yet. The opening salvo, not enough there from Caps, but I think fear of death certainly there for Ruler. Mid lane has always been a little bit of a rough place for Ruler. We call it the Ruler position for a reason. It's just around beneath the Raptor pit right there. You guys might remember.
I believe you guys even have a name for it.
Yeah, it's just called the Ruler spot.
Well, the Dragon's spawning in 30 seconds, and I don't think Caps is going to have his ulti. I can't quite see the cooldown on it, but it's going to be just short. Maybe if they can buy a little bit more time. Gen G actually invests a lot of time around Baron. They've cleared up a lot of vision, and I think they're starting this objective off.
Yeah, they do just move over there. Teleport is going to bring Broken Blade.
They do?
Down extraordinarily quickly.
Just
pumping these arrows into it. Lebrov making his way over. And Skewmon off towards the back of the
oh
pit.
my god!
Like this one down.
Oh, he forces the flash out!
Come on through. Skewmon waiting to get on in there.
Okay, he flashes in. Oh! Skewmon gets it! Broken Blade's in the back line. He's actually fucking them up. Get ult in. Oh, this is so bad for Gen G. Dude, look how much time Broken Blade is buying for the team. The hook misses, but whatever. Oh, Caps! Caps! Super carry Caps! That's an ace! The ace, the ace? Can too fast.
Just stamped this game in game number 1.
They don't lose a single champion in their efforts to take the Baron
Wow.
and take down Gen G.
Excellent discipline, excellent execution. G2 are living up to the potential that this organization believed in. Here in game 1, a over 7k gold lead. They're going to secure the soul, and they are dominating Gen G.
The discipline from G2 here. You know, it's Gen G that felt like they were boxed into a corner, and so they try and get a miracle Baron play for themselves. But G2, nice response, and Skewmond hits the Q plus smite, I believe. I'm going to have to look at the replay for the combo of damage, but he is able to secure it for G2, and that should secure the game for them.
Yep, Mascot priceless moment as well as we have a look at this Baron being taken. Bit of desperation out of Gen G.
I think Broken Blade eliminating Ruler from the back was a really good way to start.
Yeah, Broken Blade
has
zoned
to
them out
stack up his Q. He
completely.
didn't have the fully stacked, but Q plus Smite able to secure it. Outsmiting Canyon, got to be a great feeling for the young man.
You don't seem
who
happy?
with
I am
G2.
happy.
Chobi does what he can to try and keep Keen alive, but Keen ends up falling short, and Broken Blade just does so much work on the front line. Kind of the unsung hero of this fight, just eliminating Duro and Ruler from getting involved. And then Caps, his ultimate comes back off cooldown, cleans up on the back end of the fight. And G2, again, like,
not crazy though.
By their discipline, this level of play is the complete opposite of what we saw against BLG. This team is completely leveled up in such a short amount of time.
I even think that it's different from what we saw yesterday as well. I feel like they were playing more fast and loose in that series. This is certainly some by-the-book League of Legends, as Labrov able to just get his way out, and they are just playing smoke and mirrors. They're not giving Gen G any opportunity to get into any of these fights, and it's something that we've seen Gen G do all year long. It's why they're frustrating for a lot of teams to deal with. But instead, G2 just delivering their own medicine as Gen G losing all of their inhibitors at
getting
the
all
same
3 inhibs.
time. Top just going to go down.
I thought you'd be looking to end. Okay, hook lands.
Not exactly the optimal target there, as Canyon might also be taken down, but there are all
there it is.
Lying on the floor. It's only a matter of time before G2 are able to take down these Nexus turrets.
I didn't really like the MF pick, but it's doing a lot of damage.
So tanky, man.
Working his way towards the Nexus towers.
LC's down for the LP always dreamed of.
Style, not giving Gen G anything left in their base. The minions, I mean, the Baron buff is worn off, but they don't need it anymore.
Yeah, another hook is fantastic. They're out of Labrov as Canyon just.
Ooh, look at the damage!
To go in.
Wait, I think Skew. Oh, never mind. Skewmond lives.
How did that even happen?
Oh, Caps commits Sudoku.
Flashing onto the fountain to try and get the last kill, and finally.
Oh, Euphoria!
What a statement here from the European first seed as they go up 1-0 in this best of 5.
G2 just demolished the tournament favorites. Gen G in game number 1 in the opener.
And that was
Kevin, you want the song now?
There was no part of that game where it was, oh, that was a whoopsie play. No, it was a stranglehold.
I vote for Skewmon for player of the game because
I mean, yeah,
the repeat ganks on bottom side. Labrov and Hans played it really well too. But
what the fuck?
Ganks, amazing stuff.
Yep.
Analysts, do you feel the same?
I'm only yawning because I was a little tired. But it looks next stream? True. Wait, but that's a sad mindset. I feel like I played after the series. I think after the series, no matter what, we still play it. One win is worth. They made top 4, dude. They beat an LCK team. You know, like legit.
Huge guys, big, very big. Can you admit this? Don't 40 seconds. We should push for sure.
They were patient. They came prepared today against Gen G.
Oh.
And it's just one game, but God, this game means the world, especially when it's against the tournament favorites.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a huge win already for G2.
Cinema!
You hear in the comms.
No, not of that too.
No, not yet.
I'm a game 1 MD and I don't care.
Let's just see the checklist. Let's just see the checklist because we
I'm
came
gonna
into
go
this one
pee.
really wanting to talk about it. And G2 came in prepared, like immediately, as you can see.
They
Like,
get
the
ice.
point that you made, Laura, be cautious of early game cross maps. They are very cautious of their timers. They hit that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Play
grab
front
some
to back,
ice. I'll
like
be
a
back.
straight up front to back team fight. That was as front to back as you can play. Maybe like Aurora can play it on an angle. Now the draft for strong bot lane was tough because Genji banned the Karma. First pick the Seraphine.
The thing is, it's hard to get 2v2 prio there, but they went the MF, the Nautilus, the Pantheon, and they were like, we'll just kill them. And that worked so well.
And you know what? You're like, why don't we get a friend involved in it? So like, we got the Pantheon going bot lane. The early pathing from Skumon was very smart. We should just run the reel.
And that's what Caps was saying yesterday. You want to be cautious about Genji in the early game, and they took that by the letter, putting that pressure on the bot lane, helped by Skumon. This is what gave them the early lead, Ox.
Yeah, and I mean, Labrov was just so on point with these hooks coming in. They'd beaten that flash earlier from Ruler, so they got a gank there. Duro's flash down here, get another pick here. And it just felt like that momentum built up so effectively. Here, Duro, trying to contest a ward, ends up getting caught out as well. And it just felt like the support for G2 was so decisive on these plays.
For how much praise we give to Skumon and towards Hansama as well, Labrov's, this was his game. I felt Labrov was completely on point. And I think a lot of people in the community, rightfully so for this tournament, have been giving credit to Labrov. But this one was just everything that we really had wanted.
Yeah. And what surprised me the most about this iteration of the G2 is that usually they thrive in chaos. This was meticulous. This was organized. They were patient time and time again, especially during this fight.
This Herald play was crazy. The value he gets with all the knockups and the fact that he survives in such low HP, just such a great read from Broken Blade and the comms to get the Herald set down there. And this is a point in the game where Genji have seen many times before, you know, they've had sometimes early deficits, but those team fights are usually so crisp. G2 just manhandled them.
What happened to my team? They're so clean.
Out of nowhere! Out of nowhere! If you hear from Caps was like, well, goldfishes, right? Like they're talking about how the fact they forgot all of the things, the notes that they had mentioned coming into this event, and they just remembered it just like that, and suddenly they're cleaning house.
They left the goldfish at the hotel here today, honestly. I came so prepared against Genji. I know that it's only one game and I'm celebrating, ha ha ha, we'll see what happens next, but it's still Genji. No team could do so far what they did today. They're the third team, Ox, to take them down this year in 2026.
It's
Wait, it's just that there's nothing that they did today, but then
Genji, and again, they only dropped a couple of games. First time at this tournament. We saw the stats as well, 3,000 gold lead at 15 minutes on average for Genji. So when they got that early lead immediately, it was a game we didn't expect, but the fact they carried it out cleanly was so impressive.
And I just want to see who the player of this game was.
I give it to Skumon. There was a lot of choice here. You can look at, I mean, you want to look at who made the action happen bot lane.
True.
Could be anyone, could be Labrov. I chose Skumon here, and yeah, I guess that's what we're going with.
I mean, that's fair. I think everyone probably ends up deserving it from the side of G2. And I'm interested in what the fans have to say on this one, too, because Skumon, yes, Labrov second, we'll take it. We'll take it. I think I'm on board with that.
They got their priorities right.
I think also one of the criticisms in the past of this G2 roster has been the jungle support not linking up too well. They were interlinked constantly throughout that game, working so well together.
What are we looking at next? It's just one game still. You know what? I was on the edge of my chair all game. I was like, they have it. It's still Genji. They can still come back. You know that it's never done and dusted, especially against this team.
This one right here, as you saw it quickly, you already have mentioned it, the third loss that Genji has had so far this year and the first in the tournament. So already that entire idea of them hitting a history, some records here is not there. So for me, it's about Genji just resetting. Right? Just chilling. Just relaxing, Ox.
They need to wake up. That was my conditions. I haven't seen them wake up yet, so hoping for that in game 2.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in game 2, but so far G2 makes things interesting in that semifinals. Opening up the score, again, the tournament's favorite. Let's see what happens next.
Wait. Bump it louder, bump it louder.
Right after burning flashes in bottom lane and getting yourself in dangerous territory at Arrow. Arrow gonna connect there. Let's see whether Trophy does have enough damage here to just yeah, Grand Stoffel is going to come on through here as Trophy does have to flash, but I don't think it's going to save him as he just comes out. Caps is going to lock down a killing spree.
Nice. That's good. That's fun, baby.
game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Time to spread my wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
In the last few years, whenever LCS upsets Asian teams, why are their wins always downplayed and reduced to being, quote, the Asian team greed, unquote? That's true.
Every moment of your journey.
Why is that?
Clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots,
it was on Reddit.
Detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless.
How like
So
BFX
real,
aren't even the second best team from Korea. That's why G2 won.
X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
That kind of shit.
What do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No question in your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want to fence, stay on the bench.
Meanwhile, when was the last time NA won? Why are NA fans so like salty? True. Most people did say that. I mean, I said that. That's why I'm like, winning a game is a miracle, or not a miracle, but like, you know, get the point. Oh, what the fuck? They're opening card packs?
What do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestige is. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match. Bro, I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe, I believe, I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown.
I just think it's funny that like, yeah, NA success always gets, or EDE success gets downplayed. I was gonna say NA, but they really never had success, but whatever, right? Oh, let's keep acting like LCS is, that's a competitive region still.
Yeah, it definitely feels really good, especially winning like on the 3-0 against like LCK. Like Europe has done this in like many years. I'm definitely proud of what we have done. But now that this is over, I will focus on like, yeah. On
I just hate the it's one game etc shit. Oh. Yeah, but like people also forget. Okay, right here, G2 just 3-0'd BFX. Like what? Is that not fucking crazy? If this is not impressive, then
if G2,
I mean, then why didn't Lion just 3-0 JDG?
Plus our resilience going into the tournament. We've had like a lot of challenges, whether like it's being sickness or just like bad performances, but also yeah, like our determination and our like way of like actually adapting to the tournament. And I think it makes us like a really dangerous team going into the tournament. I think this would be the reason why G2 would win.
Well, they showed it already in the first game here. Welcome back to First Stand. Tickets are on sale now for both the LEC and LCS Spring Splits. Scan the QR code on your screen to get yours.
It's just weird to
and
be.
If you want LCK tickets, I'm sure you can get those too. We don't have
DM
fancy
Atlas.
QR code. Sorry about that.
Yeah, don't DM me, okay? And if Cadril tells you that I have tickets, he's lying, okay? I don't know what tickets, but stop DMing me about tickets. Thank you.
You don't need to. You've got a QR code.
Exactly. There's a QR code on your screen. Right there. I hope you took a screenshot.
If you didn't, you can like just open up YouTube. You can just go back.
Dude, G2 took a game off of Gen G. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy, no?
Anyway,
thanks, Betty.
Let's get into the draft, shall we? Here is Gen G.
Like what the fuck?
As we see Gen G with first pick here in game number 2, makes a little bit of sense there as they're already just banning away LeBron. I think they believed Daniel Ox Harrison in his player of the game vote there.
This man has shocked me. Lebrov has come out of nowhere. He has been like the biggest point.
Well, it's okay. Lion can keep making excuses.
Pretty much ever since he joined the roster, and it wasn't.
G2 is about to make history.
I saw him have that synergy with Skumon that they'd been working so closely. But then even this.
How crazy would it be if they won first stand?
Busio's the best support. Busio clears everyone. Busio by far way better. And now Lebrov.
Well, I guess they have to be
BLG. For
BLG.
himself here on the international stage, and he is showing up today.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that vote.
If G2 does win and then BLG wins in the end, I feel like people are going to downplay BLG and be like, oh, they never had to beat Gen G.
The question is, with the new draft, are Gen G also awake now?
We don't know. Not until we get onto the Rift and see them do stuff, Kobe. That's when we'll be able to do the wake test. It is very easy to pick champions while you're asleep. Your coach kind of helps you out.
Talk to Golden Glue about that, because we've had some teams in LCS that have failed at picking the correct champions. Hopefully that does not happen here. Starting out with the Vi, though, for Gen G. Whenever you first pick this champ, now you're signaling, all right, we are definitely going to go dive, so G2 can already think about things that are good against it.
I'm just trying to think of like what Skumon could play here.
The Bard, which is a really good answer into a lot of Vi comps, because you can defensively ult with Bard, so they've got that there.
Yep, and fun fact, this is the first time the LCK has lost 4 consecutive games to the LEC.
Ever.
Ever. In the history of League of Legends. It's kind of crazy, as it could be 5 after this game as well, as the Varus is going to be locked in here for Hans Sama, certainly a favorite for him. I don't really like Varus at the moment, but that I think is just a personal thing, not necessarily a power level thing. And Skumon, let's see what he's going to be locking away.
It's also just,
yeah, I kind of share it when you're looking at a Vi, you know, and you're like,
ooh, Zahen, okay.
Mobility.
I was thinking to myself, like, what do you pick into Vi? With Pantheon and Xin gone, these are kind of the 2 junglers that you kind of use as a response to Vi to kind of match your aggression and the background.
I kind of feel like Gen G should ban top.
I mean, originally I saw it first from Blab.
Like, make so broken, but he can't just like play tanks and chill.
And it became, at least in the
I don't know. I don't understand everyone on Twitter being an LCK fan. I don't understand it, dude.
And then here at first stand, it's just kind of fallen to the wayside. So to see it now returned, we'll see if I'm expecting this to go in the jungle. We'll see how well Skumon compile.
Yeah, I love Zahen when you get to play into low-range comps and you get to just thrive in the middle of these long brawls where you can have the time to stack up your passive. Zahen, very good if you've got time.
I mean, like, I try not to cheer for teams that just like guaranteed wins, right? I feel like it's like there's no excitement, you know? Like being like, oh, what's it called? BFX is gonna win, who cares? Like, but then G2 wins, like that's exciting if you're a G2 fan.
They do decide to go with. Punishing a Sivir Alistair lane is certainly something that you can do, and the Braum is going to come in. This might open the door to an on-hit Varus as well.
The only thing is they're lacking engage. So
you don't like
is game 1 close? I wouldn't say so.
I've seen enough Mickey Braum to know that engage Braum has definitely like a 50-50 chance of being good.
50-50? Those are good odds.
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah, I'll take those.
It either hits or it doesn't, gentlemen.
Exactly.
Glory hunting the best team in the world cannot be that fun. I mean, it makes it, because like, you know, if you say, oh, I'm just going to cheer for the best team ever, and then when they win, you can act like, oh yeah, I also won. So why would you want to pick a team that sucks, that never wins?
G2 have clearly been like Broken Blade. You know, you are going to be...
Like, why would you ever want to be a Fnatic fan?
These games, and you're just going to pick a lot of
what an idiot.
So they don't want to deal with Ambessa.
Is Ahri worth a ban? That's my question.
Perhaps. I think that Ahri has a lot of value here. There are still things like Assassins, Sword Knights, Kali. I think Syndra can be good into Ahri.
I mean, I probably like G2 more than Fnatic, but I'll cheer for Fnatic more than G2 in LEC. Because I just think G2 is just too strong, and I don't think it's as exciting.
So good into Sivir that
Tournament's just CFO?
Yeah, you gotta respect.
Well, I mean, I'm on CFO, so that's why I'm a CFO fan.
I like that, though. It does eat up a ban. So G2 are going to benefit from that one. They're not going to be taken away as well.
And now the CFO is not like the best team of all time. Like, it makes the matches more exciting. Like, I was super like nervous during LCP the split. It was like last year, split 2 and 3, I really wasn't that nervous. Just like, yeah, that one playoff match with PSG that I was nervous for. But like, even the GAM game that went to 5 games, I wasn't really that nervous.
Because I'm with Max that Ahri would be great for Gen G.
Absolutely.
I think they want to pick the Ahri. Absolutely.
Yeah, because right now with this G2 pick, that's what I'm debating. Is it worth just slamming the Ahri now to act as a denial and also just getting that extra mobility? But I'm also thinking you don't have the best champions paired alongside the Ahri based on what you've drafted so far. So maybe just something like an Azir or a Victor having a little bit more long range and poke could perhaps facilitate the comp more.
It's, yeah, it is hard because like the Sylas, if Gen G ended up going Ahri, Sylas would be great for G2 because then you get a Sylas with
I was good Gen G and T1, a hater of Gen G T1 fans.
Now I want to see Gwen Ahri locked in. I want Gen G to have
lots
of damage.
Gen G, I still really like Gen G.
I think if they do that, then G2 for sure just slam the Sylas.
But I don't really cheer for them. I usually cheer for the other team.
Very good, so that's what they're kind of waiting for here. If they do it,
yeah,
okay,
LCK I picked D+ because I thought their team was interesting.
How do you guys feel about the Ahri Sylas matchup? We've seen
yeah,
Ahri pick into Sylas.
I wouldn't pick T1 or Gen G in LCK.
Yeah, early, but I like the scaling scaling for Sylas later.
I would pick HLE before I picked the other two to cheer for.
I know it's from 10 years ago.
They picked it on purpose.
They're hovering it. I think it's good into Cassante.
Instead of Vayne
from
Keen
Gen G! Wait a minute, this is why I kind of fuck with Gen G, dude? What in the fuck?
It is Keen locking it away. This wildly goes away from any sort of team fight composition, though.
I love it because you're like, okay, fine, you know, Broken Blade, you're going to keep on picking all these tanks. Then we're for sure just going to get a Vayne lane up here and look for a Keen.
What about
Let's look for it.
And he steals away the final hour.
I think G2 just pick a poke comp. Yeah, the reason why I prefer Victor here is just because, like, so Vayne is short range, Sivir is short range, Ahri has pick potential with the vibe, but Victor makes it much harder to get picked on because of the gravity field. You've also got
yeah, dude, okay, but like the one prediction I'm still surprised that didn't go through was the Cloud9 didn't win this split. That one I was like, what the fuck? I thought that was like my safe one.
If they want to be the initiated, they're very reliant on Varus' ultimate or Broken Blade finding a flank. But Gen G, they are a relatively short range composition, and I mean, I don't think G2's.
But I mean, I was a glory chaser back in the day, right? I mean, I was a fan of that 2013, 2014 Cloud9 team.
Composition that screams we can team fight really comfortably. It's not
yeah, they got America's get pissed.
Easy to execute compositions that I
mean, America's Cup was so hype. Nobody expected Fury to like win that hard.
To comfort, ease of execution, and just focus on the basics and get a win on the board. That is not what it's looking like. It's looking like slam the top lane, try and get Keen a massive advantage so that he is unanswerable in a side lane.
But I mean, the craziest thing about Gen G is it feels like all year long the conversation has been they can pick anything and they'll just win.
Yeah, that has been a bit of a thing.
And after a loss, you'd sit there and, as you rightly said, think that, okay, well, surely they're going to pick something that you'd expect is strong on paper. But no,
we needed more difficulty. That's what's going to happen.
Let's challenge ourselves more with a harder to execute composition. But hey, would we not agree that Keen is considered the best player, or at least coming into this tournament, he was considered the best player in the world?
I would agree.
So,
Keen?
I mean, now that title is going to be put to the test as he's piloting Vayne.
I also like comparing players in different positions.
Honestly,
I feel like it's so hard.
I think it's actually pretty hard for G2 to catch.
Like, I feel like it's hard for a support to be the best player in the world.
Yeah, Sivir speed and Vayne mobility.
He's one of the best top laner.
As much as it's like, oh, it's hard to pilot them, these are the best players in the world. And so I think that they will be able to pilot them.
Let's go G2.
There's no point and click on G2's side. And Keen has gone exhaust as well. So even if the Zehen gets in the middle of them, how does Zehen stick on Vayne and Sivir and Ahri carries here? It might be hard for G2 to actually hit their damage, even though they do have like a very
Bin's
good,
peaks is better than Keen's.
Well, we have good,
sure,
range, like
but
you're saying as well, Atlas. So it might put more pressure.
I mean, yeah,
Gen G,
I think Bin's leveled up recently, but
I think it does sort of
for most of the
what
split,
Gen G
he feels
wants to do
pretty
in that summoner
like
spell.
much of a
Because I think that if
passenger.
they were going to play for team fights and things like this,
Or had
plans
bad
would have a lot of
games.
value from Keen.
Yeah, as Jax, Camille, yeah, shit like that in the past.
Is extremely powerful.
2024, Bin was pretty fucking crazy good.
So far in this early game, it's Gen G that have pressure in top, kind of as we all expected with Vayne into Cassante. Meanwhile, in mid and bot, it's G2 that have that early pressure. Victor, a very good early trader, can really outrange and just outpoke the Ahri. And in the bot side of the map, Braum is just making it very difficult for the Alistar to play, which should give a lot of freedom for Skewmon to contest that bot crab. It's likely that we'll have to see Canyon forced up towards the top side, but I am expecting that if there are going to be early ganks, they will be sent
Camille clip on Faker?
to help accelerate
Armpit?
Yeah, I think that Broken Blade is just going to continually have a pretty rough time. Silverbolt's now picked up at level 2 for Keen. That is why the Vayne so good into these tanks with max health damage.
And if the pain continues, it becomes really hard to even call your jungler. Junglers don't really want to go to lanes that are losing super heavily, like especially if it's a Vayne with exhaust, because I will waste a lot of my time trying to.
I think it's really hard to gank top
close the
lane.
distance to a Vayne, and if we don't,
Maybe
if we fail
Broken Blade's
early
able to
on,
reset,
then
get HP.
you are just in trouble the entire game, and it becomes harder and harder and harder. And unless Zehen can like prep a Q1 on something else and then come to your lane and do like a flash dash and try to get it there.
uses the
But
same
again,
Camille
if
mechanics to
Cassante
catch
and
Faker.
Zehen failed to close the distance to the Vayne the first time around with flash and
Not
burst,
for
it
loud.
can get really painful, and she can outplay you.
That's true.
And kite both
I
of
mean,
you.
Yeah, I think the
you
risk
saw the
is
one
certainly
time
very,
he
very
didn't
high,
go top
doubling
lane.
down on a losing lane. As Crab is going to be secured eventually by Skewmon as it does try to reset momentarily. Ruler taking a fair bit of damage though, as the Hero is going to help protect him, but does get hit by those concussive blows.
Actually, kind
of what we're expecting.
insane.
Every time the Alistar goes in, the Braum can then immediately
Yeah,
apply
Bin.
that passive, and in teamfights especially, that's where
Binny
it
Bin
gets very
Bin.
scary for the Alistar. We'll have the Unbreakable, of course. An ultimate providing a lot of
Let's go
assistance.
G2.
Yeah, he's going in, doesn't find the Pulverize though, unfortunately. As Ruler has
Hot
to deal with the door out of Labrov, and Duro is just First blood. Going over to Hans Sama once.
Oh my
again,
god!
2 games
His
in a row.
flash?
Ruler,
Wait, Hans
he
Sama doesn't have
also has
flash?
to block 2 autos would have meant the death of him. And just a little bit of a whoopsie here for Gen G. Once more here in game 2.
Dude, this is Han's tournament. I'm saying it, man. This is Hans Sama tournament. That flash, he is so ready for it. Duro, it's fully telegraphed, man. He starts his trample. He starts running straight at him. So Hans is like, are you really going to hands check me and think I cannot flash this combo? Hans immediately flashes it, and he pops his ghost. He's turning 100% of the time. He flashes the combo
like
from
what
Duro.
the fuck?
He walks up, Labrov puts the Unbreakable so they know you win this return damage 100% of the time. And Hans Sama lays it down again in lane. They get the first blood, Vedius. You were trying to put Vikla as a North American player.
You heard you say Kalissa's better? True! Hey, you're welcome, Hans Sama. I'm making you play better.
Because he played in the LCS. That's my boy right there. I've always said it, Hawks.
If Genji scold each other like inspired, they will win. True. I want to hear Canyon go like, why is my Alistair engaging in dying bot lane?
I mean, my biggest question is, what was Duro doing?
Well, he didn't think Hans would flash it.
I mean, that's crazy. He was just running straight at him.
Disrespectful,
that was mega disrespectful. I mean, he actually got
Dude, I still think that's so funny, dude.
Not expecting. I mean, really, like, against either Korean
I'm surprised they still broadcasted that, and because like it makes Inspired look like such a dickhead, dude.
Winning these 2 versus 2, so credit to them.
It's so funny though.
G2, especially when the conversation around G2 has been, if Caps is playing.
Porky, what are you doing? Hold your position.
So G2 fans, they have to feel vindicated right now because G2 is not. Caps is not having an amazing tournament, but this bot lane certainly is. As Skumon makes his arrival.
Yeah, making his way in. There's the flash out from Duro immediately. In the meantime, though, Canyon trying to get some work done in the middle. Get the flash out of Caps. Still a success, but flash is burnt on both sides of the map. Skumon will head over to this crab.
He's funneling the crab towards the bottom side of the map, which is the strong side of the rift right now.
Yeah.
Look at the positioning of Braum as they threaten a potential dive.
They for sure could, because they forced Duro back to base here.
It's slow though, the wave isn't dying super quickly. They need to get here quick. Here comes Vi as well.
Yeah, Ruler, let's see whether he can actually survive this one. I think he's going to be able to. Gets a shield.
Last
tick is enough to do it, LeBron.
Why did he auto?
Down the second one for G2.
Twice in a row, that almost happened with the barrier.
I never doubted.
Holy fuck. Han Sama scared shit out of me. Whatever, at least they get killed.
That was just for the moment, right? Yeah. Beautifully done,
Tension
Kobe.
Love the response from Canyon though. I think he's doing exactly the right thing. He sees that the bot lane dive is happening, but he knows that G2 have to recall. So there's a perfect opportunity for him to grab the dragon. He's going to steal that one away, and there's no way for G2 to contest. So even though Ruler does end up falling, at the very least, Genji will get something back.
Yeah. Always looking for the response plays. Dragon number 1, but 1,000 gold this early, and Skumon's on the attack.
Scumon's playing so well. Look at this. Oh, LeBron too!
Yeah, that is 3 people moving on over
Never mind.
this.
Fine.
Let's find the charm onto Skumon.
You get his all at least.
Offer something back, but still does have to burn that Spirit Rush.
So I'm just keeping
How was game 1? It was fun. You missed it.
Should have hit 100 by now.
You missed EU winning.
Sitting at 9 in the bottom left, which means that he's chosen to upgrade his Q rather than his E early on, which, I mean, I guess he's prioritizing getting that extra movement speed, especially after losing his flash early, and also just giving him that extra trading potential against
EU has a crazy balling performance internationally.
Yeah, and Caps
Hans Ignar years ago, Reckless, Hilly versus TS. Now Hans Lebrov. This event kind of cool. Like actually dominant showings. Dude, I can't believe you're not going to talk about Vander Forgiven,
dude. Away
dude.
so much of the threat, and since he didn't have flash, I think that was necessary because it's a timer where Canyon is now level 6.
You missed one.
So
wait, is this a kill?
And that is the charm to come on out there. That does
Does
keep
Perks
Chovy alive
Mickey X
still.
count?
Does possibly have to burn his teleport after that one.
Beautiful placement of the W. Like, he got Chovy right in the middle of it.
The
and
fake
with
prodigy.
Because he used his W at the same time, he lost his movement speed.
Yep.
So there's no way to get out of that. And then the charm connects, which ultimately, I think, mitigates a lot of the potential damage that Caps did have.
Jordan did? You know what? Fucking sure, dude.
Really well, which
I mean, dude, I will say, like, to respect those, respecting Kjarnan and what did, they had zero ego. They knew exactly what the fuck their job was to not int bot lane, and they didn't int. They did their jobs. Respect, dude. Anyone else would be like, oh, I could lane against Uzi. Like, Kjarnan, what it was like, you know what? We're shit. We're not gonna win. Wonder, Perks, please carry us.
Because, I mean, Keen is doing exactly what we would expect in the matchup. Warden's Mail cloth armor picked up for Broken Blade.
Even Chester BB better than Diablo? What the fuck?
But, like, it is a horrible lane. And Riot have made it so that with the role quests, you cannot escape it. You are trapped in here with the Bane, no lane swap shenanigans, at least for a while. And so he's just going to have to tank it for now.
And Canyon continues to pick up the
she is a rookie too.
He's going to get the Unbreakable Will out of Duro. And so that is a big cooldown. Still Canyon on these grubs, like you were saying, Kobe. Not going to be able to stop him from doing that.
Problem is, if he finishes the 3rd grub, they're going to know Vi is top for sure. They might have actually had vision. And seen him go.
I mean, they read the play. They can sense it.
Yeah, so they know for sure Vi just finished grubs, but nobody is really showing there. So
just gonna bot lane leads. The Hans and Lebrov after that 2v2 kill and after the dive, they're in such a commanding position.
Yeah, it's gigantic. It's now Broken Blade looking to close the gap
Okay.
onto Keen. Let's see whether that condemn will come out. The answer is not quite yet. This is the problem. You can initially close the gap. It's just trying to walk away that can be quite difficult.
Why didn't Kevin sign Chester to CFL Academy?
Still though, I think overall, G2's in a fantastic spot. The fact
That's
that
a good
they're
question.
so
I don't
far
know.
ahead, they are down in objectives. Canyon's been doing a good job in that.
Our jungler is from Hong Kong. We have a superstar jungler.
Wants to make sure he can push out this wave and get home safe.
Guaranteed the crash.
The problem with casters telling me where not to look is that later on in the game, you're going to have to look eventually at the side lanes.
When you're told not to look somewhere,
I don't know, he's pretty good.
Come on.
He's really smart.
Hey,
Just like crazy.
Keep your eyes on Keen.
No, Shin is still there. We just have two.
I will say, the way that you pick apart
Aura, I'm pretty sure it's Aura that's from Hong Kong.
Later, as we kind of went over, and neither.
I don't know his in-game name. That's the problem. I have to go check with his Chinese name because he didn't. He's a rookie, so he had no like
the biggest problem for G2
Leaguepedia profile.
Mid and late game, what has happened with our side lanes?
You're completely right, actually. Like something that when in a very dragon-dominated meta, often it's easy to forget how difficult it can be. Is Ruler, he's having a miserable time down here on the bot side of the map. Skewmon continues to make.
So like we have a rookie, we have 3 rookies that
a little nervous, but still
haven't played competitively.
Has gone the on-hit Varus as well. Actually, really like this. We've seen some pretty consistent nerfs towards
at least 3 that are signed.
So this will do a fair bit of damage. Still, not a lot of mobility. And you do have to try and auto attack. So we'll see how he does do if team fights do break out.
Shin's still there.
Still, certainly massive.
If it's Shin and Aura, then Aura, then Aura is from Hong Kong.
Arcane Storm goes down and trade for the Spirit Rush, and it looks like that is just going to be that.
Well, I mean, it's an Academy team, Odor. Odor, if I built a team to win Academy, you'd get fucking tilted.
Looking for a pick onto
I don't know what to tell you, man. Academy team is meant to improve and learn, and they're doing a good job so far.
Gen G, I don't think you want to force anything on the other side of the map either. Just let Keen stay up there by himself. He's going to get turret plate money no matter what, and like push in this Cassante no matter what.
Veteran status
and kind of panic with all of
Listen, the thing I learned from Academy, or at least I feel, is that it's hard to develop 5 rookies. I feel like it's better to invest into like 4 rookies and then 1 veteran to make the team gameplay a little bit like similar to like pro level.
Does have to invest a lot just to escape the Cassante. And meanwhile, the Coinbase.
At least that's my thought process on Academy.
So we have a look at the top lane, see how that one's going. Broken Blade pulls that back a little bit, and we can see Hansama massively far ahead here.
I mean, his farm
and
very much on
well, okay, so split 2 CFL looked really bad, right? Split 3. I mean, you could argue that Joker Hands was playing worse than Kaiser, but because Joker Hands just had more experience and helping the team like play macro, CFO looked a lot better, right? Like CFO Academy looked a lot better, having stability and like leadership, veteranship.
We'll have to get voice comms, but I'm just going to agree with you.
That's you should be the voice actor for.
It was the same like when I was winning like in Academy. Yeah, we had Honkyu, Hasachi, Billy, Hermes, but like Kino coming in like made the team like night and day difference.
One more time. But isn't going to be able to fight it.
I don't know why I'm making it sound like Broken Blade's in a horror movie.
Every time Cassante.
So at least that's how I feel about Academy teams.
That'll be good. Bot side maybe. I mean, Gen G are like, hey, is there anything around red buff? There is.
There's
oh my god.
Chovy and Canyon demonstrate the Vi Ahri problem.
Yeah, I mean, a nice pick found from Gen G. They really punished Skewmon, just trying to clear his jungle. Good vision control, good window of opportunity, and they'll get a much-needed kill over to Chovy to get him a little bit accelerated as Hans and LeBron. That, like, if they stay the way that they are, they're going to do exactly the same thing they have in the previous caps underneath the tower.
Yeah, it takes a couple of shots after that charm did connect from Chovy. Doesn't have Spirit Rush, though, because did use it when they were killing Skewmon earlier, so that means the cap should be fine.
Yeah, I think CFL Academy this year is doing really well.
And then with
you are working hard.
That opens up for more plays for a Vi.
I can see him scrimming.
Get into the jungle for burst damage like that. So
not now. They finished, but
versus the Zehen could also be effective. Even with Victor going the tanky build with the Rod of Ages, still could be effective versus him. But G2, they have a lot of vision in the top quadrant here, and they're going to use it. Skewmon walks in.
Yeah.
Yoinks the Raptor at the very least, as they have mid lane pushing and top lane pushing.
There is so much information here for G2. It's kind of ridiculous, as Lebrov Not scared of Canyon moving over.
Okay.
Is
wow.
going to show himself. That's exactly why there was no fear. As the door does come up, he's going to mean that LeBron doesn't really.
They had to back off, Gen G.
Just like, you took my red. I am going to punish.
Okay,
you.
Chovy. Chovy's chovying.
Chovy though in the mid lane is Caps. Under fire just a little, but
never mind.
Canyon wasn't quite there, so not going to be able to take down the victor.
This is why you go Rod of Ages into Ahri though, because like her burst damage in the late game can be scary, but the reality is it's not like. She's good at when working with someone else. She's not like Annie where the whole purpose is I drop my whole combo, one-shot you, but then I'm kind of out. She has a lot of like low cooldowns, a lot of mobility, she connects the charm, extended fight, she can do a lot. But yeah, against Rod of Ages in the early game, she just doesn't really have the damage to 100 to 0 you. So Caps feeling pretty safe, not forced to use the flash there.
Yeah. And Canyon was able to like get close, but he still didn't have his ult from the earlier jungle play anyway, so.
Hey.
And Broken Blade just fighting one another momentarily.
Dude, why does G have a goal lead?
Worried about continuing.
Like, is that not crazy?
And I will say, also, you know, Broken Blade has done a good job to weather the storm here, and the CS deficit appeared very early, of course, because
80 gap, true.
Early, but
and support. I mean, LeBron was playing really well.
And as soon as he gets his Iceborne, it's still pretty good.
I mean, you don't need that much money to be useful on a Cassante, right?
Yeah, and he got Warden's Mail and plated Steel Cap super early on to reduce a lot of
Is Bramble Vest not
damage.
What you get early on Broken Blade? Is Warden's Mail better? Or on Cassante?
Slows applied later. He's still going to perform his duties.
So Han's going, I mean, I should have guessed this from the lethal tempo, but he's going for the on-hit virus build rather than lethality.
I did mention that.
Yeah,
what did you tell me yesterday, Yari?
That's alright.
I have this really bad habit of
Oh, he's on good laner. He's a bad map player, but the game is just straight 2D. He can perform.
Really good point, Atlas, because
I mean, I thought he was good on the BDS roster.
Can eat some of the
but like when he went to G2, I was like, dude, this guy kind of sucks.
Canyon comes down as well. Season is this man. They are really throwing the kitchen
sink. Whoa!
But that flash was so good. Canyon will be able to get over that wall to take him down, but it costs.
I thought Broken was about to get out.
This mid lane out of turret.
If G2 plays well, they could get really far, dude. That is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard, Yari. No fucking shit, dude. If CFO plays really well, they can go very far.
Skemon's more interested in the camps. I'm not gonna. Oh wait.
In a mountain rift as well, being able to get through that wall. Obviously, does just move him towards
Let's go G2!
As G2, Caps will be able to take down
they have a potential. Sorry, Yari.
And the Mountain Dragon
I don't know why I'm taking it out on
the
you.
first of the game.
These last few days have been rough, dude.
And it's actually really good use of the Rift Rail because it can reset and get a new charge when they kill the other one, and so he still gets a charge.
No, that's real is if TS. Oh, Django's still playing?
Really perfect from G2. You got your Krugs, you got the extra turret plates off the secondary charge there. You took Raptors as well.
I mean, Skimon took the whole top side.
Yeah.
He just denied all those camps away from
Canyon. For setting for less times, you would have to. Oh my god, fuck you, Sarcasm. What the fuck?
Think about trying to attack.
Whatever, dude. This stupid fuck, man.
Move back towards his jungle. Canyon did return the favor.
Kala! Jackie Love is your father!
He didn't get Raptors, and I don't think
oh, trash talk is so funny, dude. Doesn't even mention anything about Lions, just talk shit to Kala. So funny, dude.
Because it's going to be hard for G2 to.
Oh no! It was versus Loud. Yeah, it was Loud versus JDG. It's like any trash talk. He just doesn't say like Loud is very good or Loud's gonna win. It's just like, hey, Kala, Jackie Love is your father. That's all he says, dude. That's so funny. I need to get that clip, dude.
And stuff, right? So. G2, they're like they can still try and use some of the range, but it does give the feeling to me, even with the 2,000 gold lead, that Gen G are actually still well positioned to pull G2 across the map.
Oh, they're going to dive on top of LeBron.
LeBron might be in trouble.
He should be going down, although
never mind. You think you can't kill him? Oh, here goes Broken Blade. Oh, he's dead. What the fuck? Let's go. Okay, Chovy TP's in. Oh my god, he misses. Oh, what the fuck was that? Did he get pulled back? Let's go G2. Let's go G2.
G2 love it. They can handle that team fight. Everybody assembles Broken Blade teleports in. They get the chase there. Genji unable to focus down a
dude, LeBron just doesn't die, dude.
Unbreakable here, so Genji kind of running into enemy jungle here.
Exhaust on Vayne. Oh, he gets stunned by the fucking. Oh, the hot summer that Q was ass, but whatever. Oh, he gets pulled back.
I've never seen
fucking thing like that.
And a team fight, but the placement and the timing was simply perfect.
Dude, even Ryu's like, what the fuck? Oh, we're
It
Korean.
was also a bit like, oh wow, yeah, we'll give that one to them.
The dreaded return.
I can't believe in the last 2 years LCP has lost PSG, BYG, J-Team.
Just makes it look real good.
X? Oh, Axis Crest, Burning Core Toyama, Sengoku, PS, TS, Chiefs, Direwolves.
I don't know what world we're living in. Like I'm genuinely so shocked that this is.
I feel like losing all those teams actually hurt.
Not demonstrating their
it hurt PCS, right? Because I mean, PSG had a lot of fans. They're gone. BYG, J-Team were legit orgs, and they're gone.
It's just how Han Summer and LeBron have been playing out these lanes. I think that bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean AHQ, you know, Hong Kong attitude, like all those teams leaving just hurt the fans. And now that we have tier 2, none of those teams are coming back because it's like too little, too late.
And LeBron, great global taunt he had there.
You see NA choke from being able to beat Gen G. Not over till it's over. Yeah, but this is not NA though. This is EU.
It's exactly what the Braum wants.
When Braum has taunt, like that is mega.
J-Team had good moments.
And gentlemen, I just noticed.
Yes, BYG, they had good moments.
Kasante, Zehen,
well, they do have a lot of 80 carries on the enemy team.
Every 8 years, EU are cracked? What do you mean every 8 years? Nah, dude. Nah, dude.
The Arcane Storm comes down, and I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. The AoE damage just
every year EU plays well.
Punished for it, as Nevermind just limps out of the way. And is even thinking about coming back for more, as Duro now possibly in trouble as Caps a lot of damage available to himself as well, as Canyon just knows
I remember that.
As the flash through from Skumon should be the end of him as Hansama finishes it off, and in the meantime, the cow is also dead.
This could be LR now. LR? LR?
They just found 3 picks.
LR dog shit compared to G2.
Take out Canyon's fly as well. Now they set the sights on Ruler, but
the fuck?
Is now an option.
Man, 22 minutes into the game, they're just going to dive straight towards his Baron. Ruler and Chovy, I don't think they can do anything about this. Although they may just have to try as Chovy gets
Chovy's just in the pit fighting like this?
It is 22 minutes, the Baron is pretty scary.
Dude, I don't even think they can contest his Dragon. Or Baron, I mean. I think they lose. Keen's trying to pop off to this Vayne pick.
Trying to dash around this fight, but there is the Baron going down, and Gen G just had to watch.
Wants draft info? Oh, wasn't it like not even a baddie? Was this just some man using like lady picks?
And even with the Baron reset, they're gonna teleport back out. Can they stop them on the Mountain Dragon? It's a very
I'm not gonna talk about NIG being G2 to quarter. Oh wow, dude, you're right. G2 are so bad because they lost 1 BO3 to NA. It's don't count all the other times NA beat a what Eastern team. Let's not talk about they.
You are legit, baby. This is a trying to stall it as best they can style decision.
They have a win
Euphoria. Wait, where's the NA song? Where's the NA song? Does NA have a song? No, they don't, because NA is shit. EU has a song. EU song is Euphoria. We gotta start. Maybe we have to change to G2phoria.
6,500 gold already as well.
Catfish for draft info is crazy. It is, dude.
And their composition scales gorgeously into later on into the game, regardless of anything else. So G2 certainly having Gen G on the ropes at this point in time. And
don't worry, I give out wrong info.
But Gen G can always
no one wants my information.
Like this is the Gen G that we're
Who do you think is gonna win?
Today.
Oh, I think Gen G is gonna win.
They are looking ruffled into G2 here. As that is a cleanse.
Oh yeah, that's true. They do have a come on, baby, America.
Silverbolt's coming on down as Chovy diving on in there, finds the charm onto the
okay. Ooh, LeBron 5-minute knockup with the fucking ult is crazy. The hand's coming, the hand's coming, the hand's coming. King's dead. Ruler's getting fucked. Ruler has to flash out. The hand's here. The hand kills. Dude, if they 3-0 Gen G, what is the excuse now, dude? Holy fuck! Dude, did he end?
To stop them down again. I mean, I for one am ready to welcome our new European overlords, Atlas. Holy
They're not new ones, they've just taken a bit of a hiatus for a few years, right?
Oh, they are back, baby. G2 are looking like they want to finish game 2.
First inhibitor turret going to be going down there towards the bottom side of the map as Canyon wants to stop this mid lane turret from falling, but it doesn't look like he has too many options. G2 not going to be winning the game right now. However, it is looking like
do you want me before the series ends?
Show. They prepared it from earlier.
Like, this sequence was so long because I don't think G2 had even backed after the dragon fight. So they had just, like, they haven't
maybe ruler for Hansama.
JDG is trying to punish that fact. They have the numbers advantage, but they can't get through Broken Blade. He buys enough time. Hansama is just free hitting on the backline, and then the Chaos Storm expanding after every single kill. Gen.G time and time again fall short in the fight. And G2, like, it is... I don't know how to properly express how unprecedented this is. Because coming into this tournament, like, Gen.G were unequivocally considered nothing short of the best team in the world. They only dropped 2 games.
Just give BB tanks.
Yeah,
dude. Just let them have Ord, Sion.
The entirety of the LCK to
you get
start
Sion, Cassante, now he's going to get fucking Ornn.
So of all teams to be doing this is truly unbelievable.
There's a few G2 jerseys.
The weight of this.
I mean, no, there's some Gen.G jerseys as well. There's no JDG.
Goes very, very hard. G2. I mean, if you beat
I
the
don't
best team
had
in the
any
world
fans.
in a best of 5 videos,
that makes you the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, let's not talk about the potential LPL in the finals. We can get to that later.
Dude, let's talk about Golden Roads at fucking March. Hell yeah.
He just goes golden. God breaks it now, but that buys enough time to make sure that the AD carry from G2 is healthy and alive. As Duro possibly getting closed in on here as the base is just in shambles on Gen.G's side, and they're desperately trying to get into a position where they can defend.
There's 2 LCK and 2 LPL.
Chovy trying to find that angle, and it just did not work. The Armguard, a beautiful purchase. They're going to turn that into this inhibitor turret falling down. They'll take 2.
This is LCK number 1.
And Gen.G just
yes, they beat LCK number 2. Canyon! Oh, you're fucked!
He'll be taken down. Caps is now on a rampage. As a charm will connect, but so many of these charms have been onto LeBron, who just shows him the door.
Yep, Canyon will cease to exist on Summoner's Rift after that one, and G2 can continue to push the front line again. Broken Blade and Lebrov. Cassandra and Braum just doing
most
so
excited
much
for
work
what?
For G2 and Vedius.
Damn. There's so many European haters here, man.
2 games up versus Gen.G here as they finish up with the base.
Maybe that's what G2 did. Maybe G2 went up to Trophy and was like, hey man, congrats on winning Worlds, you know? And he's like, Worlds? He's like, yeah, this is a Worlds, we're at Worlds. He's like, we're at Worlds? Mind games, dude.
To make it
Mind
to the
games.
final here at First Stand.
I mean, the only potential win condition for Gen.G right now is the Soul spawns in 5 seconds, and G2's interrupts their recourse.
I'm glad I won't have to hear Inspired Best in the West anymore. No, you'll hear it when if Lion win LCS the split, our next split.
Good slow. They pop their heal. They hit the Q.
I know this spot.
Yeah, this is the ruler spot.
Inspired's the best in the West, yet he hasn't really accomplished anything except in NA. And yeah, NA is really competitive. Popular opinion, the LCP is focused on developing talent. There should be 2 more permanent slots for OCE and South Asia. I agree with that.
That takes away that opportunity for Gen.G to find that extra bit of
I wouldn't be against that at all.
Thing is, their base is basically just destroyed anyway. And so it's just going to be a difficult scenario regardless. You just can't leave. There are just too many super minions.
An 11k gold lead.
I mean,
Gen.G of all
the surmountability, I think, is low.
So if we're considering this game basically...
Majority of Western junglers are just down 40 CS.
If they actually are able to...
But I think there's a lot of EU junglers that are good, right? Elyoya, Yike.
They completely dominated, so
absolutely.
That might be safe to
Rylek is really good looking. Not good looking, but he's looking really good recently. That's not the way I wanted it, but you get the point.
It's truly ridiculous just because of the weight. Like, every single expert said that Gen.G, like
I think EU has some good junglers. Like Skewmon, Yike, Elyoya are like really good. Rylek is looking better.
But yeah, G2 is looking to bring us to
like he's like improving really fast as a rookie.
The 3-0s today, I can tell you right now, no one had G2 3-0 on their bingo card.
Yes, they did. Lord actually did.
The problem is like, okay, Inspired wins NA, right? Oh, here's the fight. Can they win? Hansama uses Zanya's. Oh my god, though. Oh my god, though. Oh, they're winning. Broken Blade. Holy shit, that's a huge shutdown goal.
JDG have found a team fight out of nowhere. Still, they'll need a few more of these if they want to win the game, and it's a decent start for a comeback.
That is a huge team fight win for JDG. They're going to be able to buy a lot of time, and what was an 11k gold lead has shrunk to 6.
And 3 inhibitor lead. It's Duro over the back for the engage, right onto Varus. We said at the beginning, the Varus is going to have a hard time moving if they can get a flank. Duro finds the flank and they delete him.
And the exhaust onto Caps from Keen was absolutely massive as well. If you consider these two to be the main
Clowns too? They're fucking playing JDG!
With JDG's comp, they're going to be able to win out.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
These G2 carries.
Man, dude, you guys really hate EU. What the fuck? Are you guys all North American?
Except clean your base.
Is Miro a secret American?
Cleaning your base is quite good if
you get paid.
Yeah, Miro might actually be an NA, dude.
The money that your opponents could be picking up as well. So
yeah, look at the gold lead now.
It's only 4K. That's
that is a
insane.
massive swing. Deathcat picked up for Chovy. He now has an individual 2.2k gold lead over Caps. Like, we were talking a lot about the momentum, but again, JDG demonstrate why they are considered such a good team.
I just like watching JDG be good. True. That's fair.
Let's see whether Ruler can beat the all-time CS record.
Clowns too is a common meme in VCS fanbase. I've never heard GTB called Clowns 2. I've heard of Clown 9. That makes a little bit more sense. Shutdowns are really OP. Chovy got 1,000 gold from kill. Oh my god, they're going in so deep. Canyon's dead though? Canyon's dead? Okay.
Losing their jungler here is JDG. Now 4 versus 5 trying to defend their base, or what's left of their base.
Can they end? Yeah, they lost 6,000 gold Baron power play from that. Oh, Lebrov is dead? No, Lebrov lives! Oh, that's huge. Hansama's stunned. Their mic is out. King's dead! King's dead! Let's go! It's over! Oh, never mind. What the fuck?
Has to try and flash away, and he's going to be able to do so, but they're just going to rush the Nexus, and G2 have match point and are looking to clean sweep JDG.
Let's go, G2.
This is actually insane.
Let's go, G2. Let's go, G2.
Who's watching right now, take
damn!
and remember this time, because this may very well go down in history.
All right, now it is time
to
G2. To the analyst desk. Take it away.
Against the favorites of the tournament.
God.
I'm not gonna brace myself up yet, but damn, they are so clean with it. So hold on. If you can give me the camera here, Ox, my dear Ox, how does it feel? How are you feeling right now?
Wait, why is Raz there?
Actually, I don't care.
Little talking about P-Rex lost, and now they're losing.
What did it come down to this time, guys? Because something that I set up at the beginning of the day was that G2 have to be careful, especially in the early game. That is something that Caps told us as well. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, they're so clean with their cross-map plays, because Broken Blade getting caught on the bot lane does not matter if they take the rest of the map.
That right there is a bossy moment where he made...
Okay, well, Oda wants me to cast the curse G2, so we're doing it. Oh, dude. Oh, wait, max volume.
And G2 on the precipice, finishing touches on the Nexus and push themselves into the top 8. And Fnatic will fell Invictus. They will take the #1 seed into the quarterfinals.
I love this video so much.
Nexus is going down, and ladies and gentlemen, this is going all the way. G2 versus RNG in Game 5. He's down. He's down. It's all Show. Show is ready for the lead. Nexus found it. Briscoe's got the other block. They may have just done it. G2 just dismantled RNG, and they're going to make their way to the semi-final. The G2 dynasty will be defined by taking down RNG.
Two teams, one from NA and one from EU, each striking down all of their opponents to arrive right here in this moment against each other in the biggest rivalry either region could have ever imagined. NA versus EU for the last spot in the World Championship final.
There's a 5 HP, the Black Wall finds another kill, and they are still chasing Fnatic on the hunt for more, and they're gonna find a double kill for Reckless. A third falls, an auto attack for Caps, kills off Sneaky. In game 1, Fnatic smashed Cloud9 in the battle of the last two Western teams. Fnatic are 1/3 of the way to the final. But here comes the backline Actus, looking for some flash away. It's 2 for 1, 3 for 1, kills coming across. As C9 picks up the backline. Oh, look at Caps! He's done everything! And Sneaky falls! A massive quadra kill for Caps! This will be 2-0, and Fnatic are a single game away from the World Final! Looking to knock it down in the 5v3 to get those last few kills. A desperate engage and a shutdown on the Cap. A few more seconds spot. But look at the blade color. It's everyone dead. Fnatic are the kings of the West, and they will represent in the World Final. Enough away. 4v4 in this bottom part of the map. Join in. And now they're still looking to make things happen. It's Attila going into the base. Vitality has to buy time. That's the call. Cube has to try to defend this on his own. Jizuke will not be taken down. The shutdown goes through. Vitality's looking to end it. They're pushing Nexus turret number 2. They can't get back in time. Gen G is losing Nexus, but Vitality will take them down. Europe 2-0 against Korea.
It's so good, man. It's so
good.
It's so good. Oh, like.
Goes to show how better this team got. And
He's like, I could take that.
Sorry?
He says, I could take that.
Yeah, we can take that. We can be happy with that. It's no longer Caps and Friends. And seeing Hansama pop up, especially in a clutch series like
Fuck,
this.
man. How?
I love it.
I mean, it's been fun. Okay, even the LeBron in the fans.
Yeah. A lot of, and I think he had a great game on the Nautilus, the Braum as well, soaking so much.
Where's Kevin dancing?
I do agree, and I think being able to see Hansama this entire tournament play the way that he has been playing, that bot lane early, like flash away from the Alistar.
Dude, it's so. Dude, I never get old of that video, dude. That video's in my fucking like.
Consistently on picks that they weren't even like. They're being forced.
Oh, dude!
It is the first time
He's like, yeah, I'm ready.
is down 0-2
I'm so ready,
since
dude.
2023. Damn. And it is G2 doing it.
In fact, let's check in back from the fans. Ox, you want to change your prediction?
I said 3-2 to G2, so I'm gonna change to 3-1 to G2.
Okay.
3-1?
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep on map for JDG because we want more games, so I can change it.
Yeah.
Okay, humble. There we go.
Respectful.
Respectful. Very respectful.
It's been only surprises here so far. Pinch me if it's real. G2 is 2-0 against the favorites of the tournament. The job is not done yet. It is Gen G after all we're talking about. Let's see if they can come back here in game 3 and give us series.
They need to get here quick. He comes by as well.
Yeah, Ruler, let's see whether he can actually survive this one. I don't think he's going to be able to. Gets a shield.
Wait.
And the last tick is enough to do it. LeBron blocks down the second one for G2.
I'm TPing, guys. I'm TPing. I'm TPing, guys. Watch out. Looks good with Zarin. I'm coming. Bang. Are we here? Into? Oh, shit. She's there. I've got her as well. We hard win.
Now that's shot collar.
I'm alive. Good shit, guys. Nice, guys. Nice. Let's go. Win. We're going. Nice. One more, guys. Let's go. Good job.
Dude, come on, man. This is I love it. Dude, everyone's in fucking disbelief, dude. Holy shit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm gonna go take another break. Oh, dude. Hey, Secret Wales could have won, but unfortunately they're playing against the best team in the world, G2, dude. Unfortunate.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll hold it by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners!
Went from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens, I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling until it caught up. You know, I been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. But I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
It's a good split of fans.
Welcome back,
Fuck,
ladies and
man.
gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. And I think a lot of people expected this to be a
Alright, if they get Broken Blade Orn, I'm gonna actually lose my shit, dude.
Has been quite different to especially someone like me would have expected, as G2 up 2-0 over
Your mother's a good split.
unequivocal favorites of this tournament in JDG.
Damn, Kappa.
Yeah, everyone expecting this 3-0 where the colossal underdogs, Gen G are struggling to find a single win. Vedius, let's get into the draft though, right into this final game, because the most important
This water
step
boss
that
a
you
broken
can
head?
take is not the first step. It is always
Want a
the
spoon
next
after
step.
this? Sure.
At G2, they need to take one more
My
step
little
in
spoon?
this series.
Very, very profound.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was,
I really liked that.
The bans are going to be the same as what we saw in the previous game. Let's see if this final ban changes things up. G2 close things out with a rumble.
And the
Gen G
Caitlyn was the next one.
looks like they're going to keep consistent with that metric. The problem now for Gen G is Korkinami is something that G2
We
will
can switch.
immediately be thinking about. They
We
like
can take
this
turns.
bot lane prio. They got
It's also one
themselves
of the favorites.
Who's winning?
of G2.
G2, the
so
European
will
team, is being
Nami
the
be picked
Korean
up?
team.
Because even if the Corki is taken away, Rulers...
American for the
Lucian
waist
is
up,
still
Japanese for the waist down.
so
True.
The ultimate question is, what will this first pick be? Are they concerned about the Nami? Will they first pick it away? Because I'm fairly confident that G2, if it comes to them with no Nami or Corki locked in, they're taking it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, Hansama and Lebrov have been bot gapping Ruler and Duro over and over, and I think that most certainly is one of the large problems that they have faced.
Ooh. This is a bit scary because, like you were saying, the Nami is available, and they can actually pick away the Lulu. Felios Lulu is just fine into the Yunara. See what they do decide to do, though, is the Yunara will be locked in as G2 feel like the cards are in their hands once again in this champion select.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Yunara paired alongside Lulu is naturally a very scary bot lane to have.
It's scaly too.
It's also quite scaly, yeah. So G2 taking their time. I was kind of expecting the insta-lock, but this has definitely added a couple of gears to the cog of the thinker machine.
Gears to the cog.
Vedius's cogs are turning right now, for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm genuinely just thinking about the draft. The words are secondary to how my brain is thinking about how they pick.
The cogs and the gears in his brain are also having a little bit of a malfunction.
I mean, this series has malfunctioned me a little bit, I'm not going to lie.
I'm right there with you. I have full sympathy, don't you worry. Is the Shaco going to be at least hovered for a moment?
The thing is, Hans is not an Aphelios player. Of all the AD carries,
what about
I do
a Shaco player?
don't think he's that. So the Java are going to be
Jarvan.
locked in. Okay, so they're actually saving their AD carry pick for later by denying the Lulu. The question then becomes, do you just pick the Nami and pair it alongside the Yunara?
I guess you could theoretically do that. Duro might be looking for another option as well. He is a known Blitzcrank guy.
Yes, I was recommending Blitzcrank. I think Blitzcrank is so good to Lulu.
I do think that it's a massive confidence pick, though. And if you're down 0-2 in a series...
Well, Kevin Jinx, G2 Game 3. What the fuck? What is small PP? What the fuck?
That's all right. Nico is going to be the lock-in a little bit more of a... I guess
fuck you, Yari. I didn't even think you could do polls in Discord. What the fuck?
Locking away as the Ambessa Flex. I actually really like this as the option for Canyon or for Keen.
I would say most likely.
This is a big carry pick for...
Okay. So, Gen G, if you give Broken Blade Orn, maybe you ban... Who else do you ban for Broken Blade? Shen?
But the Aphelios Lulu is kind of the expected... when you're taking away the Lulu from the Yunara to break up the synergy. Aphelios starting with green.
Oh, they're gonna pick Shen, so you can't ban it! Oh my god!
This is one of his answers.
That's actually crazy!
Early on it struggles, but
Yo, dude, Dylan Falco's a
I
draft
think that they are
king,
very much
dude.
expecting this Ambessa to go top lane, but Gen G can be flexible.
Also, it gives
in my Discord, in LOL Esports. Okay, we have one vote for yes that I jinxed you to, and then we have 2 votes for small
PP.
PP.
Bottom lane really heavily for G2, and I would say Hans deserves that focus from this team.
Yeah, maybe he deserves even more. Maybe we put the Lulu in the mid lane and put a Yuumi in the bottom lane. Let's really go
Let's
all
get a Cillian in there as well somehow.
Yeah, and as the LCK representative, I'd absolutely love to see that. That's okay. The Nocturne going to be taken away from Canyon here, not going to be switching off the lights this time, and as well, Globals are so incredibly powerful. Still, the Aphelios does need to be banned, but
I'm
like you were saying,
happy about the Aphelios ban. I don't love Hans on Aphelios. He has had a fantastic fantastic tournament, don't get me wrong.
Does
but
ban?
Aphelios is just
What else
not
he
like,
ban?
Jinx is more of the type of champion that I prefer Hansama.
What about
the
the Jinx gets
carries.
banned and then he plays Cogmore?
Now, Cogmore, they used to play, I mean, with Mickey, he used to play Cogmore Brawl.
E better than NA, PRT better than Double Lift, buff Ivern.
Maybe.
I do really like Cogmore.
So, Betty, when G2 hovered the Aphelios, were they baiting by saying, oh, look.
I don't think so, but I like to think so.
That'd be an incredible next level hover.
They're like, oh, we're going to stomp you.
Dylan in draft is like, hover the Aphelios, guys. No, actually, I think we should go for the share. Oh, they banned it? Oh, no.
Shoot.
I guess we'll go for the other option.
Shucks. Dang.
Beautiful. Well, the Wukong going to be taken away from Canyon as they continue down the
Syndra
jungle
ban.
route. And there is the Syndra to be taken
They can
away
go
from
Jinx,
Caps.
they can go
What
Cogmore,
that means as
that
far
might
as
be a
what
little bit
Jovi wants to be
crazy.
picking up here, but first, G2 going to lock in their 80 carry.
Ezreal,
Ezreal
no.
makes me feel not so happy. Is Hansama being a bit of a Draven guy
That
in
would
the
make me
past?
happy.
That's very
I would
old
feel
school
happy.
for his Draven, but I feel like every time he
I'll
lets
go.
it in internationally, it doesn't go that well. The Draven would be cool though. It would be such a throwback to how Hansama
Unless your name is
originally made his name on the scene.
Doggo.
And
Oh,
there's
they do go Cogmore!
Nice kite, beautiful. And I kind of would have liked Jinx more, but still the Cogmore is going to be picked up, does have a lot of long range, and of course, the Hex Optics has been buffed. And like you say, yeah, bit of Juggernaut to come on through here for G2. What is the response from Gen G, though?
Yeah, with the extra Shen shield on top of Lulu shields, you could just stand there and spit on them. Just keep auto-attacking.
Absolutely.
Don't waste time walking around.
Ooh, here's the pivot that we talked about, though.
And this is the pick that I was expecting Keen to go towards a bit earlier on in this
Gwen
series as well.
versus
His Gwen is
Shen.
very, very good. Although, Gen G, just in general today, have not been all that great. So, see whether that is something
Chovy has a blind
Broken
pick
Blade
mid.
can capitalize on. As now to round out this draft, looking for Chovy's pick in the mid lane. Does have to be blind. See what it is going to be.
Because I feel like G2's probably thinking Azir. So
Yeah,
I was just thinking to
just an
myself, do
Azir.
you consider picking it away? The problem is, does this open up an Akali?
I think it might.
Do you want to
I
go
don't know if
Call
it makes
here?
sense in the context of the comp for G2.
No, if you're trying to play around.
Yeah, Syndra
one health, right?
this year
Because
was
you've got
what
two
I was
ninjas in the
thinking.
team.
Ah, shoot.
Yeah, you can't do that.
That sucks.
It's actually illegal. Obviously, they did take away that interaction, but it did used to exist.
I'm trying to think of like what other things you can pick into Azir, like with Ryze gone. Oh no, he slams it!
He just did it!
He actually slams it! I didn't think that it would make sense in the context of the comp. But the thing is, right, the thing that when you have to think about Akali is how much CC does the other team have? And there's really only Nico.
Damn.
Which shouldn't really be used as a peel tool to protect. Ideally, it's an attack.
Yeah,
right?
they're going after Kog'Maw with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
but
holy
also,
fuck.
Shen synergizes well with the Akali as a backline threat. Lulu can provide peel for both the Cogmore and the Jarvan. And even with all this backline dive, I feel like that there's a lot of peel. So, like, I do like what Gen G have drafted, even though G2 have drafted, even though Gen G do have decent answers.
Also, Akali does something very important here for the comp overall for mid-game too. Akali can play into Gwen really easily and into Azir. So you can play that into
What
both
is this
solo
tweet?
lanes. So I think it's a really actual good, super good 5-pick.
There are
not
people in
just for
EU
the
that become
trying to kill the
fans
Azir
of
in
LCK
lane,
teams
but-
that support their
And the
region. They
Western
can
one
never
is
experience real
absolutely
euphoria.
terrifying as well, considering the fact that there is a Shen on the map, you can always
I know
collapse
CL
if they
cares the best
decide that they
region.
wanna try
Oh,
and take down the
he one of my
Cogmore. I
babies.
think that
Pop
what G2 have put
45.
together is kind of beautiful.
Sheffield.
After that fifth pick was locked in.
My only concern is like damage. On the other side of Gen G, they basically have 4 damage dealers. So if one falls, they still have.
Dude,
that
I
threat.
love
If
how
Cogmore
like,
dies,
dude, there's so many people that
a
are saying
lot of your
Western
damage
team,
disappears.
Western
Shen
team,
doesn't
Western
have that
team.
same
It's
kind
a
of threat.
European
Jarvan is in the
team.
same position. So a lot of your eggs are in the Cogmore basket, because if Akali falls behind in the early game or doesn't have kill threat in the mid game, then like you're very reliant on Hansama to be your main DPS.
I will also say though that Gen G are not tanky, so base
Wow.
damages of
Dude,
the
it's
other
so
G2,
funny. Wow,
champions
Western
do
team,
go a
Western
long way.
team.
Oh man, this is so exciting jumping into game number 3 because for this whole series, it has looked like Gen
Guys,
G,
it's the
colossal
West
favorites for
versus
the entire
East.
tournament,
Come on, man.
can't do anything versus G2. G2 have just been methodical. They have been disciplined, and they have destroyed Gen G.
Oh,
in
yeah.
the first 2 games.
It's gonna have to be a big
Location.
turnaround, and I don't think the draft has necessarily given us a massive amount of confidence in Gen G either. I feel like they were just trying to answer what G2 were doing, not with a clear game plan of their own. And like you were saying, Vedius, there's not a whole lot of CC here to start fights. The engage options are kind of throw Duro in there and hope that he can hit as many people as possible with a Pop Blossom. I don't know whether that is necessarily going to be all that consistent. As otherwise, playing through side lanes certainly something that you could make happen. But live now, the Act 2 battle.
Coin Enjoyer, you want to look like Merwin? You starting to speak Spanish? See? Coin is fun, dude.
And let's just
they have as many North Americans as Lion.
Because I'm personally pretty okay with some more League of Legends today, outside of just 3 games.
Unfortunately, I have
especially in this position.
I have only cast 3-0 so far at this tournament, Atlas.
Well, there's always time for change.
Yeah, I'm open for it. But let's see, Jungler's pathing towards the bot side of the map, kind of been the story of the entire series. Mid lane, Chovy naturally has that prio just because he has a range advantage. Caps being forced to play safe with the Doran shield, has that decent amount of sustain to kind of weather the pressure that Chovy's going to be exerting. They're on the bot lane 2 versus 2.
Okay, Caps?
Did connect there as Caps doing a lot of damage to that 5-point strike. Chovy not even able to hit that auto as
Caps
the second one, and those Qs really starting to stack up.
Canadian, yeah, North American. Canada's part of North America.
That lane, but Caps finding the backflip.
So yeah, they have as many North Americans as a North American team.
Meanwhile, we get the tail end of the trade here where Keen went aggressive while his cannon was low, so he was able to push Broken Blade away.
And that's going to be used here as the heal comes out. Just defensively here from Duro.
They tried to use that level advantage just as they ticked over to 3. They tried to rush in, get a good chunk, but Duro quick on the finger with the heal, gets himself to safety. The bot crab now going to be the focus as Skewmon looks to grab that one for himself.
Broken Blade having a good time here on this top side of the map as well. Into Keen's Gwen.
Do you know if the Spirit's Refuge stops Gwen from building stacks, or does she have to...
It blocks the auto completely.
Yeah,
but
so
does it stop the stack generation?
I would think so.
Assuming so.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with the matchup to know, because it seems like in the early game,
it depends if it's on hit or on attack. Because if it's on attack,
could be.
You're still getting your attack off.
Hang on, let me check something real quick.
Because it basically just slows Gwen down in all of the early trades, right? Because her biggest strength is she's not reliant on the autos. She does rely on her Q and how quickly it stacks up when you're in the midst of these fights.
And sometimes it's a little weird which things are on attack or on hit are coded.
Well, Caps, you can see with the big minion wave to pick up as this one does crash forward, but looking a little worse for wear as far as that health bar is concerned. Skewmon on vision, but the backflip does connect onto Chovy.
You won't take it though, the minion wave's too big.
Yeah, and Chovy, full information of Skewmon there as well.
Exactly. All right, back into second full clears for both junglers then. Meanwhile, Caps is still fine, by the way. He still has his potion, so he's just trying to min-max here with his regeneration.
It was nothing. Never mind.
It's really common on Akali as well. You feel like that against.
Oh, the hoop with Twitter account? Oh yeah, it's golden.
Kill threat. There's always ways to play around it just because of the shroud. His sand soldiers become redundant. They can't hit you if they don't have a target. So Caps feels pretty safe in this lane. He's got his TP as well. He picks up that wave and he's going to go back to base. Now, normally you go for an early amp to him. Maybe you get boots early as well, just so it's easier to go for those trade patterns against the range that Azir has. The refillable is also super important just because you need that extra bit of sustain.
Yeah, they do.
You just buy,
thanks, Dirk. Dex.
Look,
Turkey.
I like that option. Big damage. Look for the burst. You're going to get to level 6, and Broken Blade taking a little bit of damage himself. But on the topic of boots, I think Boots investment for Kog'Maw is always really, really wise because you just want to play around your W cooldown for activation. You pop your W and go super aggressive and push them off the wave. And Hansam and Labrov have done a very good job early on. We're seeing a patient Skewmon hover around.
Yep, there's the backflip once again as Chovy could be in trouble. Shifts the sands and does get out of the way of the flag and drag. But that is going to mean Chovy going to have to go back one more time, and that CS lead that he has is dwindling.
Some mind games there from Skewmon. He did the EQ. It was clear that it wasn't going to hit, but he wanted to threaten the flash. And so Chovy kind of had to put into a position, are you going to play this game of chicken? Are you going to flash preemptively, worried that the Jarvan's going to knock you up? Or are you going to stand your ground? But Chovy, he's steadfast, and he doesn't respond, so no flashes end up being traded.
Yeah, I like that because, you know, even if a Jarvan does flash his EQ at you, it doesn't come with the damage. You know, it just gives you the knockup, and you don't actually get the E and the Q damage there. So Chovy's like, all right, fine, do it if you want.
Yeah. Skewmon now does find some vision here as Emperor's
does Caps come with Sudoku?
Caps, unable to actually quite get the damage.
I have the Hansam, he's playing really well.
Trouble, and Chovy doesn't have that ulti to help out in this skirmish.
Caps also hesitant to commit his ultimate. He realized how much mobility Canyon has and how close he is to the tower. So
this is a good fight for G2.
Caps very low.
Got a crab.
Fighting for the
level 6.
Level 6 acquired. They've got the scuttle.
You got a girlfriend? Is that even a buff? I thought that was a debuff.
This is G2 territory around that dragon. We've won and lost many games in the LCS around the dragon scuttle crab for level 6 for junglers, and around the world as well.
It's an epidemic in the LCK as well. Don't you worry, Kobe. This is all around the world. Barrier going to need to be used there from Ruler.
Hell
now
no.
Canyon in a bit of
Damn,
trouble
maybe
here.
my yellow fever will help me out.
The Cataclysm does come out, gets the flash, and Canyon just has to get out of
Flash
it.
doesn't follow up.
Canyon.
Oh, Caps!
I thought so. I mean, Caps, he saw it. He was pushing it. He was like, there's no way this man is getting away completely scot-free for doing this. He's got the R2. I don't think he's going to get much off the back of it, but an Akali getting first blood, great start for G2.
Yeah, I have it.
So classic. And G2 are like, no way, buddy. None of your little
dude, does that mean if I get an Asian girlfriend, dude, I'd actually pop off too?
Slap him down. Skumon immediately turns on him, doesn't let the dragon get any lower, and they put a stop to that.
That's why I'm such a good jungler, because I have a Polish girlfriend.
True. The last 2 games already out to
makes sense, dude.
Over a 500 gold lead here, quite early into the
so
game.
What? I want a
G2.
Danish girlfriend if I want to be a good mid laner.
That one is still very, very even, but the advantages that G2 have been building have just been so consistent throughout this series.
And the craziest thing about this series is the way that it looks, right? It's not even all the results, but it looks like Gen G are panicking at every moment, and they feel so much pressure to do something. They're like, guess I gotta go try and smite field.
I guess if it's China, you want then you get AD carry.
Pressed and pressured. Because
I don't know
G2 have been
support.
So well.
Support's hard.
I just looked at the. So I am a big Akali enthusiast, if you hadn't guessed.
Support would probably be Korea. It would also probably be Korea.
Perfect items. Just absolutely perfect.
Perfect.
Nah, it's so good as an Akali. You'll come back with boots. You have the refillable. You've got the Fiendish Codex, getting that extra bit of haste as well. And now you should feel. Oh my god!
And fun fact, gentlemen.
Yeah, it'd probably have to be Korea.
This is the exact matchup that Chovy was.
I'm just trying not to do all 5 positions Korea. That's all.
That has happened earlier on.
The LCS mid laner Vikla that Vedius term.
Again, I didn't.
You said that.
The words. We won't get into this. We'll discuss this later.
He did play in the LCS.
Thank you. Yes, that was my point.
We can give him
broken blades. Interesting. So our stats person, by the way, Vedius.
Yeah. You have a stat for us.
The LCS stat person.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
When he heard the talk about Han's history and wanting to like jump in and get on this G2 win for us, he was like, Kobe, did you know Han Sama's win rate before going to the LCS was 51.7? In the LCS, it went up to 64.6%, and then post LCS, after returning to LEC, 65.6. Like he's basically implying that we made him better.
He wouldn't be here without the LCS.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. And you know what?
Was his win rate that low before LCS?
Our stats person is, and so I do think that we should give it some consideration.
I see. Okay. Yeah, we'll take it.
It's just a free pass, is it, Kobe?
I'm surprised, dude. They never won anything in the LCS, or he never won anything in LCS.
Just considering it after going on
Kevin, you would most likely get Japanese girlfriend.
Well, listen, this is a win for the West if they can close it out. But let's
no buff, this is debuff. I cure yellow fever, but I get a debuff.
For a reason, and they're definitely not out of this game by any means. There's only a 400 gold.
Top lane wouldn't be too bad. My Cassandra game would go up, right? Just every other position would just be like non-existent. What's a jungler? Dude, doing the national team for Japan was so difficult. It's like, what the fuck?
They want to try and take down this Akali, but he just gets.
It's like, okay, well, Evie, Marvel, and then I was like, shit, there's some mid laners? Like, Ramen not even on the list.
Wanted to throw the ulti down.
I was like, who the fuck should I put for support?
Chovy maybe have been a little closer, a little bit faster. Maybe there's a wall, but
jungle, I put Hiroki because I couldn't think of anyone else.
Rocket belt going to be secured. Personally, a big fan of the Gunblade, but I understand having that extra mobility in the earlier spike is also something I like to see. Ulti?
Yeah, Kane does get into his miss.
Does King dive like this?
Able to pile in there as well. The needlework trying to keep him alive. It's, can he find the snip as Caps comes over and he's going to help lock down this.
I don't know if that channel was worth.
Took 3, but Kane still goes down.
I swear, it just looks so one-sided. This whole series. I mean, you got your Gwen walking up there, uses the skip and slash really early on.
He's just trying to get a ward, right? He just wanted a bit of deep vision, thought he was safe to do so, and then Chovy goes back to base, so it's easy for the roam to Caps. Caps probably wasn't really necessary there, and it looked close because you got to remember that Shen doesn't really have an ult in a skirmish like that, but he did end up committing it, keeps his Jarvan alive. Skewmon then ends up picking up the kill.
Yeah, it's not a safe, you know, timer though to kind of go for it. And
would you say that they didn't identify the tempo markers?
Atlas.
So I wouldn't, but I know that you and Jat both would for sure.
I'd get one for Sona.
Yeah, he was.
Some of it did feel like rage bait. And I
mainly for you,
I was
mainly
successfully
for you.
baited. That's,
let's have a look at the Coinbase Gold Grind though. Caps versus Chovy looking quite good for the Akali when you're supposed to have a little bit of a rough time. Pre-6, he didn't, and he's able to put himself together about a 500 gold lead. Drake is going to spawn here. Second of the game will be an Infernal. Gen G do want to try and contest this.
One important thing out of that skirmish on top side, Shen ult was used, so at least G2 don't have that.
Well, they do have Caps moving over first. Chovy going to have to come in a little bit late. Does have the
Chovy's looking, or Caps is there for a flank.
Caps does have the
Duro
well.
just hits Lulu. Duro dies instantly though, so it's still 3v3. Caps in there. Dude, they can't. Dude, I think G2 win 3-0. I think G2's about to win 3-0.
It's a 1-for-1, but getting the objective was the main thing.
Yeah, nice reactions there from G2. They
what
know
the
Duro
fuck?
In, and he does get in, but it's only to kill Labrov 1-for-1 with the supports. Both Caps and Hans investing their flashes here. Waited, and you know Labrov just takes the death and says, "Okay, fine, it'll be 1-for-1. We still get the dragon."
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was the fact that Hans and Caps invested their flash to make that play.
Yeah.
Caps was in a bit of an awkward spot. He wanted to create a flank, but he was marked. Caps now going in.
Yeah, Chovy tagged once again with the back foot. The flash
Caps
to try and deliver him a turret shot. Chovy wants to try and get some autos through, but he's still looking worse for wear. And every move Caps makes, I swear, I'm terrified for Gen G.
I mean, yeah, he's close to that level 11 as well. It's a really nice spike for Akali, getting that second point in your ult.
Oh,
the cooldown
esports?
reduced quite a lot along with the damage. But again, keep your eyes on the positioning of Caps here. He knows that he has to flash over the wall. Duro only
That's
connects
kinda
to the
cool.
support, and as Kobe was saying, it ends up just being a trade of supports. Caps wants to fish for more. He recognizes it, and Chovy has to commit that ultimate to protect him. Uses the R2 to get over the wall, but then he doesn't have anything left to keep the chase going. You can see that when these skirmishes, like, that felt very one-sided, even though it was a 1-for-1.
Right now, G2 with just over 1,000 gold in the lead. Ruler going to be moving towards his top side of the map, trying to get as much money as he can. Wanted to put together his cull. Only a stack or two to go, so there is the cash in. That is going to even out the gold just a little bit there. And this time around, Ruler is not extraordinarily far behind, which has been the case in the last couple of games. Might be something that Gen G can play around. I'm still a little bit worried about the fact that there is an Akali in this game, and she is pretty good at assassinating any chosen target, especially.
I wonder if they're worried about G2, or do they still think like, but at least it's not Gen G. But they're probably now thinking like, oh my god, this might be actually winnable.
Didn't talk a huge amount about, but I think could be massive, is the polymorph from
Like, I'm pretty sure going into the tour, they're like, oh shit, dude. Hopefully get second place.
Where, like, a Gnar goes in, gets ready for the big ult.
But now it's like, dude, we could actually win.
Thinking about this Gwen, the possibility.
Gen G's not looking good.
Maybe even Duro.
Fucking like.
Of course, if he gets polymorphed, then he's already ulted.
I mean, if G2 wins, it's like, dude,
that's
G2.
You'd be flaming Labrov then.
Yeah, I probably would be.
Because I think your point about the melee carries is really good. Use it on them.
So we'll see if he can have that type of impact as we get closer and closer to these big fights. Herald going to be spawning relatively soon, along with the Dragon, which is 2 minutes away. Right now, both teams prioritizing, just getting that farm down, contesting for vision. Nice ward coverage overall from Gen G. Yeah. Skewmon feeling very confident to walk into Gen G's half of the map.
Duro is going to have to give away that it is himself and not Ruler that was caught out. Does throw down the snare, but that does stop the Jarvan from doing too much. We'll find him once again as Duro taking a lot of damage. Cataclysm comes down, holds him down with the blossom, but I have a feeling he's still dead.
Oh my god, dude.
Last auto attack is going to do it, and now with Labrov, so much shield.
Oh, the shit gets interrupted? Chovy dies though.
Chovy in trouble as Broken Blade just kills
Oh my god, it's a 3-0.
What was that? How did that happen?
BB just won 2 fights at the same time. He shadowed the Jarvan, and then he just kills Chovy.
I was watching the minimap because I could see like both top lane, well, Chovy and Broken Blade knew what was happening. Broken Blade was ready to ult in, but Chovy saw it, and so he went underneath the tower to interrupt him. But by going underneath the tower, I have to assume Broken Blade taunted him, giving him a health advantage and winning out the fight. That would be my assumption, but G2 with a massive swinging gold, getting the Herald as well. I mean, they've just taken firm control of the game.
Yeah, another game where it looks like Gen G the colossal underdogs here versus G2, the new tournament favorites. We'll have to deal with the BLG type of stuff.
Caps. Ooh, doesn't quite find the backflip here.
I don't know who the fuck is winning on like Gen G side.
Slurkle slows down Hansama momentarily, and Hansama just stands his ground.
I don't know, Chovy's not doing shit.
Living artillery comes on through. Thankfully, Duro
Dude,
is able to
Hansama's
hit
playing
the
so
snare,
well.
and Hans is still looking for an option. The dash has to be used from Ruler. Oh my goodness.
Right,
G2 are just winning everywhere.
So Broken Blade is looking at his mini-map. Yeah, ults underneath, gets hit by the tower shot. He flashes, taunts. He just straight up kills him. That's crazy.
The Q autos just do so much with Titanic Hydra. It is ridiculous. And Chovy...
Qmon has him playing really, really well.
I don't even think he needed to interrupt the ulti either. He probably should have just let him go and taken the turret.
Yes, I agree. Because as Kobe said, they already get the kills in the jungle anyway. He would have been left and it would have opened up the tower. Instead,
I mean, Qmon gapped Raptor 3 games in a row.
And Titanic Hydra
now he's gapping Kenny 3 games in a row.
Auto attack resets. And then once Broken Blade gets his Dusk and Dawn.
Oh my god, like what is this Chovy? Ugh.
All right, well, there's a flag and drag onto Ruler. Takes half of his health bar as Skewmon dives on top of him.
Also, King fucking Vayne games.
Crazy. This is crazy to watch, Vedius.
Like, this is what Gen G does to teams.
Like, I don't know who's playing well on Gen G, dude. I feel like everyone's playing so bad. It's crazy.
It's certainly being adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, it was exciting when KC managed to make it to the finals of First Stand. A lot of EU got incredibly excited that like there was another team that could compete internationally, but then when they went up against HLE, reality hit us hard, right? So the fact that we met Gen G now in the semifinals, everyone's expectation naturally shifts to, well, there's not much that we're going to be able to do. We had a good run, at least we made the top 4. So for them to be having a performance like this, I mean, I can feel the hope returning for Europe.
Yeah.
It really feels revitalized. Even if Gen G make this reverse sweep, the hope is there.
Yeah, I don't think it matters what happens from this point out. I think G2 have been absolutely phenomenal as Keen will be able to escape, but does have to use the needlework on his way out. Holds onto the flash, which is important.
I mean, I think it was smart to pick Broken Blade top laner first 3.
You were talking already
because I was thinking like that, they should just start banning top.
So well into any side lane option.
Yeah.
And so Caps is just going to be such a problem later on in the game. Not to mention the fact that they lack the CC to deal with him. Like, Akali was just a masterstroke.
And not to mention, when I was talking about the side lanes and Akali being great and going into either one, I didn't even give the respect to Broken Blade. Who can just Broken Blade can just dump on them too. Like, it's crazy. When he gets Dusk and Dawn completed, Vedius, the burst image is so crazy with the double activation. You Q early to get the stacks, and then the cooldown starts ticking, and then you can go for your big flash play, your Dusk and Dawn, and your reset with your Titanic Hydra.
And then you just battle punch.
There you go, Yari.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Because that's for the dancing on them.
Absolutely.
Afterwards.
Yeah,
You know,
he's playing. He's putting his Bard cosplay on.
But holy, it is really crazy how the giant narrative shift that will occur because of this series. And yeah, BLG did do some nasty things to you, but you can figure that out later.
LPL and finals is the conversation we need to have later.
Yeah,
Now, let's just live in the highlights.
Yeah. Crossing bridges when we come to them. That's what we want to be doing here today.
Dude, I don't know what to say, man. Look, they're taking all the objectives.
That in this series,
JDG hasn't taken anything.
It's so slow to.
They're legit just running it the fuck down.
Game 2, I think, was their quickest one, but in games 1 and game 3, 3 towers have fallen, 0 for the side of Gen G.
Man.
I don't even think they can play silent.
Point as well. So it's Cloud Soul coming up in 3 minutes time. And Gen G just haven't been able to do anything on this map at all. Caps now on this side lane, looking for some shurikens, things like that.
Could have had an MSI 2019 VP of IG of Lion 1. Unfortunately, NA died years ago.
I wonder when the next fight
Less than
is going to
pepperonis.
occur. The Baron has just spawned. I don't think doing the Baron on spawn is really what we're looking for, outside of the fact that there is a Kog'Maw who does shred through the Baron extraordinarily quickly. And yeah, that lane economy snapshot is not looking great for Gen G.
I expected that I was going to have to be up here, like, hugging Vedius halfway through this series, but I actually have to comfort you.
I'm going to need a hug, Kobe.
What in the heck?
Do I even deserve it, though? I mean, the LCK has been relatively strong over the years. This is just completely uncharted territory.
Honestly, it honestly feels like the fans don't know what to do either. They're like,
I don't know what to do. I'm still kind of waiting.
They're like, whoa, what's happening? What are we watching right now?
TBLO replaced NA.
A 3K
Hoggers.
21 minutes in.
Nice.
Caps has the E. Get back to his shroud. Gets a big chunk of gold on this bot tower. And they're just keeping the pressure up. A minute 45 until the next dragon.
Oh, it took order a while.
And Gen G gonna have to try and find themselves a team fight that they're gonna have to miraculously
Dude,
win.
Team Brazil would beat Team USA.
Nothing has really happened for the last feels like.
I think if that
minutes.
happens, I think NA fans will act
There are
like
so
cry.
many options as far as escape from Pop Blossoms here are concerned. As King
DSW equals
fighting against
BFX
Caps
is
does
true.
have to, skip out of the way there.
That's
And
true.
Caps is still just as deadly as ever. Roll underneath this turret.
Yeah, no wonder we didn't win. Dude, Secret Wales would have done so much better if he didn't have to play against like the best teams ever.
Here. Caps finds it with the Shuriken backflip and will just finish off
Dude, I mean, this game kind of feels over. Like, usually I'm just like, oh, GG could always throw, but like, dude, Gen G looks like they're so fucking done, dude.
What else is there to say? Like,
I don't know.
I am flabbergasted. I'm genuinely so shocked at how clean G2 is looking right now. They are riding this wave of confidence. And I mean, we've seen Gen G collapse at the World Championship. But it felt like that MSI, other internationals, the expectation was that they were stalwart, they were resilient, they couldn't be broken, they couldn't find fault.
God
but here in this
damn.
tournament, again, they maintained
You
that.
slept in? Why would you sleep in, Chewy?
Chewy?
What the fuck?
And then G2 showing up.
What is
and now
wrong
it
with
feels
you
like that
people?
We're seeing that version of Gen G where like they
Do
have
not
no
see
options. They're not
EU's
making any
winning.
plays on the map. They're not really contesting
The
anything.
West
G2 just
is
taking
winning.
everything and more.
I'm part West.
To not lose, and they're failing at that.
I'm
I didn't hear
winning.
this narrative, you know, going into it with
Ruler.
European. Wait.
Oh dear. The ruler position has now happened.
Wow,
Moving on to
Ruler's
him.
like all
Almost
this
just
health.
straight up kills him, but he does keep himself alive. Oh, another one coming on through there is level 13 on Hansama. The range on that ulti is pretty high, but this is just Cloud
Dude,
Soul.
Yari, you didn't even mention fucking Isles,
And
dude.
Gen G
What the
just
fuck?
realize they have to go and try and make some more money elsewhere on the map. I just don't know whether they're ever going to be ready to go for a team fight into this G2 composition, which even in a 5v5 is going to look absolutely
Dude, they have
amazing.
Cloud Drake,
So there is
or Cloud
your
Soul.
priceless moment of the game. And yeah, good luck running away from anyone. Thankfully, there is some mist, so the Gwen is still immune. It's maybe not
worth
immune
mentioning.
to a 3-0 by G2.
It's funny because I mean, like, they're Berserker and Isles are like the best part of lying into JDG.
Like, I'm the one, and so I'm like, in my head,
I've had some practice. I had it yesterday as well. So
EU's
I was
number
ready
one
for
region.
this.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
like, okay, don't sound too sad. Wait, we're winning?
My brain is prepared to be like, it's okay, it's game 2. We had a good fight in game 1 and game 2, it's all good.
How about we glaze Broken Blade a little more? You know what?
I think we can do that.
I would say Broken Blade, he has played this role for G2 so insanely well throughout their run. And Scumon's actually
Yeah, when they stopped campaigning for Broken Blade, they started winning.
Yeah, finds a knock up onto Canyon, who immediately has
Oh!
to flash away. The
Huge
Cataclysm's
ult!
gigantic. Pop Blossom
Wait,
sees him this time around, though,
it
and
pushed,
Ruler is
keeps him in the
free
pit!
still. They
Dude, that
lose
fucking Pop Blossom, fuck
They
them!
do get onto the Cogmore, though, and manage to take him down, but it's a double for Caps. He is just obliterating Gen G right now, as King will finally turn
Dude, like
up.
the Zero ult was supposed to push them away, but the Nico ult kept them in.
As maybe they're going to look to turn it. There is the taunt onto King.
Oh, he misses. Oh, he misses.
Into the mist he goes.
Oh, he's missing everything.
The Gwen, but still they're
Oh
trying to
my
hold him
god,
at
the
arm's length. Another taunt, another snip, and a polymorph.
huge polymorph. Oh, now he's
King
fucked.
will be able to survive as Scuon making his way back once again, and Keen, I don't think he can do this by himself. The Shuriken back comes through, and yes,
run,
he is
motherfucker,
just gonna have
run!
to try and escape, and I don't think this Jarvan is going to let him. Scuon will shut down the Gwen, but I don't know whether Gen G are going to lose too much more.
What
Four
the
members fall.
fuck?
They take out Hansama, but what does it cost them? G2 in such a commanding position. The Baron is alive. Canyon is up in 7 seconds. The question is, can he get here in time?
Oh wait, yeah, never mind. All of G2 just moving over towards this Baron. 25 minutes into the game, Chovy is alive. But I do not
But for how
think
long?
they're
How's his
going,
ulti's
yeah,
back up?
exactly. If he tries to defend this, I imagine probably just going to be falling down. And so, with Canyon not here, that is very easy smite. And down will go the Baron one more time. G2 just cannot be stopped today.
as we're about to talk about Broken Blade, you know, Scumon's like, great, Broken Blade, ult on me. He goes for the EQ first, then he gets him to dissipate, then Cataclysm in to get all these summoner spells out. It makes it easy for them to kill backline. Chovy's dead, then they chase Ruler, they force Ruler to dive him under turret as well. And then even
this
though
is actually crazy,
on
dude.
Gwen, they can dance around him and wait until the other two. Look at that mini-map chase where Scumond is going to try and chase down Canyon, and the rest of G2 on your screen here are dancing around the Gwen. They're like, okay, actually, the scissors are sharp. Let's call Scumond back. He's killed off
dude.
Ambessa. Get him over here, and then he'll be able to finish the job.
And I mean, hey, like, really maximizing the Cogmore passive too. You know, getting the maximum.
That's true. If you don't die on Cogmore, you are not doing it right.
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah. What?
Yeah. We are in unprecedented times. Western upsets against the East.
It's 11-2. This is a shellacking.
Western upsets? What are they talking about? You mean EU upsets?
Where G2 got the 3-0 versus Gen G. A very different G2 and a very different Gen G. Back then, G2 was considered like one of the top 4 in the world, a tournament contender.
What happened to off-season? What do you mean off-season?
The roles are very much reversed coming into
What happened like in one day?
It is G2 that is, I mean, defying
Gen G didn't play for like 1 day or something like that? 2 days? Like 10 times worse? They're getting fucking dicked on, dude.
Lock them down once again, down to 50% health, but just walks his way out. And Gen G just trying their very best to stop this boat from leaking.
Scumond is too good, dude.
Right now.
Scumond is better than Inspired.
G2
holy shit.
Running, and with the fact that Hansama can just press W and very safely obliterate these turrets, he all of a sudden has 3 items completed. It's Cogmore. Even though last time he did get executed, it didn't matter. They have enough backup damage. And Canyon dancing around with Scumond here momentarily, but they do need to do what they can to try and stop these turrets from just exploding on them. And there it is. On the bottom side of the map, I mean, the 4-1 is just not something that Gen G can contend with. Saw Keen there. I was talking about this guy's Gwen as being the most terrifying thing that he could have gone with. When I saw it locked in, I was afraid for G2 as Canyon misses the ulti. Broken Blade does the walk strategy and gets him out of the way. And as that happens, G2 take down the top inhibitor turret as well. I mean, this is just so much pressure.
Another 3-0 boring tournament. Yeah, dude. This is so boring, dude. We're getting another 3-0. Man. I said 3-0 at the start of the day, dude.
From beginning to end.
Feels bad, man.
And the end is pretty close.
I'm seeing it. I am seeing
dude, this
it
is my weekend. I can stay up or go to sleep late.
Last-ditch effort from Gen G. But even then, it was not enough to even nearly approach a comeback.
But Gen G, I mean, the thing that surprises me the most is that they're not going to go out with a roar. They're going to go out with a whimper. Like, I feel like that we've seen nothing from them in this game 3.
Yeah.
2 kills to their name. G2 has been nothing but proactive on the map. They've punished every play that Gen G have tried to make. I mean, right now, that's kind of their best bet, right?
Yeah.
The other is spawning in 10 seconds. Let's see if they can steal this one away.
Oh, dude, can even...
Now moving on down.
I don't know if they can even elder flip, dude.
Here, but they need to get everyone over there. Chovy a little bit late on that one. Goldgraph is going out of the picture with how large it is, as Canyon has started this one up.
That was actually the graph of EU Hopium. It's actually just...
It is off the charts right now.
EU Hopium.
Pretty justified in this one as well. That's all right. Let's see whether Gen G can find themselves a miracle as Caps. Great flank angle.
Well, what does that make DFX though?
Just waiting off to the side once again. That's
okay. Joe goes hard on Hansama, but doesn't matter.
Dancing in his shroud, and Chovy
no one could follow up, dude. I think he went way too deep. It's actually crazy.
To take down the LCK first seed, they're gonna march up the bottom lane and complete back.
I'm actually speechless, dude. Holy fuck.
Over the LCK to get a date in the final.
It has been 2,323 days since G2 has made it to an international final, but finally they will return to that stage as they slaughter Gen G.
Where did Gen G go this tournament?
Home.
Wow, yeah, I guess that's a good point.
That's where they're going now.
Maybe they just went home a little bit earlier than they needed to.
The thing for me is, like, I was expecting it to be hard fought. I was expecting it to be if they were going to make it happen, it was going to be a bloodbath, but it wasn't a convincing.
Holy fuck, dude. Brazilian crowd OP, dude. Caps is still waving to the Brazilian crowd, dude.
Can I talk my shit again, guys? What is this?
Talk my shit, damn.
3-0 against Genji. 3-0 against the favorites of the tournament. 3-0 against a team that no one had the answer against so far. What the hell happened, guys?
This feels like a dream. It really does.
Damn.
I haven't woken up just yet, Locks.
I don't think Genji woke up yet.
They were missing one thing on the checklist here. Obviously, they didn't show up.
They didn't wake up.
They didn't wake up.
But G2, I mean, the level of play, the consistency, to get a 3-0, we've seen big upsets, but a 3-0 is so decisive, such a statement.
Come on, keep it coming. Keep it coming.
And like, I'll just keep.
Dude, I'm
because,
actually at a loss for words, dude. What
this
the
level
fuck
of
did I
dominance
just
in
watch?
this series to happen, it's a team-wide effort.
Yeah.
Caps his best series so far of the tournament. And you look towards bot lane, Hansama and
In a
LeBron,
group against Group
especially
B?
a
Group
king.
A would be 4-0?
Like, Broken Blade looked great. He had to endure the Vayne top as a Cassante. And he made it happen. This team, get out of the way, brother. Let's see that difference. The
Holy
goal was
shit.
amazing for this team. G2 looked like a different brand. Looked like 2019 again.
Absolute cinema. This is what peak euphoria is about, and it comes from
What the
G2
fuck?
once again. I want to ask you guys though, Ox,
Check
what
X.
the hell happened to Genji today? What was this? What was this? Okay, you're speechless. Like the
I
team,
don't
it's
have an
fine.
answer.
We'll take it. Don't have an answer. You know what I have the answer to?
What?
The fact that your prediction sucks, guys. Prediction, can we pull my prediction again?
Let's
Please,
turn
what
away.
I said at the
Let's turn
beginning
away.
of
We
the
don't need
day.
to see this. We don't need to
Because
see
no
this.
one believed in me, and I had it right. Anything, yeah, don't even look at it, guys. I would even leave the stage if I were you.
Hey, we got the score right.
Actually, you know what, producers? It's on them. It's their fault. I said G2. The logo was just put in incorrectly.
Yeah.
That's like, what the fuck? I'd be like,
but honestly, this is just, it's one of those moments where you just have to sit down and just celebrate the moment. It's a ridiculous moment. And the tournament goes by so quickly. So like, this was just like, we didn't even have a chance to celebrate the Fear X success. Like they beat Fear X. And then the next day,
smashed them.
Yeah, destroyed them. And the next
dude,
day,
I don't even know
they
like,
elbow dropped
what the fuck people would say, dude.
The next opponent.
Estou aqui com o Caps da G2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Para vocês saberem de toda essa história, a última vez que a G2 ganhou uma MD5 foi lá em 2020 da JDG. 2020. E o único cara que estava nesse elenco aqui era o Caps. Então, poxa, eu quero saber como é que ele está se sentindo depois de quase 6 anos ganhar dos caras de novo, né? So the last time you guys beat JDG in a BO5 was back in 2020. And
It's been a while.
2020, okay.
That roster that is still here. So what does it feel like to knocking them again?
I mean, it feels great. It feels great. I think both last 2 days have just been amazing. We finally showing up on stage. I think we had some tough moments before, but it means that like all the lessons we got from last Worlds, all the times they beat us at MSI, like we're actually learning from it and we are improving and we're finally showing it as well.
Ele falou que nos últimos dias foi maravilhoso, né? Nos últimos 2 dias aqui foi maravilhoso, que ele aprendeu muito dessas outras vezes que eles se enfrentaram e que agora finalmente eles levaram a essa. But you guys had a rough time in the LEC, and you came here. You won from Genji and also from Fear X. So what did you guys change? I mean, how did you prepare to show up like this here?
I mean, I think it's definitely all the small moments, you know. I think the team fights, the how we play before, in between Drakes, like just all our team play, because I think our team play was lagging compared to the LPL and LCK. And I think against BLG, it was a big shame because we didn't show all the things that we've been working on in the LEC. But I'm just super happy that we got to actually show it these last 2 days. And especially with the KC making finals last year in the first stand, we also want to make the finals, you know.
Eu perguntei para ele, gente, sobre, pô, eles não tiveram, principalmente na fase regular, eles não tiveram um momento tão bom na LEC, né? Então, como é que estar aqui? Como é que eles se prepararam para isso? Ele falou que, principalmente nas lutas, tá junto em equipe também, fez toda a diferença para eles conseguirem bater os caras, não só a Fear X, como a JDG também, e que, lembrando que no ano passado foi algo que ele citou também, que a Carmine estava nessa final também, né? Então agora eu quero saber quem ele acha que ele vai enfrentar nessa final. So who do you think you're facing tomorrow? BLG or JDG?
I mean, I think we will face BLG. They won the LPL final, and I think they were very strong when they played us last time. And it would be awesome to get some revenge against them.
Ele falou que acha que vai dar a BLG aqui. Que eles têm uma teamfight muito forte. Ele acha que vai enfrentar a BLG. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations.
Where's the red thread, dude?
É isso, gente. Estamos vendo a história. Aqui teremos G2.
1,500 comments? Holy shit, dude.
Caps obviously very happy with this one.
Dude, look at this.
Broken Blade and Skimon, of course, happy about
1,656 comments. Holy
shit.
shit.
Horizon post-game interview here. Skimon, first things first. Congratulations.
Listen, NA, you suck. True. Oh, Kiara, you suck. That's why when Kiara is NA pressing, seeing both of you get shit on.
The Nexus, the last Nexus, knowing that you just took down Gen
Not
G,
even
the favorites
NA
of the tournament 3-0. What crossed your mind?
I mean, obviously, just a lot of happiness. BB was telling us to calm down. I was telling him, please shut up. We just won against Gen G. We just won against Gen G. Let's enjoy the moments. And yeah, obviously a lot of happiness. And yeah, really happy to have qualified for finals as well.
Something that I think I'm always
This is Kiara versus Kiara? True.
The first time you faced off against Canyon at MSI last World, it didn't go well at all. You got absolutely obliterated. Today you had his number, man. Like, there was no jungle for him. How does it feel for you to not only take down Gen G, but obliterate Canyon like this?
I mean, it feels amazing, right? But I just want to say that it's obviously like a team game. And like, without my teammates, I don't think we would have been able to like actually bounce back from like all the challenges we had in the past. So big shout out to all of my teammates, my staff, and yeah.
Gen G Golden Road.
And that's what we did. G2 is a 5-man team right now. They all showed up today. It's absolutely amazing.
And just like the short turnaround, you guys just took down FearX in a very quick fashion. To be able to come into today and do it the same, how do you keep focus? What are you guys talking about like coming into today to like keep the momentum going?
Zero imports, 6-0 LCK. That's crazy,
looking at our opponents, like their tendencies both like in draft and like in the game, and just looking to like get into their heads.
Meanwhile, look at over here, importing a top lane. That was a good LCK.
So we can get an advantage from it.
Holy shit, dude. Fuck, NA's is getting played now, dude. What the fuck?
And yeah, I mean, just obviously like don't.
Skimon's without doubt the best player in the world right now. I actually agree with that. I mean, I don't know about the world, but
yeah, I kind of want to ask about.
I think Skimon's playing so good, dude.
Matches against big
Like
opponents.
Skimon this split, I thought was really good.
Nameplates off. Do you think that's
like he improved so much from last year?
Okay, they're a strong team, but we
the first two splits, Skimon was pretty bad.
I mean, yeah, I mean.
Third split, I feel like he came online.
But yeah, as I mentioned before, like it's just like 5 champions against 5 champions, so we just need to think more about like how we want to play our draft and how do we approach like early game team fights, etc. And just like don't over-respect because we are playing against X player on this champion.
Yeah, I think Sunforce is improving. I mean, because Skimon last year was a rookie, right? And
you've had such an insane
road.
Oh
shit, dude! Hang on, I need to write that down.
The game, it's going to you. So like, the moment you walked into this room, the crowd was chanting MVP. So just like, how does that feel for you personally to know that your impact is really being felt?
I mean, just feels amazing, right? And I just want to keep recreating these performances, whether like it is on international or like
crazy, dude.
In Europe.
Dude, imagine if you're like, oh, dude, Skimon sucks, split 1 and 2, let's kick him. Oh, they lost to FlyQuest at MSI, let's kick him.
From the rookie you were last year when you
like, look at him now, dude. Look at him now, he's better than Inspired.
And for the past month, actually, for the past month you're here with G2, what is the biggest improvement for you, Skimon?
I think just like being decisive and like honest with myself and the others, like in the comms. If something, if there's like an objective that we cannot fight because it looks like very suspicious, we just need to like don't go for it, right? Just like stay true to ourselves and just like really being decisive on like what I'm looking to do when I'm ganking, when I want to farm, and yeah, just bringing a lot of like transparency to my teammates.
You go for it, actually.
So I was actually wondering, because we were having a discussion about this, is this the greatest upset of all time? What is your opinion a little bit? We have some examples of some other upsets. Another one from G2 as well, actually, so we can get those up. And you know, we have this matchup, which was G2 against RNG, Worlds 2018. And obviously yours, that you just got down there. So how do you think the matchups sort of rank up against each other?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Fuck,
not sure
I
for
lost
like,
track what the
in,
fuck
like,
I was gonna do.
Europe history for G2. I don't think I remember like
I can't
the
believe it.
RNG, best of 5, but I think they came out from like winning MSI. So it was,
I
like,
mean,
a really
I
good
never
match.
would have predicted
so, like,
this, dude.
I do believe winning 3-0 is like kinda
it's
some,
big,
it shows
yeah.
some aura, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know, right? I hope that in the future people will remember this series as like, yeah, one of the best one in Europe.
And also, how does it feel? Because there was that old G2 roster, you know, which Caps was obviously on, but everyone looked at them getting those big upsets and the MSI win. And this feels
Dude,
like the
I
new
mean,
generation
EU is
now
just
also
different.
starting to make that legacy for themselves. How does that feel?
G2's
yeah,
OP.
I mean, it's amazing. I think people
Hey, BO1's helped them be better.
will
Maybe
start to finally,
every
put
should do
some respect
BO1s.
in, like, in our like roster.
Damn.
And actually believe that we can do some stuff in international. And yeah, I just hope that we'll keep like proving the haters wrong, I guess. And it starts with like tomorrow.
It starts with tomorrow. It starts with, I'm not going to say it, not with success.
No,
It starts with
not
illusion.
yet.
We said it. You're the player of the game. You're the Oppo player of the series. He's here as well. So
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, I think we can say one more time. What is your resolution for tomorrow? For the last series you're gonna have. Obviously, you have the momentum, beating BFX, beating Genji 3-0 now. But how do you keep this performance?
dude,
going
you have
against
extra,
LPL
like,
and potentially
what's it
the team
called?
That you faced off against
Prep
already?
time.
I think, yeah, just like not really thinking about the stakes of
Dude.
our game because like
Actually,
yeah, when I
that's
think about it
fucking
right now,
gold,
I'm going to
dude.
play an
All I
international
want to
tournament,
know
which is,
is
like,
why
absolutely
these
crazy.
guys have
So
two
just,
seeds
like,
and we
yeah,
only
stay,
have
like,
one,
keep
dude.
our feet on
That
the ground
is
and just, like, look
actually
to-
goated,
yeah,
dude.
again, as we,
That is
did before,
goated.
look at our opponent, what
Holy
they do,
shit,
and,
dude.
think of ways.
Oh
to beat
my
them.
god,
Who do you think is gonna be
dude.
your opponent?
BLG probably.
BLG?
Yeah.
BLG. We'll see that after the break. Of course, Kimon, merci beaucoup. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you.
Congratulations
Thank you.
again
Thank you.
on taking down
Thank you.
JDG 3-0. That's all for us here for now. We'll be right back for the second semifinals. JDG versus BLG. Stay tuned.
Oh my god! 3-0, bro! 3-0, bro!
Good job, guys. Chill out.
No, what do you mean chill out? I don't give a shit, bro! I don't give a shit, man! Shut up, bro, we won! I don't care, man!
Chill, what do you mean, chill? I don't give a shit. Damn, dude, he's flaming his teammates. Dude, he's actually flaming his teammates, dude. Oh, he's just as inspired. What the fuck? I don't give a shit, bro. What do you mean, chill out? 3-0, bro. 3-0. I don't give a shit.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Only if Crowny has Prio? Don't talk about Prio, dude. Maybe that's why LR lost.
Today.
He talked about Prio. Holy shit, dude. That's so funny, dude. Skip on.
We're from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens. I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling till it caught up. You know, I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run running to it, yeah, when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into it, yeah, when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the penultimate day of League of Legends competition here at First Stand 2026. We just saw what is one of the biggest upsets, I would say, in League of Legends history for international competition. We determined our first finalist that will play tomorrow, and now it's time to find the second. JDG versus BLG. It is a rematch of the LPL finals to see who earns the right to face G2 tomorrow. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael, and I'm hoping this one is action-packed.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. And, you know, coming into today, people would say BLG are the pretty big favorites in this series. But if G2 can 3-0 Gen G, then JDG can win a series against BLG. Come on.
Favorites don't matter at this point. We just learned that in our previous series, but like you say, this one definitely would skew towards BLG favorites. They've already played JDG twice so far this year, and they won both of those matchups.
Yeah, both of the best of 5. They beat him in the upper bracket. That one went 5, and then they beat him again in the finals. That one went 4. So they are the favorites for sure, but I don't think that you can just look past JDG, you know, as BLG. You have to really still lock in for this series. JDG, to me, has been a team that has had really good setups around Dragons. They are a smart team. They don't really skip steps on those setups, and they're able to come back from, you know, disadvantageous positions, just like against Lion, right? You know, even when they were in bad spots, they have the proper setups, and if you skip steps, which sometimes BLG does, then they can punish you.
But on the BLG side, you look at the individual skill, the laning prowess of these players. So far in this tournament, for me in particular, I've been looking at Knight and I've been looking at Bin. Bin particularly is a player that sometimes he's really hot and sometimes he's really not. Yeah. But I feel like both the solo lanes for BLG have been in such a flow state during this tournament. They have just been dancing all around their lane opponents, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest challenges for JDG, for Hongqiu and Zhaozhou, and they're going to have to be able to step up and go toe-to-toe with these guys to be able to make those positions, make those macro calls that you're talking about from a point where you're already not 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah, exactly, and that is really the big difficulty. I mean, last year, a pretty big off year for his level of play. This year, ever since there was kind of that drama where, you know, he looked like he was going to be leaving the
enjoy
team, back. Ever since he returned to the team,
JDG 3-0.
He has really been on fire, and, you know, in the LPL, in the finals, to me, more so than anything else, it was about the top lane, right? And it wasn't just an isolated 1v1 between Bin and Xiaoshu. It was about Shun getting up there constantly, you know, being able to put that pressure on Xiaoshu. They really took advantage of this.
Wait, last
guy
9? Holy shit.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to do that here today.
All right, well, starting off here, it's BLG selecting first pick, JDG selecting blue side. JDG is going to focus some of those powerful meta junglers at the very beginning, looking at Shun specifically, getting rid of Pantheon, getting rid of Xin Zhao. And on the other side, we're looking at some bottom laners, and then the top side too, Rumble band away alongside Karma and
but I didn't jinx G2, so
almost counting as a double ban because often Ashe is only played with her, even though we have seen a couple exceptions to it.
Yeah, we have seen a couple exceptions, but definitely Enchanters are the name of the game. They are ridiculously powerful in this new season with the role quest. Increased gold generation just allows you to get to those 2-3 item points where you super outscale melee supports. It's going to be a Poppy ban as the last ban here. And I'm going to be interested to see where BLG wants to go. These LPL teams really do like
I'm ready for JDG. So well, specifically Jinja Hongqiu.
Early Vi, early AD jungler here to kind of set the tone.
Especially with Pantheon and Xin Zhao already banned away, right? You look at, I know you're a big proponent of this conversation, how all of the junglers, all of the meta junglers these days are those AD bruiser types. So with 2 of the premier ones already removed, the priority on the remaining ones just goes up.
So Orianna's going to be grabbed. Varus Varus is another super high prio champion that is up and available, so now it feels like it is going to be a trade of the two. Okay. And the question is, do you want to try to deny the Nocturne trade, right? And so instead, it is going to be Jarvan plus that Varus. They are going to do that 1-for-1 trade. You are kind of expecting that Knockwave combo to be drafted for. We haven't really gotten to see it, I think, at all this tournament practically, because it's always been Orianna getting permabanned, right? And this time she is up and available.
And even if she does get through, oftentimes it's what you were saying. The enemy team will then pick the Nocturne themselves.
Yeah, but you also want to call Viper
so
Passenger.
Let's see if that's BLG's read.
Sure.
And certainly enough, it is. So Knockwave, that will definitely be a problem for an immobile
But he's been a passenger for most of the split.
True, but also the same can be said for Orianna. You have Jarvan. If you don't have Flash, you can't really deal with the Cataclysm very easily. But someone who can deal with that Cataclysm would be the Ezreal, of course. You know, the premier pairing is the Karma, which was banned out by BLG, so they wouldn't be able to get that, but it would be a safe, stable AD carry here for Viper. The question is, you know, can you get a strong pairing alongside it if you want to go for it at all? And instead, it's looking like it's going to be a blind Gnar. To me, this is a nod to the fact that Xiaoshu's best champion is Renekton. And, you know, they're saying basically, like, I'm going to blind Gnar, it's all right, and I'm going to make sure that you're not going towards that Renekton where you would be really comfortable.
Yeah, and when we're looking at not just the Gnar, but the pilot, Bin's last Gnar game, remember, he played this in one of the games against G2, and he was a problem in that series.
Viper.
All the way, but in the Gnar game also had some big plays, had some huge moments. He's really not afraid of being the guy who says, no,
Gala Vampire, don't lose some fucking Viper on, dude, please.
And they've done a lot of cool things with Fearless, where, you know, sometimes he is just blind picking Gnar, and then
it's bad enough he lost Berserk Isles, dude.
In this next game, which are two of the kind of easiest answers to the Renekton, you know, going later on into a Fearless draft. Of course, we know it's going to be Ambessa here for Xiaoshu as the answer. You know, there is potential to find those all-ins on Bin when he's in mini form, but of course, Bin is a very, very good Gnar, like you're talking about, and it is double physical damage on the top side, so you are expecting him to go in towards those early plated steel caps, and that
Galio.
With the threat of the Nocturne is going to make the side.
I don't know about the Galio.
All right, into the second half of the bans, and the Galio is going to be banned out by BLG. That's one of those combos. You know, we talk about Jarvan and Rumble being the hot pot. Well, Galio is like a big old ladle that goes into the bucket, so you don't want the Galio coming down on top of the Cataclysm. Can make it that much more difficult for whoever is trapped inside. They'll ban that one away. Meanwhile, JDG, they're focusing 80 carries. They're getting rid of that Ezreal that you already mentioned. Just can get out of the Cataclysm so very easily. And then you Nara, which has been just another top-level pick alongside that Varus. The team's put a lot of priority on as BLG double bans mid lane, getting rid of the rocks.
And it is another one that can get out of the Cataclysm. RE lets you dash out, obviously. Exactly. So you can be able to get out of that no problem. So they are really just attacking some of these safe AD carries for Viper. So we'll have to see where Viper wants to go. There are a lot of different options. You know, sometimes people will say, you know, screw it, we're just going to like play dive alongside our team, and they'll go for a Kai'Sa style option to kind of avoid the dive by becoming the dive.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will say, I'm going to assist the dive by playing Jhin, and I'll be 2 screens away, pressing, you know, curtain call, and that's going to be my way to actually deal with it. It is Alistar, so the 2v2 is a lot less scary now, and you are going to have, you know, full info on what they have played. If you want to go for range support, you can go that way. They don't have great point-and-click engage, though, so I would expect On to look for some sort of hard engage champion to try to really put it together. Otherwise, you really are just relying on that Nocturne ulting in with the Shockwave, but sometimes that can work better.
Oh, wait, Vampire's going Alistar?
2v2 would be Corki Nami if they want to play more for that 2v2, though. But I do think compositionally it's a little weaker.
Really?
Yeah. The tidal wave, of course, can
Bard makes
assist
sense to me.
with an engage. Okay, the Bard locked in alongside the Corki. Bard, obviously a very good laner as well.
Exactly.
So definitely
I don't know about
be
the Bard,
a problem
though.
for a weak laner like an Alistar.
And the other thing that,
Wouldn't Nami have
makes
any more
me really like
sense?
this pick is it's not as powerful of a 2v2 as if you have the Nami, but it is a strong lane. It's going to give you a winning 2v2, and it gives you not as much engage as like a Nautilus or whatever, but it does give you some engage, right? You're throwing
I don't like
this
this year.
onto
Yeah,
this
Victor
Varus.
makes
All of a
more
sudden, the Varus
sense.
has to flash the Bard ult, or they're just going to get caught. And if they don't flash it, well, guess what? The ball is waiting on your head as you come out. You get Shockwave, right? So it does give you some engage, though it is lower commitment, a little less reliable, and it does give you a winning 2v2. And with Victor being picked in as well, you know, Victor great into the
JDG better than BLG,
true. Do not have a
true.
dash, which makes it a lot easier for this Bard to be able to set up the plays.
Yeah, it's a pretty big issue when Bard can hit both of these immobile carries, when the Knockwave can hit both of these immobile carries. We know about how the combo between the Orianna and the Nocturne, if they have the timing down, even if you flash away from it, it's still going to pull you back in with the shockwave. So pressure on the carries here for JDG, seeing if they'll be able to survive that. And again, I'm going to be so focused on the solo lanes here. Can JDG's solo laners keep up with Knight and Ben?
Yeah, that is the really big question. I mean, Knight has just been running the LPL for a long time, and this is the LPL on a road trip in Brazil, right? You know, it's still those players going up against each other, but a lot of players with a ton of regional success on both sides. Junja, going into the LPL finals, had won 7 straight regional titles in the LCP/PCS. You know, he had been dominating there, went over to the LPL with HongQ. A lot of people didn't expect them to be a team that was actually going to be here. It was supposed to be AL, but they're, you know, able to get past, qualify in for this tournament, and put up a really good fight against BLG a couple of different times. But definitely the amount of individual skill and talent for BLG is really, that's the bar you have to be able to surpass if you want to ride, right? You know, you have to be able to not get blasted by Bin and
let's enjoy
Viper,
a JDG win.
Which is very hard to do. And you bring up Viper, and I do want to talk about Viper because historically, he's an incredibly talented AD carry player, right? He's very good on his mechanics. He shows up a lot. But I feel like at this tournament specifically, he has been underperforming. I've seen him probably be the weakest point of the BLG roster in the games that we've seen thus far. And I think if he can individually step up and get to the level we know he can play at, alongside Knight and Bin, who are currently playing like in that zone that I'm talking about, then BLG becomes an even more insurmountable
Discord?
Absolutely, and I mean, so much of the LPL offseason was really dictated by Viper because he had said he wanted to go, and he was willing to go to the LPL if he could play with a certain player, which everyone was kind of assuming was Knight, and that kind of put the whole LPL offseason basically on hold because everyone was like, wait a second,
we're all waiting.
If we could get this guy, we could get that guy, and then we could get Viper,
Dominoes,
and then we could win Worlds.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was definitely one of these big ticket pickups here.
Yep, and hey, check out the left side of your screen right here live on patch 26.6.
Holy fuck, dude.
Senna will be dropping onto the Rift.
Dude, I don't know, man. I'm actually just blown away from the
so pick that one
first
up if you're a
series.
Senna player. Stack some souls, stack a new skin. It'll be a great time. Here in mid lane, HongQ's having a great time, nice and early. You already mentioned it back in the draft. The Victor feels good into the Orianna individual matchup. And
international
over here on the left, a little bit of look at the international experience of all our players here in this game.
Yeah, exactly.
HongQ has 48?
Experience, but for the most part, you know, there's a lot more experience on the JDG side. Shun as well as Junja have a similar amount of experience, but it's really, you know, you're thinking about Bin and Knight and these guys who have so much experience internationally.
Ooh, Shun with the invade here at the red. Goes after Junja, should be able to win this trade. Nocturne is significantly more well-equipped.
Following his prio,
Bard
can always follow
so
up.
That just means that Junja has to head on home.
Yeah, especially with Bard moving. They knew that Bard was roaming from bot, so they had to play that very, very safe. Xiaoshu in some trouble.
Yeah, Bin is just running him down here. Gets the proc on the footwork for the extra little bit of speed. Hops forward, and that means it's an early flash forced in just the 1v1. Nice play there from Bin.
Yeah, and you hate to see
last
that
year, yeah, but like 48 last year.
Simply because the recourse you have.
Junja's only at 90,
right? And if you don't have flash,
Junja
it's very difficult to
has been to like every MSI Worlds for the last like 3 years. You know, HongQ's only done that once.
Has the fleet forward. He's going to have a lot of move speed with the hyperprocs as well. So you have to be really careful.
You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, what the fuck? That seems so much.
Wave. I don't think HongQ has the damage to really do anything besides send it back to base and look on bot side.
Right, exactly.
What is Gala doing?
Left there on the Victor.
Alright, Vampires are covered.
On a magical journey. Shun is waiting, but he knows that there's not really a play to be found in here just yet. And what you bring up with the flash in the top lane, I feel like that's just the nature of so many ranged versus melee matchups. Is
yeah,
the
planes at 2023
really hates when he loses flash essentially for nothing, right? It's not like the jungler had to spend time to go up there and force that summoner spell.
Oh, you mean like Swiss?
So just going to have to.
Oh no, you're right. Worlds 2023. Yeah, you're right. Fuck, I completely forgot about that BDS.
Of his tier 1 tower.
Oh my god, I completely forgot. You're right. I'm
stupid.
stupid.
Too good underneath that turret because you're just sweating there. For
There's
the
a lot
next
of
5
games
minutes as you wait for your flash timer to come back up. Junja trying to steal away some chickens, but Shun flashes the emote at him, lets him know he's aware, and those chickens will, if nothing else, be a battle.
Yep, it looks like he is just going to have to back off for now, though. Doesn't want to play too dangerously, as Knight definitely getting beat up a little bit here from Hongyu. And despite the fact that, obviously Knight is the much more iconic player, is a player that was kind of expected to be pretty dominant in these 1v1s, Hongyu actually did quite well in some 1v1s against Knight, solo killing him at times in the LPL, getting the best of him in those 1v1s. It was more outside of the lane where I think Hongyu had struggled in comparison to Knight. When Knight gets an advantage, he often knows exactly how to slam it home, whereas Hongyu still sometimes shows his inexperience, sometimes taking fights he shouldn't even be looking for, even though he feels like, I can just outplay this.
And I mean, that makes a lot of sense when you consider the players themselves. Ooh, Flash coming out there from On, wanted to threaten Hongyu.
On is doing so much work, dude.
In response. But when you look at Hongyu, he's very new to the scene. Right? He kind of exploded onto the international scene last year. Everybody was impressed with his individual mechanics, representing the PCS. Knight's been playing for a very long time, so you of course expect him to be more disciplined, to have more overall knowledge. As Hongyu, though, still has so much opportunity to continue to grow as a player.
He absolutely does. And On here has been pretty annoying for Hongyu, honestly. Came for that little drive-by earlier, dropped a couple of those hot cocos, able to give a bit more health there to Knight, then trades flashes, forces that. Hongyu is winning this 1v1, but it hasn't been about it.
Oh my god.
With a sidestep of the public execution.
Okay, he misses the rock. That's kind of big.
Xiaoshu still trying to get away here.
Okay, misses stun. That's good.
Nice footwork there from Xiaoshu, making sure he
I don't know, man. Xiaoshu's scaring me.
It could have been a situation that potentially threatens lethal, as Bin still does have the flash, but Xiaoshu gets away. Now down the ultimate, though, and that's the only other way you can try to get on top of the Gnar with that flash not available. So this lane is going to continue to be
Can't dive top of the Gnar and knock into ult.
Walking his way up, there was a large wave here at the turret. Xiaoshu trying to clear it out, but now here's your Dustbringer immediately into the
Shut
turret.
up.
Shun taking the aggro.
What
now
the
it's
fuck?
Blood over to Bin, and BLG makes it happen.
Yeah, and if you watch the finals, you've seen this one before. Shun up to the top side with Bin. Bin creating advantages and putting Xiaoshu down in this matchup. And Xiaoshu, as soon as he's losing out on that trade, as soon as he's getting pushed back, it's very tough because then you're under your tower. You know a dive could be coming. You want to clear out that wave.
Durst
timing
as well.
was so good from Shun because Xiaoshu spends all of his spells on this wave, and as soon as you see that there's no spells, there's no
Vampire flashes?
Okay, Vampire goes in, tries to find
Get
a nice
look at the combo out.
They even commit the Chains of Corruption there from Gala. They get a good chunk of damage onto the enemy support. It costs his heal, but he's still just fine.
Yeah, it's going to be fine for now. The question is, can Junja
GG's
get
game
in and look for the follow-up? Because there's no flash on.
Come on, Junja. Come on.
They're trying to punish.
Okay, On level 5 now.
Look for the dive bot. Nice, the kill On. Can he kill Viper as well? Viper has flash though. Cleanse. Okay, but still 2 kills from Gala? That's huge.
Double kill for Gala, and JDG gets exactly what they look for here in the bottom lane, as more than one wave's worth of creeps.
Worth.
Nicely done by JDG, and it's an interesting choice from Viper, because clearly he's making the evaluation that I can't actually get out, so instead I'm going to turn, I'm going to fight, I'm going to try to get that kill. But both of the kills went to Gala, which is problematic. Vampire has TP'd up towards his top side and isn't looking for.
Oh, Bin's going forward. Vampire's here. Oh my god, dude, I feel like Xiaoshu's just getting fucked. Okay, but Minar. Okay, nice gank by Vampire.
Rotation ends up paying some big dividends as Xiaoshu gets the kill to Bin, but back in the mid lane, it's Hongyu under pressure yet again. Not only
Gala, Jackie Love is your father. Oh fuck, dude, I need to go back and get that clip, dude. That's just so funny.
Just a couple hundred gold between these two teams.
And get the
Both
sound clip.
Very, very active. I love that play from Vampire. You don't want to just stay stagnant in the 2v2. You're playing Spellbook here. Gets out on the map.
Oh, Night gold lead? Yeah, well,
spotted by Bin, and then
thank you, Shun.
Find a wraparound. Xiaoshu's playing a little bit aggressive. Bin goes for the bait, goes in on that trade, and all of a
They're
sudden
on it? Or if you could timestamp it, that would be nice. I know it's before game 1 of Loud. I think it's Loud versus JDG.
Is tracking Jarvan. That is why they can go for this no problem. He's chasing him around in the jungle, so they know Junja can't be here because Bard is autoing him in the jungle.
Oh shit, he almost fell over.
And they find a pretty easy kill there through mid lane, so a nice little bite back from BLG after Bin went down on the top side, and that's something that I feel like JDG struggled to do when they played, in the playoffs, is when Xiaoshu started falling behind, he often wasn't really getting a lot of help, and he was kind of just getting knocked out of it. So it's nice to see Vampire gets back up there, gets a kill for Xiaoshu, and keeps him relevant.
And once again, our supports will just be battling over vision as we are 9 minutes into the game.
Pay by
the first
Riot.
dragon did go over to JDG as the answer after they saw the dive.
They're not willing to pay for a bigger venue. I don't think they're paying anyone.
To Xiaoshu, and so now the grubs are going to be the target for Junja as he does smite down the first one and then decides to leave. Again, Ben has control and priority over the top lane. He gets to rotate first down into the river. He's already in.
So Gala lost bot to Brazil, being Viper. Is Viper the worst ADF
secure the other two grabs.
I mean, Gala also lost to fucking NA.
So, you know, it's not that kind of one-shot style build that sometimes you see, just the Luden's Shadow Flame, all upfront damage. This is more scaling, it's a lot more health. And I think it's just a nod to the fact that, well, there is Ambessa, there is Jarvan, there's all of this dive.
Okay. They kill On.
Here from the bottom side,
huge
lots of damage from Gala and Vampire. On tries to get away, pops the heal as the piercing arrow just barely doesn't have the distance. Gala gets caught by the Tempered Fate, and now Viper's looking for a little bit more. Nice timing there on
No
the
way.
plus the
Orion. Okay, Naka goes mid.
In the mid lane, looks like we might have a little bit of a
Orion gets out. Nice, nice, nice.
Showing up. Paranoia was already spent. However, Junja was ready to respond, and that means that Hongq won't drop.
Yeah, Hongq flashes away. The knockwave was not perfectly timed, so the shockwave actually missed as the Paranoia went in. He was able to flash away from it, so good timing there on the flash from Hongq. Keeps himself safe, and of course, as you call out with Junja behind him, they cannot extend
Fucked
the
up
play.
the knockwave.
Viper and On just trading heavily down on this bot side with Vampire and Gala. And the timing on the CC from them has been so nice. They're not overlapping anything. They're getting the combo into the Chains of Corruption, and then perfectly having the trample stun right out of that. They're weaving in autos to try to get multiple sets of Blight procs there beyond this Alistar, or rather, and Varus combo. So doing a good job and putting that pressure on, and we are still at this pretty much dead even state.
And even though the game is dead even, when I look at the scoreboard and the individual states of the lane, it's pretty much what I expected. It's the solo laners from BLG having the leads, while on the JDG side, the bottom lane, they're the ones pulling ahead. Jungle relatively even. It's a very, very slight lead for Jinja, but it's like, what, one camp? So I'm not really going to count that one for being worth a whole lot. Second Drake of the game.
Are you looking to dive?
About to spawn. Ocean
Actually, you get Dragon.
are the first two Drakes, which means they can't be the soul, which honestly, if you're JDG, I think you're pretty happy about. It means you're going to get a higher value soul, and you're the ones who are looking to start with a 2-0 stack as they have total control.
Just don't look at top lane.
River. We can see BLG's jungler all the way up.
Or mid lane for JDG.
So with Shun nowhere nearby, it's not like there's going to be a contest. JDG are up 2-0 in Dragons.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's pretty much a can't miss soul. It's you're either going to get Cloud, Mountain, Infernal, or Hextech.
Mountain it is.
Those are all wins. So it is going to be Mountain, and of course, Mountain very, very good if you can survive that initial engage from the knockwave.
Oh my god, you found it! Holy shit!
For your 5v5s.
And this is also playing into what you were
Words
talking
of
about,
encouragement
JDG
for Loud today.
Let's go, Loud. This is a team that doesn't
Get Loud fired up, Gala. Let's go, Loud.
Correctly when it comes to objective fights. They were able to secure the first two dragons without a contest. So now as we move further towards that soul, we know that if the game state is even and they can get there first, they're going to do it right.
Yep, they really
Let's go, Loud.
It's
like, dude, it's so funny, dude.
Dragons early.
He doesn't even say bull like the 80 carry of Loud. He brings up Jackie Love,
trying to get the division right before it spawns. They'll often have early wards, and what this means is
that guy watches LPL, dude. That guy watches LPL.
Vision, they often know exactly where the enemy wards are. They know where they're going to be looking to approach from. They
Not
know
even
how to
Viper.
Vision to actually set up their flanks.
Just
and I think as a result,
Jackie
they often
Love.
have really, really good objective fights.
Oh fuck, man,
I do
that was
think
so
JDG
funny.
has a
Thank
real
you.
shot to out-team fight BLG in this one.
Okay. Junja gets away as On goes on a pretty long magical journey. That's one thing that I always look for when I see a game with Bard is, do you know all the angles to get the long magical journeys through the skinny parts of terrain? Because it really does allow your surprise factor to be that much more. As Ben just commits the Mega Gnar once again. So many Gnar players just love using this as a trading mechanism to guarantee that you're getting the edge over your opponent, guarantee that you maintain lane control.
Was Ambessa picked into Gnar?
Coming up here soon. It doesn't look like we are, though. Still about 90 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. So just a crab battle once more for now.
Nice. Crab battle.
The Duskbringer for a little bit of extra speed towards this top side. Level 11 on both top lanes. Xiaoshu does have the public execution. Remember that Mega Gnar was already committed just a moment ago.
It's so annoying this game.
Also rotating over towards this fight, but it's Vampire.
Number goes in.
Tempered Fate to try to disengage it. Paranoia
actually good Bard ult. Oh my god. Xiaoshu has to flash out. Oh, okay. Nar doesn't have ult. Nar doesn't have ult. He's winnable?
But he's not too worried about it. Judge is going to be your target here next. As BLG, they use the shockwave. That's going to force the
use
flash
a lot of ult
here as well. We got
okay, Xiaoshu? Oh, I thought Xiaoshu was going to ult in.
With less than 60 seconds on the clock until the Rift Herald spawns.
It's a fight where no one dies, but it's a fight where both supports are really the playmakers here. Vampire finds an angle, instant flash in onto Knight, but how fast was that Tempered Fate from On? Immediately came down to cover his Orianna there. Just beautifully done with the defensive Tempered Fate. Keeps Knight safe. And critically means Knight doesn't even have to flash. He lives, holds onto the summoner, and is feeling really good about it.
All right, so BLG still just not even a 1,000 gold lead. Rift Herald spawning in 15 seconds. Your coin-based gold grind showing the state of the top side there with about a plus 500 for Bin. It's him.
I'm worried, man. Come on, Gala. Redeem yourself from the fucking performance yesterday. Vampire. You guys lost the fucking Berserker and Isles. Come on, guys. You guys have to step up. It's our time to shine. I believe in you.
Knight is a player that is worth getting ahead. This guy will pay dividends later on. That's an early game investment.
He's not
the
silver left hand. He's the gold left hand, all right?
Man doesn't know what it is to get second in the LPL. He has mostly just been running things, and Ben just got a Triforce. The Eclipse was that earlier item spike, but now
there it is.
Looking for a fight off that spike.
Okay, On throws the Tempered Fate on himself, expecting the public execution to be
the combo hits! Oh, Gala's fucked!
However,
is he fucked? I can't tell. Oh, there's Meganar. Oh, so fucked, so fucked, so fucked. Juju gets the kill in return though? Huge?
It's a 3-for-1
oh my
for
god.
BLG, and they get their team fight. They're going to earn the Rift Herald off the back of it.
What an engage from BLG there. On threw down that early Tempered Fate. As you said, he thought the public execution was going to hit him, and you can't wait till it hits you or you're already stunned. So you got to precast it. Looks a little bit funny, but then the Knockwave re-engage catches Gala.
There's a rumor that Rookie just retired.
And finds multiple bindings here that really were game-changing. There's the Tempered Fate to try to deny the public execution. They see this, look at this flash, can't disconnect it, hits the two-man shockwave. Now watch On, goes in, double binding onto two carries. Xiaoshu is stunned up. They kill off Gala. Bin lands another big stun, and then this binding as well. Another double binding, lets them flash in, grab a second kill there. Beautiful plays from On and from the rest of BLG. And they made that one look easy.
Yup, the Knockwave combo plus the Bard double bindings back and forth.
Really, oh my god, dude. Also almost did more damage than fucking Varus.
The Rift Herald didn't actually get claimed by BLG because their jungler wasn't available on the map.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Vessel was counterpicked for Gnar. He's playing like this?
JDG will even have the ability to contest it again. They have already lost their top lane tier 1 turret. That's the first turret of the game being claimed by BLG. Now they're going after the Herald. They're going to pick up the crab on the way, and Shun and Bin should have total control over this. You can see the JDG roster is not anywhere nearby. The third Drake of the game has spawned. Their attention will likely be towards that area of the rift instead. And you can see Junja trying to clear out some of the vision here, but On and Knight are waiting. Shockwave beautifully pulls
Holy
Junja
fuck.
out of the combo, and now the Jarvan is stuck between a rock and a hard place. They will kill him in the river. He cannot get away. The timing from Knight's ultimate was perfect.
Fuck On,
so now,
man.
not just the Rift Herald goes over to BLG uncontested, but in the meantime, the enemy jungler was killed, and Shun can just walk down and go back to back on objectives.
It's a new combo.
I hate On, dude. I hate On.
Knight providing the drag as he pulls
he's just
him
everywhere, dude. Can you just like fuck off and just play the lane?
Gets the kill, gets in the dragon, slows down that march towards Soul, which is
that
so
GT this tournament.
And now top lane, mid lane becoming
cool.
that problem.
Not even European, dude.
As JDG. I mean, Ben.
Wait, G2 has as many North Americans as fucking Lion.
But right off of this Triforce spike for Ben, they get a huge fight. They're taking towers. They're taking.
Dylan Falco's from Canada.
There's no one that's going to be able to really answer these BLG members in the side lane. So now you're at this point where you're trying to look for plays.
Shit.
You need Junja to get involved. You need Vampire to have more of those good roams to try to turn something around, because the isolated 1v1s are going to be so heavily winning for BLG.
Right. This is a 2,000 gold lead pretty much match for both solo laners on the BLG side. This is very difficult to play now for JDG. Going back to our conversation
Someone needs to tweet
about
that.
JDG objective setup. Yeah, they wanted to try to set up. It was Junja trying to clear away some of the vision, but he wasn't ready for the Bard and Orianna to have enough damage to just burst him down. If you're Jarvan, you think, yeah, I can use my flag, I can get away, it's not that big of a deal. But you're up against Knight, man. This is not somebody you can trifle with.
Nope, not at all. And now he's got his Shadow Flame in completed here. And this is the head-to-head so far at first stand on how these two players have performed. You know, definitely a very strong laning phase, you know, in general for Bin. He has been looking really good in the LPL. Oh, we're gonna see a dive maybe.
Okay, the lights are on.
Okay. He's walking away. They're just gonna back off. So, you know, Xiaoshu was really known mostly for his laning phase, particularly for his Renekton. You know, really is an incredible Renekton player, potentially one of the best, if not the best Renekton players out
Year
there
of
right
Night.
now. And we are going to see the
Shockwave there. Hong Q losing 3/4 of his HP. Drops the Arcane Storm to try to force Knight back, and they will manage to hold the turret for now.
Yep, just kind of trading those cooldowns back and forth. But yeah, Bin has always been better on the map than Xiaoshu. And Xiaoshu, it's really that strength in the laning phase that I think has made him such a fun player to watch. But when he gets put this far down, it is very difficult because Bin plays the map so well.
Okay, on taking a little bit of fire here as Vampire, Junja, and Hong Q again just trying to
Well,
defend
there's no
the
Chovy stopping him now, so yeah, I guess so. Congrats, Knight, on winning first stand.
Stop him. Nice engage coming out from Vampire, but the Tempered Fate again. It's on.
Oh my god!
Right after
No fucking way, dude. This fucking on guy is so cringe, dude.
In game number 1,
Knight's dead!
Knight finally dies. Hong Q takes the kill, and that one's a shutdown. On has to try to
escape
now.
Gala!
Shun and Viper realize there's nothing they
He
can
likes
do
the
to
ult.
save their teammates.
Thank you, Gala.
JDG.
Oh my god, dude, fuck you, Xiaoshu. It's fine. Dude, Xiaoshu, you are just be Broken Blade. Just be. Just play your tanks. Shunzine too.
Blunder from Shun, hanging around too long to look at the tier 1 turret dying. Now he's gonna have to do it from the grave.
And BLG, you know, while they do have these really dominant early games, they have to be careful. They gotta stay buttoned up because this is something.
I'm sorry, Oda. The year of
not the grand finals, but in the upper bracket finals, they created some really big advantages.
Not if Junja and Honky have anything to say about it.
In the upper bracket finals, partially because of plays like this. BLG, they have some of the most exceptional mechanics of any team in the world. They have some of the best solo laners and just individual players of anyone in the world. And sometimes that can lead to a little bit of overconfidence, right? Yep. And they are a little bit of hubris. And On is able to disengage the initial part of this play so well. The flash comes in, again, Tempered Fate timing really, really good. Look at the flash from On to redirect the binding, gets the double stun, Knight is able to flash out. But then they say, hey, what if we just kind of walk back in? They see the TP is coming in. They know that Junja's still there, but Knight does not back up after flashing out. He's just too confident.
Meanwhile, back to live. It's BLG going in for an invade yet again. The paranoia is not even needed, but the Tempered Fate finds a second
Never mind, I
target.
spoke too soon.
They already killed the jungler. Now they want the top laner as well, and BLG find 2. That's exactly what you want to see. Yes, they
fucking
have a mistake
On,
in the
man.
bottom lane. They brush it off. They get right back up to their own ways. The Rift Turret is summoned up in top lane to be a distraction. Isaac, there's 22 minutes on the clock. There's Baron in the top side of the river.
Kevin never learns.
There's no enemy jungler to contest. There's no enemy top laner to be that front line. I don't really see a way for JDG to stop this, so Baron goes over to BLG.
Yep, and generally the recourse to this would be, well, maybe we'll push in mid, get a tier 1 there, but On TP'd mid to clear out the wave as well off of this pick here. Junja walks in, he has no flag, and he just walks in very confidently into On, gets bound into that blue buff. The shockwave is there to follow. We're back to live and On.
Yeah, he wanted to get some vision. He was thinking the Rift might have been safe enough, but unfortunately for him, it is not.
Found Victor.
If you're JDG, you're honestly pretty happy with that because at least that's going to slow down this Baron war machine because they only have a 4v5. Normally picking off the support randomly can not mean a whole lot, but here I feel like it can at least slow them down a bit.
God, dude, every time they pan over to NA, I'm not NA top lane. Oh my god, Xiaoshu is fucking reminding me of an NA performance.
But not enough to make it an even trade. This is what you were talking about from the finals. It's Bin and Shun taking Xiaoshu's lunch money the entire game long. The Mbessa 1 and 4. Yes, JDG will achieve soul point here as they grab their 3rd Drake, but it's critically not the Mountain Soul because
I didn't curse you too, though. I was talking shit.
Now it's the JDG base that's cracked open.
I mean, they're just bullying this poor guy. Bin ate his lunch, Shun put him in the locker. They just won't leave him alone. Even under the Nexus towers?
Oh, man, now Jun just trying to get away, but again, this Jarvan is constantly the victim of the
God,
shockwaves. Gala with a defensive change.
Oh my God,
doesn't matter. It's a double kill for Corki. On goes on a magical journey.
Why is he too low for
Honky
Vampire?
Go home
Can
because
Vampire do
nowhere
something?
is safe outside of the base. BLG are on the warpath, and their opponents only have
24
minutes to try to
minutes.
stand against them. The top lane tier 3 turret is already down. BLG with a 4-man push. Shun is
Pray
going
for
towards the
G2
bottom lane.
already?
Wants to take out
Dude,
what's
it's only
still standing
game
up
one
that
is
tier
not
2
even done,
turret.
dude.
There's not full health on it, still about half or so, as the rest of BLG will now be able to rotate over, guarantee that they can continue to apply that pressure. Meanwhile, Knight is going to make sure they still have 2 points of pressure. Oh wait, the map lied to me. I thought that said 3 plates, not 5. Anyway, it was full HP, but it's not going to be for very long, as Knight continues making sure that there's more than one thing JDG has to worry about, and BLG claims the last remaining tier 2. Azael, this is a 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, you're on Soul Point. That's maybe the hope and the prayer, but at this point, doesn't matter if your objective setups are good because you're not getting near that thing. And we saw Gala getting caught out. Junja is kind of trying to create some space for Gala, knowing that Gala is going to be in a lot of trouble there, but he dies in a hurry. They just pile in an easy double for Viper, who hasn't really been a part of too much this game, but is quietly over 2,000 gold ahead at this point. It's really been about the map movements from On. It's been about the Soul Lane's coordination with Shun. And it's about BLG winning out in these important fights, playing the map better, and they have taken down every tower outside of the base and one in top lane inside it as well.
Yeah, I don't really see a way back in here for JDG. I mean, even if you manage to get... Okay, there's one way. The one way is BLG makes a turbo int, you manage to get like a really one-sided fight, 5 for 2, 5 for 1 or something, and then you claim Mountain Soul after.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the only way. So as long as BLG doesn't put themselves in a spot where they're just going way too far, diving between Nexus turrets or something, a 9,000 gold lead 25 minutes into the game just feels like far too difficult for JDG to deal with.
It's so hard, and your best target is going to be Knight, but he has a full Zhonya's, 10-stack Aroa. We've seen how good On has been with these defensive tempered fates. He's going to be there with the Locket, and that is going to make things incredibly hard here. Bin is just unstoppable in the side lane right now. He's on 3 full items, and they're more expensive items than what Xiaoshu has as well.
When you look at the gold, he's more than 1 fully completed item ahead of his opponent. So it's not just these items. The gold that he has in his pocket is probably still 4 digits or something. Like, this is not even remotely close. Ambessa can't be on the same screen as the Gnar.
Yeah, it's just not much he can do about it. And Hongq, yeah, you can wave clear against the Gnar, but if you overstep at all, he's going to kill you in that 1v1, no problem. So BLG just controlling this bot side, making sure that JDG has no way in at this next dragon. They know that would be their only real hope, so it is their job to not give them any shot at the 50-50.
Plus, when you have a side laner who's this powerful, it only becomes that much more painful when you look at the fact that there's both a Nocturne and a Bard on the enemy team, which is the perfect way to support a side laner, either offensively or defensively.
Absolutely agree. BLG just taking away everything that they can. There's multiple wards up on the top side, 3 wards in the enemy jungle on top side, 4 or so down on that bot side that you can see across the way. So they have full vision of everything. Just going to be waiting for these next couple objectives here to spawn. Next Baron buff could be curtains for JDG. If BLG can grab the dragon, grab that, feels like they would have enough to probably push in and close out this game.
Yeah, they're obviously waiting on the timers for the neutral objectives. Those timers are almost exactly synced up. So if you're BLG, obviously you want the Baron to make that game-ending push, but I think you've also got to make sure that you don't just randomly give them Mountain Soul in the process of doing it, because that will make things, I think, significantly more annoying. So I'm curious if BLG are going to just priority the dragon first. Since
I was doing a screenshot.
JDG, I don't really see a world where they can try to contest anything.
My bad, I was doing really bad photoshopping.
Now, it looks like On may have got caught. Honestly, this is huge for JDG. 30 seconds to go until that dragon spawns, and the enemy support is down. Now, Bin gets caught on the very edge of the public execution, has to flash away.
Yo, what's up, sir? We're watching LEC.
Oh,
not LEC, fuck me, dude. Watching First Stand. You beat Korea, by the way. It's crazy. Euphoria.
The pressure is on, and now they've already found the kill into Gala. They try to reposition their jungler, but Junja falls as well. Shun still staying alive. Knight, Bin, and Viper all firing back, and this is Viper's moment. The Corki with the double kill, as Bin and Knight should have enough damage to take down Xiaoshu easily. Hongq goes after Viper,
shit.
but Corki is
Knight shielding Viper like that.
And now Hongq's about to die too. He goes golden, but the gold is nothing but a trophy.
Good shot there from JDG.
This is what I was working on and making.
They almost made it happen, but even with On not there, they still lose out on the play here.
Yeah, I thought you guys were playing Marvels. My bad. Yeah.
They are able to burst them down. We can see in live they're taking the Baron. That's not going to be contested. And then they say, you know what? We got to full send it. It's not going to get better than this. Xiaoshu is able to tag Bin. They're able to
have fun. I was taking a nap. Well, I was taking a nap.
Lead in
I'm watching fucking
League of Legends. Tonight, they land the initial combo. They can't find enough follow-up damage. He flashes over the wall, has the stasis. Shun and Viper on the side are creating so much space. Gala doesn't have anyone to protect him. Viper just walks up behind him, knocks him down, and then you look at the health bars, you realize, yeah, Ben is still 5k up, and Ben is basically full HP at this point. Can't be stopped
4 years?
by JDG.
Months?
And
Damn, dude, that's
really
crazy.
This duel against Viper because the reinforcements come
Eskimo
through.
brothers.
Viper spends the Fash, the cleanse, and they get the Seekers off Honkyu and do end up winning the fight.
Yeah, I loved how Shun and
this game's pretty much
Shun
fucked.
diving in on top of the enemy 80
We're just
carry,
waiting
and
for
Viper's positioning was just perfect for that whole
BLG to
engage,
win.
right? Because he had the trees to make it so the enemy melee champions couldn't put pressure onto him, but he still had the damage onto Gala. I don't blame JDG at all for going for it, because in a game state like this, when you have a 5v4, you've got to just send it to try to get the soul, maybe try to get the Baron afterwards. But BLG's got hands, man, and those hands are heavy, and so are their pocketbooks. Now 12,000 gold ahead, no potential for a Mountain Soul for the next 4 minutes. Baron still has 2 minutes on that Rebel Baron power play timer, and I feel like this is probably going to be the end of it. Is On defensive
Viper On versus Hans Lebrov. Hell yeah, dude.
And now JDG has to scramble to try to get away. Ben nearly has the full Gnar bar charged as he chases after Vampire, gets knocked away by the headbutt. JDG doesn't lose anybody here, but neither does BLG, so the push is going to continue.
Still good look there from JDG. This is all you can really do. You're down 12k. You've got to look for brush camps. They almost burst down On, but this time with the heal, with the defensive Tempered Fate, and the TP coming in, JDG has to run before they can actually finish off the Bard. And now you have to face down this Baron up push. We can see On is going up through mid. He's going to be getting that moving in the right direction. And Shun has no paranoia, so he can't reinforce either side that easily. So they need to get these waves synced up and try to get those going in to get the pressure onto JDG. Otherwise, this game is going to stall out, and that's not exactly what you want as BLG. You don't want to give them more opportunities.
Yeah, we're getting towards the point where that much more gold for BLG won't do a lot more. You still have one more item you can get on both of your solo laners. You still have another couple items that you can get on Viper. But the further it goes, the worse it gets, because this is just such a massive lead. You want to end it fast. So let's see if they can accomplish that. JDG have held the line for 1 minute and 20 of that 2 minutes of the Baron, as now BLG continue their push, but there's the paranoia into the dive with an Aquave combo.
The Bardo kind of sucks, but does it even matter? For 13k gold. Never mind, does matter. Honky's dead. Honky does so much damage though. That doesn't matter.
Shun died, but he's the only one. Honkyu tries to get away, but Viper does so much damage on the Corki, and that will do it. 5 for 1. BLG find the fight. They're going to eliminate the remainder of the JDG structures with a 16,000 gold lead almost by the time game 1 ends, and BLG are up 1-0.
Exciting game 1 here from BLG, really showcasing the individual levels here in those solo lanes, crushing it through top and mid. On, I think, though, for me, I think On is my player of the game. He was helping out Knight so much in the mid lane. He was perfect with his Tempered Fates, finding great bindings in a lot of these 5v5s as well. I feel like he was everywhere.
Yeah, it's really easy to look at Knight and to look at Ben and be like, both of these guys just smurfed it. But I think I've got to agree with you. On being everywhere all of the time, whether he's using the opportunity to show up in a place where you wouldn't expect him, whether he's just giving hot cocos, he was smurfing, BLG was dominating. Lounge, what do we think?
I think Bin is Gigabin again.
He is.
Yeah, a little bit. What in the world?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you watch the LPL for, honestly. Yeah. Just like BLG are this team where you have to get past how good their solo laners are. And
it was so fun,
teams have had trouble with it even when they've been less coordinated than what they are right now. But right now, they're looking very well coordinated with each other.
Yeah.
I also think there's like a line between running it down and Genius, and On was just treading that line beautifully in that game.
He was. I mean, we can see it when they broke the game open. It looked a little weird if you weren't paying close attention. Now he kind of just ulted himself before a big team fight, but then he does this. But that's if the Mbessa ult landed, he would have been able to buffer it. But watch On throughout the rest of this fight, what he can do with his Qs.
Yeah,
Finds in double stun.
He lands so many clutch bindings on this. I love the one that's going to be coming up in that narrow choke point right there. That one was insane. He helped out so much in these fights. And then this was the 4v5, Ox.
Yeah, this one, he's not even alive. But the focus from JDG comes on a Knight who has Flash, has Zhonya's, buys a lot of time. And Viper is just constantly off to the side, putting damage in. You see his Bin starts to move in to try and defend his jungler, who still goes down, but Viper was just picking off targets. You don't expect to see an AD carry playing that flank role, but Viper just knew how he could play. He had Cleanse available, he had the Valkyrie to be safe, and then eventually they just jump in and take down Honkyu to finish off the fight.
Just insane trust in their own mechanics. Because it was 4v5, they lose that fight, they lose the soul, and maybe it becomes a more interesting game. There's also a
it might be a 3-0, I don't know.
In the game where Nocturne did a pre-6 gank on Bin to give him 1 kill, and ended up costing their bottom lane a lot. Gala ended up getting 2 kills because of the loss of tempo and the pressure they were able to apply bot side, but I'd say it paid off in the end.
Yeah,
400 gold lead to 5,000.
It could have been a little dicey. That's why that fight right around Rift Herald was so important, right? Because you're going in, you have an item spike from, I believe, did Bin had Triforce at that point, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, at the very least, I know Corky did too. And so because of On right there, they were able to take over that part. Player of the game.
No surprise.
It was between On and Bin.
We were actually gonna all vote for On, and then Bin just kept bidding throughout the rest of this game. 5-1 and 11, 739 DPM.
I'm curious to see what the fans thought.
TSTM?
I think, a lot of the
Weibo
time,
Han,
really
W
Bin
or
and
Ha.
On. A lot of the time when the casters start hyping one person out, the fans will just follow. So I'm trying to track that.
Sucks that Knight owns
how much
Honkyu.
you can influence people's perspective based on like what you're watching in game, right? There's so much stuff that just happens in
Owns
game.
NA.
We were influencing everyone to say Gen G is really good. It turns out we should have been. G2's been really good this whole time. I think that's the learning from today, right, Ox?
Yeah.
Here's the AWS post-game
let's not
breakdown.
celebrate too early, Odor.
Bin,
You gotta
not
play
the most damage
EU
on the team, but
Superstars
completely
G2
taking
tomorrow.
Xiaoshu out of it. 12,000
And they get
damage
less
on the
prep
Mbessa, not what you
time,
want when you lock in that pin.
Odor.
Not to mention Varus and Gala being kept.
G2 are already prepping for
Especially
BLG.
after they did get into a really good position with that.
Whereas
double kill,
BLG
and
can't
that
prep yet. If it goes to 5
on
games, that's
bot
2
side.
hours
so,
less.
Yeah, it was a really good of BLG to
A
be
prep
able to
time.
target them in team fights afterwards.
But we didn't get a chance to do this before the series because we were caught up in the G2 hysteria. These two teams have a big history already from the LPL playoffs as well as all-time Emily.
Yeah, so basically these two teams already met each other. These two exact teams met each other twice in the LPL bracket to qualify. I talk about how spiritually the grand finals was kind of like a 3-0. Even with the game that JDG did take, it was through kind of invading, protecting their bot side. A lot of what we've seen at this tournament, actually. But that upper bracket one was super, super close. That game 5, I'd recommend anyone want to watch if you want to see a Kalista, Anivia bot lane. Fun time. You see some fun drafts. Maybe if it goes to 5, we'll see some more fun drafts from these two teams. But they also just know each other really well overall, historically.
Yeah, they're all-time head-to-head, which started a little bit more JDG.
Yes, it's looking good.
When JDG had the Giga roster.
269 TN Cream, Jacula Funga.
More recently, it has been in the favor.
Is it not the same roster as last year?
So, big history of this year as well as international history, Emily.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big important thing
not
is
last
these are
year.
just two orgs that know each
Well, I
other
guess-
really well. And
yeah.
they kind of swapped places
Oh, no, wait,
a little
Fungi
bit.
and TN I
Initially,
knew, I
During
guess.
that 2023 season, you had this JDG super team. Everyone was looking at them. They're going to do the golden road, right? Where BLG initially, I know we think of that team now as like an insane team, made it to World's Finals the next year, right? But like that was not supposed to be a super team when they came together.
They were so messy at that time. I remember them even making finals in the MSI was quite an upset.
Yeah.
Upset some LCK teams. But you know, obviously now it's really flipped the script in terms of how these teams are placed within the LPL.
I will say, first best of 5 this year, 3-2. Second best of 5, 3-1. We have seen a lot of sweeps, Emily.
Matchup. Is
We
it
have seen a
another
lot of sweeps.
3-0? What
We'll
do you guys
see.
think? Another 3-0?
3-0, 3-0. Okay, 3-2.
All right.
I like the 3-2. I want some 5 games. We came all the way here. Let's play the games. Game 2 up after the break.
Oh.
Fate on himself, expecting the public execution to maybe hit, but now there's your knockwave on to 2. JDG's got to be careful.
2024. Yeah, okay. My bad. Yeah, because Kanavi was there last year, right? 2025. Not TN. Not bad. Honestly, dude, watching TES play this year, I don't think that's that bad. I think it's okay.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I think Fungyue, I don't hate Fungyue. I think he's improved a decent amount in Split 1. Whereas I feel like with Jackie Love, he could improve a little bit more, but at the same time, it's kind of weird that Jackie Love has to play with like someone like Fungyue.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
You press record. If you really about to strike, then you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, go to metal. Got you fighting lords, gotta cut the cord to your fit. Ain't no need in that hit. I'm the captain and what's happening, I lean when I stand. How I'm stacking these wings, watch the hate reappear. While you waiting in life, like at a bar for some beer. We the bar to the distillery, this is manual fame. Papa's clutch, how you think I know the name of the game? Old man was the greatest legacy before lambs. And if you talking real strange, I'ma go insane. Like, no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. Play the game in your school, I take your plate and your food. This is champion mode and I ain't trying to be rude. Get the cross stepping weapon on my right hand, shooter on my left, catch your breath. Got it done their hands like it's Peter Pan's. It's a rock when I run it back. Brody keep a stack, that's a rap to a better man. If you need to learn a couple moves, I help you understand. And if you need a groove, you gotta prove that you can read the sand. I'm talking hourglass, moving baby choosing while we moving this fast. Got you losing our perspective through the looking glass. This some Alice kind of malice. You gon' need the past, present, future, so go where you got to really land. No offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand 2026. It's our last best of 5 before the finals. It's LPL Civil War, a rematch of the finals between BLG and JDG, and it's BLG up 1-0 after game number 1. It was pretty close in the early game with JDG getting leads in the bottom side, BLG solo laners pulling ahead as expected, but BLG did what BLG does, and they took the whole game after they got one big lead. They never let it go.
Exactly. It just feels like kind of a continuation of what they were able to do in the finals. Shouldn't have been working so well together to put Xiaoshu into an untenable spot. Like, nothing he could really do when you get that far down. And despite the fact that Honky was actually winning the 1v1 against Knight, it wasn't a 1v1. No. On was constantly there, trades flashes with him, dropping hot cocos, giving him extra health. They were always working well together to really enable their solo lanes. And I think it was very, very impressive. Despite some good plays from JDG, it always felt like BLG was just getting that much more.
Yeah, BLG definitely the ones to look out for. The solo lanes, like I said, both having a great time in that one. And
Power nap.
At the beginning of the game that I think that Viper hasn't had the greatest performance so far at the tournament. And if he could step up, they would be that much scarier. He really wasn't super relevant for the first 20 minutes, but that can happen when you're playing AD carry. Your job is to make sure that you farm, and then when the time for you to step up is there, you step up. And I believe that he did. We remember kind of like the final actual fight where
come on, that's funny. No?
They had the 5v4. They go in to try to full send it and maybe make a comeback. And Viper's positioning is right where it needs to be. Kill the enemy AD carry, put the damage down. And I honestly think that his performance, real solid.
Yeah,
Renard
is solid. I mean,
expected to replace Rookie if he retires. Damn.
1,000 minions had to die
so I can attack one person.
It's important. All right, let's hop back into it here as JDG have elected for first pick, and BLG will play off of the blue side. Do not be fooled by the fact that the teams are on different sides of the bottom. It's BLG blue.
So now I want to see, is it going to be a
dude, the fact that the Cavs has to keep reminding people what's going on is not it,
though
dude.
We have, to be fair, seen Sion do really well
not
that matchup a number of times, but Xiaoshu is just such a Renekton enjoyer.
I know that it's LPL versus LPL, but at least in LCS, where we come from, I consider this the nightmare matchup because teams will always pick Renekton, and then he just ends up being a sock puppet by the end of the game.
I consider every matchup into Sion to be the Renekton. You're like, okay, I'm 12 CS ahead. Well, great, buddy.
Guess what?
His Soul Furnace gave him 2,000
right.
HP.
It's like, all right, better do your empowered call than me.
Dude, they're heavily banning bot lane. Oh my god.
We've got the Seraphine,
Lulu, and Karma.
The Rumble, the Karma, and the Rise, as it's JDG first picking Vi for Junja. Let's see how BLG wants
I have been looking at Twitter. It's been funny.
Dive that you know is going to go along.
Oh my god, where's CFO? I'm going to block
you.
Bit.
I think Xin makes sense as an answer. Xin is so strong in general. When people are trying to dive past the Xin, he kind of says no, right? You pop the Crescent Guard. You're really good at just hitting.
I'm NA talent, so CFO's going to start winning, dude.
Just
jealous.
Not only because the Seraphine is banned, but because you have more mobility, more safety. Nico is going to give you a stronger 2v2, and Pop Blossom is fantastic counter engage, as we know. So I really like these first two picks here. Seeing the Vi, because Vi is not a pick that you can really pivot out of and say, you know what, we're going to play front to back. I'll just ult the Sion. Like, it doesn't really work that way.
That's pretty junk.
You're kind of locked in.
That's not going to work the best. So yeah, Yunara, Nico, loving this in the bottom lane for BLG, but JDG, I
think you picked tank top.
With it.
I mean, okay, I guess.
Talking about Renekton is up, so that's what they're going to lock in for Xiaoshu. And
I guess Xiaoshu Renekton is fine.
Something like Renekton, especially when you're playing this champion that needs to not fall behind, otherwise you kind of just feel useless. I want to see the rest of the team also supporting this pick, because I feel like at this point, Shun and even On are going to be looking to make sure Bin gets ahead.
Absolutely, they really are. And I mean, Sion seems like the expected answer now, because as I said, Nara is gone, Rumble is gone. Xin, though, would mean you would be dropping that, and that would get banned. So you're kind of choosing between the two. Do you care more about the Sion or more about the Xin? Because the other is very likely to be banned by JDG.
Why didn't you reply?
So in this case,
I'm not replying to dumb hate tweets.
I think is correct, because, again, I think Xiaoshu might be the best Renekton in the world. This guy's Renekton is cracked. He is very, very good at it, has an incredibly impressive laning phase. This is a champion that I most associate him with.
Okay.
So you don't want to put Bin in a really bad spot when he has been such a point of power for the team. So with the Sion, you just kind of have to withstand the early phase of the game. And when we see that it's Ahri, you just don't care about Ari's damage assign. You're just going to be stacking armor. You know, maybe your Jack Show is going to give you some MR.
And see if it goes to MSI, dude, you're going to be apologizing. You're going to be like, you know what, Kevin, I'm sorry for doubting you.
That's going to deal with the Vi, with the Renekton, with the AD carry that we know Gala is going to be playing. And Hongq has to fight past the
CFO is just really good.
Really win fights going frontline, similar to Vi, right? So it's all about can they execute on the dive. And so now I feel like as JDG, you want to ban the Xin for sure. And then you're thinking about, all right, what are good like counter engage or defensive mid laners that we could have to deal with here from Knight? Is it worth banning out a mid laner, or do we just want to target another AD jungler and put that even more down? Because we know exactly how JDG are going to play the comp out, regardless of what their bot lane is. It actually changes nothing.
Right.
Coco!
Over on the BLG side, Rakan being banned away, it's a great partner for Vi and Ari diving into the back line like you're already talking about, right? Ari does one Spirit Rush forward. You
whatever, JDG's about to win, so I'm happy.
With the quickness already activated, you have a ton of gap close. So they're going to make sure that can't go with them. Second ban of this second half is Kalista for BLG. This is another one of those champions that, again, if you have an engaged support, you bring him in, you toss him forward for the extra distance, your engage is that much more powerful.
I can't.
Kalista Renata would be something that would be fitting the aggressive bill. Of course, Gala could just go Kai'Sa. I mean, that is definitely an absolute Gala classic. But the problem is, a lot of Kai'Sa lanes are pretty weak, right? And it is going to be difficult when you already see a really strong laning support over on the other side in the Nico. Of course, there's always the slight possibility Nico's going to get flex and stuff, but we're just going to kind of ignore that because I don't really expect that to be true.
It doesn't happen a lot these days.
Yeah, exactly.
You kind of have to have a Nico specialist in mid lane to really like pull that out.
Or be very desperate.
Right. Desperation or specialization. I feel like being down 1-0, you're not desperate yet.
And I specialize in 2 champions, and now I'm out of them. I'm going to play Nico mid.
Okay, here we go. Slam the Nico. All right, Annie is the second ban from JDG, though, so they don't want to deal with the potential of just the instant burst onto the Ahri, or even the Vi if she tries to dive in, right?
Ooh, so Poppy goes hard.
Yeah, I feel like Poppy against Vyra next. There's so much value against Ahri. All 3 of these champions. Okay, I love this pick from BLG.
This is one of these games where I feel like Poppy is just generically good in the meta. I know it's not the fastest clearing jungler, right? I know it does have some weaknesses, right? But I feel like it is just generically strong. And then you see a draft like this and you're like, oh, you just won the game.
Yeah, Steadfast Presence is one of those abilities that I feel like is just absolutely nuts against certain champions. Okay, JDG is going with the ladder combo that bullies lane. Caitlyn Lux, this is a tried and true 2v2 that is made to put you under your turret and constantly provide pressure. That's going to be their choice into the Yunara and Nico. Meanwhile, the final pick of the draft for BLG is Mel in mid lane.
And Mel is a classic in the LPA. They love this pick. It is so much more popular in the LPL than elsewhere in the world, and it is a great matchup into the Ahri. Obviously, you're just holding the rebuke for the charm, right? You're trying to stop that charm, because not only are you stopping the damage, you're stopping the damage amp, you are then potentially charming the Ahri, which can completely screw her over. I do think the difficulty here for me with the JDG comp, like, it is pretty cohesive. The Lux ult even later on can be used as part of the dive.
Are you worried about Caitlyn Lux?
Is that where do you go as a jungler? You're playing Caitlyn Lux. That needs help. You need to push. You need to farm plates. You need to play in their face, which exposes you to the enemy jungler. So that means you got to protect them. But then on the other side of the map, you're also playing Renekton into Sion. That guy needs to get ahead too. So I do feel like Jinja's in one of these kind of impossible situations where not 1, not 2, but 3 lanes really want his help. And that is so difficult to deal with. Whereas Sion is completely happy just to chill and farm. Mel is going to be completely happy just to deal with that 1v1 herself. It's really only bot lane that I think needs Shun's help. So I feel like his job is so much easier than Jinja's this game.
And I mean, when you think of jungle in League of Legends in general, every single decision you make, whether it's to farm, to gank, to ward, to recall, they all come at an opportunity cost.
Yeah.
And when all 3 lanes need help like you're talking about, those opportunity costs, well, let's just say that the economy value here is skyrocketing. So your decision making becomes that much more important even than it normally is. So I'm curious how well Junja will be able to navigate that, how well he can make sure he's relieving the pressure where it's needed most.
And it's so tough, right? Just, you know, multiple of these lanes have got to play aggressive or they're just not going to be that useful. In isolation, Ahri is going to really have trouble, I think, against this Mel. Obviously, in isolation, Gala and Vampire are going to do great in the 2v2.
Yeah.
But the whole point of this is to be at their tower farming plates, right? That is what this kind of thing has to do. Caitlyn is a really interesting AD carry because, you know, even when it's really popular in solo
Caitlyn Lux has to win bot lane, right? If they can't win bot lane, this comp
why aren't we seeing a lot of Caitlyn? And often the response I hear is that Caitlyn is the most OP champion in the game until you make one mistake, and then is the least OP champion in the game.
Right. It's so tempo-based.
Exactly. It's so tempo-based.
BLG won draft? Probably.
You need to be farming plates. You need to be really accelerating
Having
yourself.
draft masterclass?
One
What
death
the
sometimes
fuck?
completely screws that.
All right, so both of our junglers in this one are starting on the top side, pathing towards bottom. I like that for both of them. Again, we're talking about if you're Shun, you're really looking at relieving the pressure on the bottom lane from that.
I mean, I do think the draft for
JDG
JDG makes sense for JDG though.
Be focusing on that bottom lane most, so you want to be there in case he shows up.
Oh.
Exactly. So there's a lot of going to be tracking here as well. You know, just making sure you know where the enemy jungler is. You're playing well around your timings. And that Viper and On are playing well. On had a killer Bard game in game number 1. Honku not really having any fun as he is just getting walked down right now by Knight.
Knight does use the rebuttal there though. So very, very long cooldown at level 1. This is one of the longest cooldown basic abilities in League of Legends. So whenever you can get that out of him, you do know that you have some opportunities to go more aggressive for a little bit.
Yeah, and that is going to be really, really important. The timing of this ability is so huge, right? Because it is not just a shield. It is not just, you know, some basic little defensive thing.
It's like Fiora parry.
Exactly. Well, and even more so, it's Fiora parry if you reflected it back. Like, you know, you're able to turn around an entire fight sometimes with that. And so it's the offensive power that is so powerful as well. You know, this is Bin versus the LPL internationally. You think about Bin as this mainstay in international play. You think about him often, you know, if he gets taken down, it's by the LCK, but he does actually have a losing record versus the LPL internationally. You know, has not always been able to dominate that regional competition, but this time definitely coming in as a favorite.
And I mean, even just think back to last year's Worlds. BLG was one of the teams that people were talking about, like, yeah, this should be a potential.
They don't want to think back.
Finalist team. Yeah, BLG wants to forget last Worlds. That was a big disappointment for that roster compared to expectations. So being able to clutch up in the big moments, being able to make sure that you live up to the expectations that not only everybody else has for you, but you should have for yourself. Very important as Shun makes the tackle onto Honku.
Yeah, I meant to kill
nice and early. It's only level 4,
spam?
so there's no way to use a Spirit Rush
Arias
to try to
hyping
get
an
away.
essay.
Nice
yeah, it's a good gank there. You know, really well timed. He's full clearing.
Hey,
just goes
Jays
over,
have a goal lead. Let's go.
Xiaoshu going to be able to grab his first plate here already, so does have the push, and of course taking some damage.
First plate top.
I also say it was really nice from Honku.
Oh my God, Vampire!
Was that?
Flash Q.
What was that flash?
Not 100% sure.
I looked at something else for a second, and then I just saw him flash out of the bush, and I didn't see any skill shots come out, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. I was looking
flash Q to miss.
Something else on the mini-map.
Maybe we'll get a replay.
Maybe we will get a replay. I'm not sure if that
Well,
was accident
G2
or
play
if it was like a flash binding that went into the minions.
Depends who wins today. Whoever wins today plays
Honku flashed
G2 tomorrow.
Which I think is important because he had just TP'd back. So if you don't flash early and you tank a bunch of damage and you have to take a really bad base there, sure, it sucks that you lost your flash, but it's better to lose the flash early if you're going to do it.
Ooh, look at the
wait!
First blood Gala in the 2v2.
Let's go.
The Piltover Peacemaker into the follow-up auto. Gala gets his first kill on drops. No jungler help required. Caitlyn Lux doing what they were drafted for.
Yeah, and playing against Caitlyn Lux sometimes can be a bit of a bullet hell. You're constantly dodging. You feel like you're doing well. You're doing well. You're doing well. Hit by one binding into the trap, into the full Caitlyn combo. Q, auto, E, double headshot, 100-0, just dead.
I mean, most bullet hell games are you can dodge 99 things, but if the 100th hits you, you lose. And sure enough,
got 99 problems.
Wow.
Unfortunately, binding is one.
That binding's crazy.
He get taken down there. Vampire sets it up well, and Vampire has been playing, I think, quite well. You know, he had a really good roam towards the top side to help out Xiaoshu last game with that early TP on the Alistar. And Vampire is just a very interesting player. He's a guy who's had kind of a mixed history. You know, he came in and for a while was considered potentially the worst player, you know, worst support, maybe even the worst player in the LPL, you know, had really been struggling, but has had such an incredible turnaround, you know, on WE, on this roster that was not expected to be good at all. He completely surpassed people's expectations, really impressed so many players.
Do we have hope for
and,
JDG?
Has completely turned around his trajectory, and now I feel like he is, you know, one of the best supports.
JDG balling carries? Yeah, I guess you have to just draft for them.
Really impressive, and it's going to be an important part of any win they get.
Ooh, nice solar snare there onto Honku. Knight forcing out the Spirit Rush from the enemy jungler.
Oh my God, Kalen someone got it.
Now Shun in the middle of the pit, has to flash.
Okay, they're going on tonight.
But now Junja turns it right back around.
Can anyone follow up on that?
Who escapes back towards the rest of his team, waiting over the wall. So both teams trying to get a little bit fresh here in the fight after the Dragons.
We have less
down,
hope than
nobody
G2
falls.
is crazy.
JDG still up 1,500 gold 8 minutes into the game. They're feeling great about this early game.
Yeah, that smite was a clencher as Xiaoshu interrupts the smash.
Okay, the defensive Scion.
I don't have bracket commands.
The Scion classic. You fight with him a little bit. Once it looks like you're going to lose, you just run away. Yeah, he's got to try to make it home. Does still have his flash available, but no, Xiaoshu's not going to pursue any further.
Yeah, he doesn't know where Shun is, so he's a little bit nervous about that. So Ben buys enough time that he won't chase after him. But that was a risky smite. Junja actually smote the dragon down to about 20 HP, and it was an auto attack from Gala that did end up claiming it. So Gala secured that. And could have been pretty bad had they lost that dragon, but you have full bot side prio, you have a very good early game lead. Gala's up almost 1,000 gold already. Viper very far behind as far as the CS is concerned, and First Blood wins at Gala, and they got a plate, and they got a dragon.
It's a lot of ands.
It's a lot of ands. And it's a great start for JDG.
And it is, as Ben eats the Renekton combo here yet again. The Scion down about 10 CS, but again, this is what you expect early on versus the Renekton. He should have a lead because of how well Scion is going to scale. Jungle is relatively even. Knight and Hongq, again, relatively even in mid lane, but the story really is that bottom lane. If Caitlyn Lux gets picked, this is what it's got to be for, but like you mentioned earlier, your conversation
Can you share the first time bracket?
It's about making sure you never, ever slip. Caitlyn Lux must continue to play from a lead. I specifically want to see them to continue play around these dragons. Make sure you're there first. The trap lines are a lot of Caitlyn's power.
I just have Leakpedia open.
Make it so things like the banana brush aren't safe.
The
entry ramps aren't safe. They aren't an available way to get to the fight, and that's what I'm really going to have my eyes on for JDG as this game goes forward.
And I think it does kind of lend itself to one of their strengths. You know, I talked about how good their objective setups generally are. So now that they have an advantage, now that they have a Caitlyn who can really control space, it is going to be powerful. And you know, not only is the Caitlyn trap line just annoying to walk through, but it also pairs very, very well with skill shot champions. Because even if there's a slight gap, you have to walk around the traps into a potential binding or charm.
There you go. Suchan's
makes
better.
Things really, really difficult. Of course, BLG will try to claim space, you know, utilizing their Scion. Shun has Junja behind him, doesn't know it just yet, though.
All right, they drop the ward, seeing if maybe they can find anybody passing through this red buff area of the jungle. But
yeah, he's already in the finals. So whoever wins this plays G2 tomorrow.
It's been for quite a while now here for JDG at about 1,500. Grubs are available on the map. JDG sending their jungler towards that area, but you can see Bin, with the fact that he has the wave currently pushed out, has the chance to go and ward that top side of the river. So they will see Junja doing this. They won't be able to stop at least the first grub, and you can see Hongq already in a defensive position to cover for Junja, who now backs away from the remaining two grubs, ready to help the fight. As
what the fuck?
Beautiful! Gala gets out of the range. They fire back with a light binding because
JDG
has to stop in the same spot to drop the ulti. And the Wombo combo is just way too powerful. The Piltover Peacemaker takes the kill. Not only do they get their second 2v2 kill of the game in the bottom lane, but JDG claim all three grubs. They're up over 2,000 gold. Game 2 is all JDG all the way.
And now the bot lane is going to get even more tough because Gala will have those grubs.
Okay, Bin just going to walk this one off. Wants to get away from Xiaoshu. Misses the decimating smash. Charged it a little bit long there.
You never tried it? What the fuck? You gotta try it. Name is Span. No way. Get the fuck out!
Junja drops, and there's the second one as well as Xiaoshu falls tonight.
Dude, what is up with JDG?
To keep themselves in this game.
So when bot lane wins, top lane ends. When top lane wins, bot lane ends. Can we just have
creating those solo lane leads that they so desperately need?
Can we just be together on point?
Goes bad from on. He did force double flashes, so that is one positive for them. You know, he flashed in with the Pop Blossom, got the double flash, but like you say, when you press Pop Blossom, you CC yourself, right? You are going to be going straight up, straight down. That's where the binding is going. That's where the trap is going, and that's where you are going to get one shot. And Viper now, it was already not a fun lane. It is that much less fun now, as Yuntal is already completed here, and it is triple grubs here, so they are going to be able to deal even more damage to this tower. This one's pretty much a lock to be first turret of the game. I don't know that BLG can really do anything about it.
And Yuntal is one of those items, it's like Rod of Ages, right? Considering you have to stack it, the earlier you get it, that's the earlier it's going to be at max strength, which will just continue making sure you're ahead of the pace.
The only time I've ever had spam was like spam Musubi.
Second Drake of the game up right now, as you can see a bunch of blue pings.
I don't know, it's just weird to me to have that shit.
Testing it has been up here in the top side, does have Thornmail fully completed now. Going to make those trades from Xiaoshu that much less scary.
Oh, Xiaoshu fucked now in top lane? No way, dude.
Now will look to go for this second Drake potentially, but instead just decides to control ward it. There's your big laser from Vampire trying to create a little space. I remember when that thing was called Finale's Funkeln or something. I think it's an anime reference, like a German anime reference or something. I don't remember what it was, but I'm so glad that they changed it to whatever it is now that I can't remember off the top of my head for some reason. But JDG,
is it Final Spark?
Final Spark, that's what it is. I'm pretty sure that's actually what the translation of Finale's Funkeln is.
Okay.
But yeah, the name was definitely harder to remember earlier, even though I remembered it but forgot the real one. Shun, channeling the keeper's verdict, nice knock, gets rid
dragon
of
resets.
the enemy jungler there, wants to try to finish the damage here onto the dragon, and there it is, Mountain Drake secured for BLG. They're going to feel good about that one.
Oh shit, Ginger might be in the fucking wrong side. He has flash out.
I love when players
flash for flash?
Her ulti is a full commit
Not
no
bad.
matter what once it's cast.
Oh,
so considering he drags Junja over the wall, he spends his flash, but he demands a flash in response from Junja.
Yep, going to be able to trade that out, and that is going to feel really nice. JDG, even with this big gold advantage, not running everything to their liking. It is BLG that are able to grab that dragon. It is BLG with slight advantages on the top side. And this is going to be a game, we already kind of knew it, but it's really all about Gala. He has all of that gold lead, and Bin has been able to stabilize thus far on that top side. Xiaoshu's doing his best, but it's tough.
Yeah, Thornmail doing plenty of work here for the Scion as he goes in for the point-blank ulti, decimating smash right after. Bin's got the timing to catch him on the very edge, and as the Soul Furnace explodes, Xiaoshu's consumed in the flames. Bin, 2-0-1 on the Scion.
And I just don't want to see this matchup anymore, man. It's
so
like,
rough.
if Xiaoshu can't do well in this matchup, then what can you do? You know, he was doing great in the 1v1, but all it takes is exactly one gank, one play goes bad. It's kind of like the inverse of the Caitlyn matchup, right? Where it's same situation where it looks good until it doesn't because one thing goes Bin's way. Now he's up 600 gold. Look how much armor he has. We talked about this in draft. He doesn't care about the Ahri. He doesn't care about anything the Ahri does, and he never will. And now he has just so much armor that even with the Black Cleaver, it's going to be very difficult for Xiaoshu, and you can see in the Coinbase gold grind, it is a monstrous gold lead for Gala, but he is going to have to deal with Bin eventually, and Bin is just going to be playing in his face,
oh my
feel
God,
like in every
dude.
team fight.
Gala is the gold lead. 1.7k for the Caitlyn, 1.7k for the team as a whole. You can see at the scoreboard at the top. So a lot of pressure on Gala here to make sure that he can really bring this home. It's his job.
Okay, let's see if they can do dragon stacking.
Caitlyn must be on point.
And Riphel's up in 50 seconds. Can he do it?
Convert it into a win, turn it into a tied-up series.
And I mean, Vampire has a big gold lead himself, but it's not as though this is the solo queue style. He's not going Luden.
Honk is in a
he's not,
pretty good state.
Support items, right? So
even though Knight got a free kill and assist, he's like even gold.
Sometimes like you see that in solo queue when they really get a
I
lot
see
of
Mel
gold.
W. It's actually disgusting. Dude,
playing
yesterday when was it
They
Caps
are
that did the
pulling
Mel
this guy.
W twice in a fight? And I was like so confused. I mean, okay, they get Viper.
He's gonna die in a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it is a 1-for-1, but honestly, I think you take those because that is gold in Viper's pockets here. You do kill off Xiaoshu. Yes, you give a kill back to Junja, but if you can just trade gold for your AD carry and their jungler,
The reflective projectile is slightly
homing. The
homing.
wave was pushed in.
Yeah.
Play, but not bad at
Yeah,
all.
it curves a little
Caitlyn
bit.
Bucks have moved mid, but Knight has
So
a very good
basically,
wave
like
here.
even
So
if you're
I kinda feel
moving
like
in one
maybe we
direction
need to
and you
start to see
throw
them
it
go
out,
elsewhere on the map
most
to
likely
find
it'll
a
hit
lane to really
you.
pressure. Knight is going
Depending,
down towards
even if you
bot
keep
side
walking
now,
the same
so it is gonna
direction.
be, back in their favor in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Something like that. It's really fucked. It feels so fucked,
Finds
dude.
a little bit of damage, but the Nico is just fine.
Like that's
All
why
he's doing is
Mel
making enough
can't be
space
like
to
strong
guarantee
because her
that Shun
W
can
is
grab
just
that crab without there being any
her
sort of a
kit is
contest
too
for it.
strong, so they have to
Because
nerf
the
her
Riptail
numbers.
is up, BLG wants control over this topside river. Bin teleports in to make
I don't know.
sure
After this,
that he's here
I
for
want
Caitlyn as
Xiaoshu
well.
to play
Does have
tanks
his Mercury
only.
treads completed, making sure
Like
that
it's
he can get at the
0-3-1.
CC when he does get hit by it inevitably as the front line for BLG. But a TP coming in now for JDG with the Rift Herald down to 4,000
Viper is
HP.
split.
JDG.
Oh, that's that's Nico. Nico's coming for flank. Gala's pushing mid?
Throw out the Arc of Judgment. A disguised Nico as a minion in the jungle. We could see On go for something, but no. JDG hasn't seen him yet. They don't want to go for anything here.
They're gonna fight this?
Make their way forward now. The Scion ulti leads the charge.
Scion ult?
Able to slice and dice through the Scion to get away. JDG decides they don't want to take any more fights, and honestly, for BLG, when you're almost 2,000 gold behind and you can take the Rift,
at least Ruler carrying Knight in some games.
That feels
Viper,
pretty good.
wait, Ruler?
Really, really good. But again, you know, Caitlyn is one of these difficult champions that if you take that fight and you lose that fight, your power is kind of gone, and he's working towards what I'm assuming.
Oh, are you talking about
second here, and that's where
2023
spike a lot. But I really think at this point for JDG, you're looking towards 3 items because this is a guy with.
Okay.
This is the guy who has to deal with.
No, I was like, I don't know. It's weird to bring that up now.
Going after Knight. The rebuttal buys a little bit of time for him. Solar Snare underneath the turret, but there's no way the turret can do enough damage to make that.
In terms of 80 carry, okay.
So you got the mid jungle combo.
Then yeah, I agree.
From Hongq and Junja.
No, I mean Ruler. I felt like Ruler did his part on JDG. I was like, JDG was so strong. Like I felt like Knight and Ruler were just like the best in their positions.
With that play up on top side,
you know what I mean? So, but like yeah, I mean I don't know. Viper's not doing shit, dude.
A gold lead down on that bottom side, which is really
doesn't remember shit.
Really
what do you mean don't remember shit?
3 items on Caitlyn.
Dude, okay, I'm just an old man, okay?
Very, very good.
God damn, dude, I'm 30 years old. Can you please stop?
With her range, as long as they can keep her safe, she has a real chance. But the reset
MJ
timing is so late that it means they're just giving over a free dragon.
Yeah, Hongq takes the tier 1 turret in the top side, but remember that they did have to commit both Spirit Rush and the Vi ulti onto the top
bald?
side. So
I look like I'm fucking 40
they
or 50,
won't be able to
dude.
play from a position of setup. They won't have strength around this dragon. We've got to take every dragon we can to stop the stacking. So they will at least get that second one. But it's a 3,500 gold lead for JDG.
And JDG wouldn't have wanted to fight even if Hongq had his ult because Gala hadn't base. And now he has the IE, so you definitely wouldn't want to force with your AD carry having the entire gold lead in his pockets, right? You've got to spend that up. He has done so now, so now he is out to that Infinity Edge, has the Untull, has the tier 2 boots, going to be really, really strong.
They're
But again,
34?
It's about the because Ben is just going to be stacking armor this game. You need to be able to get through him. Poppy's going to go in towards the
DC
Deadman's
fraud
next.
team
There's
can't
gonna
compete
be
with the
so
EU
much
overload
armor, so much
lords.
frontline power that Gala will have to be able to knock through, and it's all up to him to be able to do it. You get a little bit of help, obviously, from that Black Cleaver, maybe, but there's no guarantee that Xiaoshu's ever even
Nah, they
been
win.
in a team
JG
fight,
would
so
win against
you really
EU.
do need the armor.
I have faith.
And I like this total gold chart here on the side of the screen.
I mean, Caitlyn Lux wins lanes. That's the whole point picking it.
In this game,
He won lane.
But seeing that Viper is also the second richest person in the game, period, and he's still
I'm low key. I'm not even curious why Kev-san had no girlfriend.
Sometimes when you look at a pro game, you're like, ah, damn, your AD carries down 40 CS. He must have farmed really badly. Viper has 10 CS a minute.
Yeah, more actually. It's just crazy.
Okay, there's team find this.
Looking for their opportunity to make a play, tackle into the wall.
Oh my god. Oh, he just dies like that?
Golden Eclipse finds the kill. They try to get
Dude, why is
away,
Mel?
But now Viper is on the hunt, chasing him down. He has transcended. Another ball breaker might try to get Junja out of the way, but no, steadfast presence stops that in its tracks. Viper gets a couple of kills here, and the Yunara is trying to catch back up.
What the
Yeah, you do not want that to happen. As you're pointing out, you know, despite the fact that it is this massive gold lead, Viper still has a lot of total gold. He is still a strong character in this game. Maybe not compared to Gala right now, but damn, he's going to have a lot of gold here on base. There's the second item.
You don't have any siblings? I do. I have 2 younger brothers.
So we're talking about you make that one misstep. If Caitlyn has one bad team fight, you know, if they show up to this next dragon and they
No,
lose,
dude.
I think they are going to
They
lose
realize
the
they
game.
fucked up with me, so they made 2 more.
Here. You know, BLG, we're looking for this engage. It looks like a failed engage
Holy
initially,
shit,
but
dude, they're so
everyone goes in from BLG. The Solar Snare landed on 2 there from Knight. They
Zion
out
fucking
Hongq,
crazy.
and then they're just fully committing.
Zone
There's so many
control.
flashes spent. They're going in on it. They know Gala's not involved. Xiaoshu's not involved. We are going to win this fight, and they're able to donate some of that gold straight into Viper's pockets.
And you mentioned Viper completing the second item, and it's
I
one
was
of those
saying the other
items, the
coach.
Fiend Hunter bolts.
He
Certainly
sent a happy birthday?
When you think
What?
about Infinity Edge, right? Something like that.
Who?
But something like
What?
Fiend Hunter bolts only fits on a few champs, right? You think about Zeri, you think about Twitch, you think about Yunara, but the champs that it works on, it is so strong with, right? So Viper really going to feel a lot better now that he's got that 2-item power spike. Looking at other 2-item power spikes coming around. You've got both the Ludens and the Proto Belt for Knight. You've got the Unending Despair on Bin. It's more of what you were talking about earlier. Armor. Merc Treads feels good enough
GG
for the
call
magic
food
resist.
delivery.
Right on the other side, though, you do have the Proto Belt also completed.
You're the only one at the fan
We've
with no
already
girlfriend?
talked about
Oh
the
my
Infinity Edge
god,
and Gala,
dude.
And JDG are pressuring the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane now. Viper just going to clear that one out as well as he can. Has plenty of wave clear there on the Yunara to do so as JDG decide to head
Listen, I'll get one eventually, okay? I just have a negative debuff. Being bald is rough.
Yeah, it's
My
not great.
brother?
Shelly's
Oh,
not even going to get
probably not. I don't remember.
One turret, so that objective the BLG claimed does go to waste. And you can see here the total gold over the course of the game back at 10 minutes was JDG's biggest lead so far, and now we're back to a game that's not even 1,000 apart.
Yeah, I actually think they're losing at this point, despite the 1,000 gold lead. I mean, you're down at Dragon. You look compositionally at how difficult it's going to be to get through Bin. I feel like Bin's job is basically right-click on Gala and close your eyes. You just walk up to this guy, you pretend nothing else exists. As long as Gala is hitting Bin, I think it's going to take him so long to get past that front line that the rest of the 4v4 is really, really good, right? As long as Gala can actually access those priority targets, I think it is very difficult. So then it's up to JDG to try to preempt that. You know, you have to be the ones finding the engage. You got to control vision, control space with the traps, really set yourself up well so that you're the ones starting the fight and Bin can't just walk in and make Gala back up.
Right, the question isn't just which AD carry has more money, more items. It's does Caitlyn from 1,500 gold lead kill Sion and Poppy faster than a Yunara that you already said was still very relevant in the game, kill Renekton and Vi?
Yeah, a 0-3 Renekton, right? You know, who's going to die faster? Well, often the gold on the side is a lot harder to deal with.
Well, the thing for JDG, though, is they're doing exactly what we wanted to see them do around this bottom side dragon. They are there first as the 4th dragon of the game is about to spawn. They're trying to set up the Caitlyn traps, trying to draw these battle lines nice and early. But as you would expect,
dude, I don't know if these Caitlyn traps are good.
If he accidentally eats a cupcake, it's not a problem. He'll step straight through the banana brush.
Okay, he gets dragon. Now they win this fight? They win the fight? That has to ult out. Shun. All the Nico counter ult, but it's okay. Nico's dead. Oh my god, support for jungle trade. Okay, never mind. Knight did nothing.
So both top laner and mid laner from JDG barely hanging on. It's a 1-for-1. However, JDG.
How did I not know Kevin had siblings that the family decided to cook?
At least some plates here in the mid lane tier 1 turret.
I don't really talk about my family on stream, dude.
Nice solar snare timing into the radiant volley right after, so HongQ doesn't get any value out of that one, but JDG will be happy taking the dragon.
Yeah, the amount of CC it should.
Oh, what the fuck? The charm misses?
Not quite in the position that Shun was hoping, so he tackles him just to the side of those 2 pine trees sticking out at the front. No extra stun, no extra damage.
Still nice. Shun pushes him back, and that covers Knight to push out the top wave, right? So
he ate his siblings, true.
As,
I had more siblings.
You know, Bin walked in.
Not anymore.
So much CC is still able to retreat back.
That's why I'm the biggest.
JDG was maybe going to run over this fight until On had a really good turn on the Pop Blossom. Catches multiple members. That buys the space for Viper and Knight to get their work done. But I will say I'm super concerned that Gala did not go LDR 3rd. He went rapid fire. And there was just too much armor on Bin. You are not going to hurt this guy.
Now we can see BLG in the enemy jungle yet again. They were looking at Junja. They chunk him down to about 40% HP, but they're not going to threaten anything lethal. Let's take another look at how BLG approach.
Yep. So Bin walk forward. Yes, you are very tanky, but look at all the CC. There is Charm, there is Binding, there is Trap, there is everything hitting him. So with all that damage piling in, they do go. But look at this Pop Blossom, the turnaround here, catching both of the soul laners. And that meant they could not follow up on the Vi, right?
Oh
the
my
Vi
God,
is going in deep. Both soul laners try to come in.
Are the siblings also big? No. Or they're tall, but not like wide.
And then he can turn his eyes
they're more
on
like
this
Asian.
on this Ahri as well.
And this is the second time this game that we have seen Shun flash towards his team once he sees the ultimate on him. And I feel like this is his inner jungler senses, knowing how obnoxious it is when you're
realize how dumb I was.
And they drag
like
you
backup
forward.
plans.
He's saying, no, this is how we kill you. You pressed the doom button, and I'm not the one who's doomed.
Yep. Man. I am just so concerned that Gala did not buy Last Whisper. Even look at the Poppy. Like, we've been talking so much about the sign.
Like, they're as tall as me, but they're just not as wide. They're more skinny. So they play like football and basketball. Oh!
They want the damage. The tackle doesn't hit the wall. On staying alive for now. Junja dies, but it's traded back as HongQ kills On. Now
oh, Gala's dead too. What the fuck?
Caitlyn is dead. Now up here in the top
Oh my god, it's a disaster play. The whole game's going to fucking shit.
They don't want to let BLG try to get away with taking a Baron 25 minutes into the game, but they don't have anything to say about it. That's 4 dead on JDG. The throw is complete, and BLG's going after Baron.
JDG, let's check the time. Time of death, 25:50 in this game. BLG rip the game from their hands. The lead for Gala means nothing. The solo laners again stealing the show.
This is so fucked, though.
Can do nothing but watch as their hopes in this game just slipped away from them.
Man, let's take another look at how it started here in 2 different places.
Yeah, so On is looking for aggressive play. They have caught out Junja. Junja's kind of on the run. Vampire comes in, Honku comes in. They do kill off the support, but you spent a lot to just kill the support, and this is the bigger problem. The unstoppable onslaught from Bin catches Gala in transition. Even with the flash, he can't go anywhere, and you just can't die like that. Like I said, you got one mistake, and that was his one for the game, unfortunately. And you make that one mistake, and you are punished so heavily.
Oh my god,
now
dude.
Viper is in a really strong spot. You decided.
Oh my god, 3,000 gold lead now.
And it makes the decision to go rapid fire even worse, because now you're not actually pushing. Now you're not getting as much gold. You're slowed down so much. When is his LDR going to finish? Next game?
Probably, because you were right in what you said earlier, my friend. It's Randuin's Omen now on Bin.
It's going to be double Randuin's.
I guess I don't really care that you have 75% crit chance on Caitlyn right now, because that means you have a 75% chance to get your damage reduced by Randuin's Omen. Now BLG continuing to push forward here on the tier 2.
What the fuck?
Cannon minions just providing plenty of extra firepower, but JDG can't even try to defend this. They don't even need the extra range of the cannon minions because everybody on BLG can step forward, get the job done themselves. 4,500 gold lead. Baron for another 90 seconds.
Legit Viper being this far behind legit doesn't matter.
BLG is just easily walking from lane to lane, taking whatever structure they want, and JDG is struggling to find any sort of a response.
I mean, even On is going to have a Frozen Heart. Knight has a Zhonya's. There's so much armor on this team. It is going to be incredibly difficult. And really, you only have Viper as a target now, right? Like, that is it, because you can't go on the Zhonya's Mel. You can't go on anyone on the top side. And you really
we're getting another 3-0? Fuck, dude.
Either. So, JDG now, it's got to be basically Viper or a bust. And if you ult from a really long range, and on Viper, he's going to R, Conmay step, he's going to pull you back into the middle of the team, and they're going to do what they've done to Junja a number of times this game.
Cringe.
All right, BLG, time to crack open the base, and it's not going to be met with much resistance at all. Tier 3 turret falls in the mid lane as JDG
125 times pre-game for
3-0. Number 1 worth it.
That sounds about right.
Right now as Vampire gets back from the fountain, joins back up with the rest of the team. Only Nico clone in the enemy base there. They throw the light binding at it just in case. Junja and Xiaoshu trying to defend the tier 3 turret here in bottom. Bin again though, just that front line you can't do anything about. The Scion is so hard to kill as the third plate drops off of the tier 3 turret. BLG know that they've only got the Baron for about another 10 seconds. As you can see, Bin going for a recall, does have teleport to rejoin the rest of the team if he needs to.
Dude, that's crazy to me.
Oh! But On has a nice pop blossom, and there's the kill onto the Vine. Junja's in the picture, and Viper goes in. He's transcended, and he's ready to put the pressure on the JDG. The Renekton is useless, decimating smash into Gala. Bin creating all the space in the world as JDG
Bin's so giga-fed.
back to the fountain, tail between their legs. And BLG got a 5v3. They push towards next.
Oh, it's G2 won.
First one's about to drop. Bin continuing to keep everybody else on JDG trapped in the fountain steps. As On moves forward, tries to reposition. He will fall. 4v3 for BLG. Showing the tackle forward. Steadfast presence again. So much value here out of the Poppy W. Honku dies. Gala dies. Vampire can't do anything. BLG win game 2. They're on match point.
It was a great start from JDG, but a much better finish from BLG. Bin was just laughing on him on the fountain steps there. Takes about 50 autos from Gala until Gala says, you know what? I'm going to stop autoing. He tries to walk past him and just dies.
Yep, Thornmail means Caitlyn's taking more damage from Caitlyn's autos. I got to give my player of the game in this one to Shun. I think the Poppy just did so well. So many good angles on those tackles. So much value out of the Steadfast.
Looks support solid. It looks solid for like 15 minutes.
Come back from a game that at one point
they
were
kind of disappeared.
Gold behind. BLG's looking fierce. JDG's looking down the barrel of a potential clean sweep. Analysts, what do we think?
One game away from a BLG G2 Finals rematch, actually. away at the start, though, with how far ahead Gala got in the bot lane.
No, yeah, I thought like this 2v2 Kate Lux, it's super powerful. We knew that they were going to have, BLG was going to have a tough time dealing with it. They got this early 2v2 kill that really set them up in a great position. Lux binding lands, Piltover Peacemaker through. And they did such a good job with this early Caitlyn pressure using the Kate Lux. They ended up taking down that turret around like 12.5 minutes, rotated to mid, took that down as well. So it was looking good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw On trying to like overforce.
I've been on a Lux rant lately. What Lux rant?
Exactly, like if you're drafting
Who the fuck
Caitlyn
is
Lux,
talking about
this is
Lux?
how you want the early lane to go. Like you tick the box for what you're hoping for, but they weren't really able to translate that into the rest of the game because we saw topside go very differently.
I mean, it's interesting because we saw game one, they played around topside for Gnar. You think, okay, that's going to hard carry the game. Here, bot lane's not going well, and BLG plays around topside for Sion, but it ends up working out really well, but mainly because they can keep the Renekton down, and then the Cash was talking about this, the difference between one front line versus the other team's damage, and a Gnar with
ult cooldown being so short is kind of nice.
Renekton ended up being a difference, but they kept finding positive plays through Bin and Shun in the top lane.
Yeah, and he had Knight coming in to assist, didn't really have the damage until he arrived, but it just felt like Xiaoxu, who is so good on the Renekton, was constantly trying to find angles, and every time the Poppy is turning up, it feels so bad for him just to always be there.
Yeah, I actually really liked this decision making from Shun, right? Like instead of trying to bail out the Yunara lane, kind of being like, okay, it's fine, you're still doing all right. It's just that Gala is significantly far ahead of you, and you'll still be able to contribute in team fights.
I don't know what they do. I mean, like maybe put Xiaoxu on a tank top.
Maybe also due to some build decisions from Gala that we won't get too far into, but just know
that's the only thing I can think of.
Disagree with a little bit.
I love the shots we get of the coach's room there. It looked like Tabe were just doing screenshots of his lecture. He's just constantly talking to everyone because the first two games haven't really gone well, but we do need to look at today's HyperX Reflex replay. And we will talk about the Caitlyn build as well. Goes Yuntal, i.e. RFC, and then doesn't have damage at the end. This fight is very chaotic in the top lane, but I'd say the critical thing is actually the Sion finding the angle onto Gala in the mid lane.
It was such a good angle, and Gala was trying to push the 1v1 advantage over Viper. You know, you build rapid fire, you're not doing much damage to tanks, you want to try and target a squishy, but Bin just found this great angle in, and so much gold is lost when that Caitlyn is dead and taken out the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, then BLG are able to clean up the fight, get the Baron. That was the real backbreaker, as we can see look at behind here. Yeah.
For how much gold he had, this is disgustingly low.
Yeah. Also, look at, like, I know Sion is your front line.
18,000 damage.
Deceptively doing a lot of damage.
Holy
yeah,
shit,
I think maybe
dude.
misusing some of the funds.
Yeah.
Itemization wasn't ideal. We already talked about that, but I just think, like, the front line, the Poppy and the Sion together was just a complete brick wall to cut through, and especially when you have like a Vi Ahri, this combo is so momentum based. Like you get that initial kill, you can move forwards. It felt like there was just such a big stopper to that on the enemy team.
The depressing thing for me, if this is going to end up being a sweep, is I thought the JDG draft was really sound. They have a way of playing through a lot of prio. They can take over the game early. They had that 4,000 gold lead. I think a large part of this game is decided on the Caitlyn itemization, which is rare that I say this about games nowadays, but delaying LBR to item 4, never making it. The RFC when he's already outranging. Even the Yuntal early is questionable with how much he can push his early advantage.
Yeah, I think the Yuntal, I feel like the theory was probably some attack speed to cut through the tanks, but the RFC just makes no sense. I will say regarding the draft though, the Poppy Mel that came in to round out the composition, you know, the Poppy into all these dashes that really shuts down the front line trying to push in, and then the Mel as well, we've seen be so good into the Ahri, but also a lot of value into the Lux as well.
Dude, why is that damage so low, dude?
And engage potential that we saw from JDG.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Bin, but Shun is going to be our player of the game. Really clutch with his Poppy engages, also critical in getting the gold into Bin's hands. To begin with, they played around him the entire time. Deathless, 87% kill participation, just a great game all around, Emily.
Yeah, really, really good. I loved, again, his focus to topside. I thought the 4-5, as you already mentioned, Ox from BLG was really good in the draft. Bin getting it. I mean, his Sion was
Shun
great.
got 0?
Wow.
That's crazy.
People really disagree with us.
I did vote for Bin.
Yeah, Jab voted for Bin.
It's a weird appeal to authority when I'm like, the fans agree with me, but I'm down for it.
Shun, Any bins over here?
Viper has more than Shun? Isn't that fucking crazy?
Okay,
No,
apparently
okay,
me
the
and
room is
the
Shun.
chat are the only bin
How does
believers.
this work?
Jat in the chat are bin.
Yeah.
Young Jay said to Shun, Focus, Xiao Shun.
First one was 3-2. Next one was 3-1.
Got advice?
The
I don't even think
they're
they're camping him.
G2 BLG final tomorrow. We'll find out. Game 3 coming up after a short break.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
I guess I'll take another break. I'm kind of falling asleep again, dude. The long nap didn't really help, or sleeping in didn't really help too much. Still feel tired.
Time to spread my wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
As luzes vermelhas me seguem, eu sei, elas só querem meu mal. Quer as balas que ferem, bem, poça de sangue já vira normal. Tranquilo, sigo tranquilo no caos. Digo isso é questão de sobrevivência. Vida nas ruas não existe clemência. Quem vem de onde eu venho nem pensa que é possível se sair daqui. Jurei pra mim mesmo, não vou morrer aqui. O ódio quer me possuir, vida em conflito te torna ruim. Amor e lealdade são matérias que eu não vi na escola. Lá onde o sonho de jogar bola foi ofuscado pelo brilho da 99, sufocado na sacola. Menorzinho de 19, já foi todo no corre. Eu nunca conto com a sorte, eu nunca conto com a sorte. O karma não cobra em parcela, vai pra pista e recupera. Eu nunca conto com a sorte, eu nunca conto com a sorte. Meu nome é running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo pá pá pá, yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho. Hoje ela quer ser minha lady, agora ela sabe meu name. Agora ela sabe, eu só penso no paper. Eu jogo e faço no rain, yeah. Agora chama de meu bem, agora ela quer ser meu bem. Será que antes eu não merecia? Será que ela só quer de vente? Ela me puxa pela minha corrente, me solta quando eu quero my love. Só quero descarrego o pente, essa arma me deixa contente. Tem cara de X9. Se eu tiver com a mala cheia, eu sei que ela vai ligar. Nunca corro do problema, mas é melhor evitar. Antes eu não tinha nada, agora eu vou pra New York. Miligramas no meu corpo e substância alivia. Meu mano são running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo pá pá pá, yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho.
在没有打之前，我觉得其实这种东西很难说吧。然后只需要保持好我们自己的状态，迎接好每场比赛就行。
Wait, what time does tomorrow start?
大家也会比较偏进攻，偏进攻的话就需要打野在 整体的配合和一些交流想要做的啊，对，看起来像融合剂吧。然后
跟他
整体大家配合也都不错。其实，在场内我觉得我们一直都是就是在保持良好的交流嘛，然后在大家其实一致认为都是对面其实没有什么机会能赢，然后我们只需要稳一点打好团战就行了。
Flash will still have a little bit of time left on the cooldown, as will the Mundo. On goes in, flash into the pulverized headbutt backwards onto Cap. The Aurora's already dead, as Bin's in the middle of everybody. Knight staying alive against Broken Blade, and Bin is just buying time. Now both of that front line, both those solo laners are dead on the G2 side. It's a double kill for Shun's Pantheon.
我觉得就巴西粉丝们就其实在场馆的时候，我看他们都很热情嘛，然后我们打的也特别有激情。然后我觉得他们支持我们的话，因为我们可能打法会比较激进，然后比较刀尖舔血吧，看的会比较好看一点。就谢谢大家支持，然后接下来比赛我们也会
Yeah, it says 9 p.m. for me. I wonder if that's actually true.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand 20.
Because then I get to go to sleep at a reasonable time.
It is our second
for work on Monday.
Yes, yeah, my mom is Azale's #1 fan here on the show. She's his favorite caster. And now we have only one potential game left until the finals. If BLG can clean sweep this, they're up 2-0 over JDG. Game number 1 was close for a little bit, and then BLG dominated. Game number 2 was a very powerful JDG early and early mid game. And honestly, at one point, Isaac, JDG was up over 3,000 gold, about 3,500. Yep. And then it all came crashing down as they lost one big fight. The gold swung about 5,000 the other direction, and BLG still managed to win in under 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, BLG just stacked infinite armor. It did feel like even though we had this Caitlyn so far ahead, once the Renekton got put down, it started feeling tough. You just look at the itemization from Bin. He was very intelligent about his items this game, stacked infinite armor. The only MR he had was the Merc Treads, and you need tenacity because they have so much CC. Yeah. So I felt like he built really, really intelligently. Shun as well.
130.
They just had the answer to the Caitlyn, and they played better in the fights.
And you heard when we had the little clip from Shun there before we came back to us getting ready to go into game number 3. He was talking about, yeah, we just need to have good communication. We've got to make sure that we're calm and executing on our team fights, and we know we can win. And that's exactly what they did in the last game. They didn't allow themselves to get rattled when the Caitlyn Lux lane got very far ahead. They didn't allow themselves to play sloppy and feel desperate and feel like they had to force something. They waited until they were strong enough, and then when JDG had a moment of weakness, when they went a little bit too far, when they were able to be picked off, BLG executed, and they deserved the win.
And you gotta say,
you need to do better and make more emotes. I have emotes.
Their start was a little bit shaky. You know, they went down 1-2 to FearX. They've won 7 games in a row since then. They 3-0 super stomped G2. And
you would know if you
were
would give me fucking
in this series. And if they get to finals, they're playing against
Don't
G2
actually
again.
sub, dude.
And G2 has obviously played a lot better these last 2 days. So you can't say it's a 1-to-1 in the series. But still, if I'm BLG and I just 3-0'd this team, I'm probably feeling pretty confident about my chances in finals as well. So if they can get the job done, we'll see if they are going to be, you know, the big favorites coming into finals.
Yeah, BLG's met them plenty of times before. BLG very often comes out on top.
Their number, yeah.
So let's see if BLG can get there with a clean sweep as we are into Champ Select for game number 3. JDG have elected
Seraphine's open.
First pick, and BLG have chosen blue side. Checking out our bands, JDG has got rid of the Gwen, the Pantheon, and the Lulu.
Something orange is a possibility.
Continuing to remove the Rumble, the Karma, and the Rise. Seraphine locked in.
I mean, get ad block. Don't never sub, never donate.
Now the question is, does Viper want to take it away? Do you just want to go Ashe Nautilus or something like that? Because Seraphine is generally seen, you know, as kind of like the weaker half of the pairing. You know, it's harder to fit with others. The other duo that people will do, though, is Seraphine MF, which is also quite good. I don't think it's as good, but because the Make It Rain, the MFE has the slow, you can kind of have the same similar synergy as you do with the Ashe passive and the volley.
Drop, automatically have the root.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Automatically have the root, or if it's empowered, have a stun, right? So, you know, you do get that power up there, and that's the question here. This is kind of the inflection point in the draft. Are you going to steal it away? And they're at least considering it, but not necessarily having to go for it. I always think this is really interesting. Anytime a specific 2v2 lane becomes so popular, people have such wildly different opinions on like which half is better, which half should you draft first, should you take it away if they draft the wrong half first. It's like Zyra Khan back in the day. It's like Karma Ezreal earlier in the year. There's a lot of different examples.
And remember,
what did they even pick with Seraphine?
Xin was banned out in the first rotation, so he couldn't be played. Game number 2, BLG had to make the choice. Do you want Xin or Sion? They wanted the Sion. It was the right choice. Xin gets banned out in the second half. Now in game number 3, Xin gets picked by BLG. And what you're talking about MF, I love Xin into MF because the bullet time, you're just not going to get value against him in the ulti.
And I actually think this is really cool. So what I was going to say is not only are you stealing away the best combo with the Ashe, but Xin is generally considered the best combo with the jungler for Seraphine because you're buffing them up. Guess who else works very well with enchanters?
They go Ornn here, or do you pick AD carry
here?
here?
Diver here and can really effectively target someone like Ashe. Ashe is reliant on Crystal Arrow to stun you, you know, the passive to slow you, to be able to kite away.
You,
exactly. But what happens is Olaf gets buffed up, and then you have Encore going through the Olaf in towards you while Olaf is magic immune.
Senna.
And we're doing a Senna lane. Oh, this is hype. I wonder if this is going to be farming Seraphine. I think it actually might be farming Seraphine and support Senna. And you have really good wave clear and really good poke as farming Seraphine. It might be AD carry Ashe and it might just be standard stuff, but I would actually really like that if it is farming Seraphine, AP Seraphine, and Enchanter Senna. I think could actually go super hard here to be able to pop up this Olaf.
I really think JDG should try to get Ornn.
The Ashe, but this would actually be a bit of a masterstroke, I feel like, from BLG. Going Yorick, because generally if you go for these Enchanter comps, right, it's all death ball. It's group it up, 5v5. Yorick is going to walk down the side lane whether you like it or not.
And the thing is about the Yorick too, you look at Olaf, and you already mentioned, he's magic immune. That's the entire point of Ragnarok. The cage doesn't technically hit Olaf. It just puts him in jail. So he can't actually run at you and accomplish what he's trying to do. So even if he shows up in that side lane, even if he got fed in the fights and he goes to try to stop you, sorry bro, you're in jail, I'm leaving.
Yep, just drop the cage on the Ashe's head. She can walk through it, and Olaf cannot. But I always feel like split push is the best counter to these hardcore just death ball comps. I always think it's so powerful, but you are still early blind picking Yorick, and Yorick can be quite vulnerable, so they have to ban out some of the difficulty champions. Renekton, very, very difficult. That's already gone. Ambessa, difficult. That's already gone. Gnar is one of the answers that's not a great answer, but sometimes people will go for it. So they're going to ban out Jax, and they're going to ban out assistance for the side lane, so he can't just go like Camille and then have a TF camp for you and put the Yorick in the dirt. So I think BLG is actually playing this really, really intelligently. I kind of love their draft, but I also kind of love the response from JDG. These are two really cool drafts.
Yeah, I don't know if it's to lose. LeBlanc is going to be banned out by JDG, so they want to get rid of the opportunity for her to try to blow up these enchanters before they're able to be the teamfight battery they need to be. Akali, so double mid lane assassin bans from JDG.
I wonder if they would consider going even more into this kind of like Olaf dive with something like a Galio. We also have to remember that Xiaoshu could play the Olaf top, right? It could be jungle or top. You know, it can go either way. I definitely don't think you want to play it in the 1v1 because of the interaction you talked about with Yorick. But damn, Anivia also really, really strong. You can't walk through the wall.
Yeah.
And they're
terrain creation
they're
is
just
how
building walls.
It's how you, and Olaf's going to pay for it.
Yeah.
They create these terrain pieces that they're saying, okay, I don't care if you're CC immune. The rules in League of Legends are you can't walk through a wall.
Yeah.
So here's some walls.
Yeah, exactly. Man, that's got to be annoying for JDG because I feel like what they did was really clever here with the Olaf and the double enchanter bot lane. I mean, maybe it's AD carry Senna, we don't know. But, you know, I think the theory of it is really, really clever. Like, haha, Ashe has no answers to this. And BLG's just like, haha, we'll build a house around it. Now we're playing Fortnite and Ashe is at the top of the tower.
Yeah, I was looking at my second one. What the fuck?
Tryndamere! Okay. Tryndamere is a solo queue answer to Yorick because guess what Tryndamere wants to do? You want to walk down the side lane, but you actually win the 1v1 against Yorick. So it is really good. You can spin out of the cage. You can often win that all in, and a lot of times, if you just dodge the morning mist, you can just focus down the maiden and actually just kill off the maiden, and then Yorick can't really do anything in the 1v1. So this game is getting wacky at this point.
This is fun. I love this.
Yeah, and if you're going to go split push, you need to pair it with wave clear. So both teams have done that, right? If you're going to go Yorick split push, well, Anivia is going to be your wave clear. And on the other side, the Hwei is supposed to be the wave clear here for the Tryndamere split push. So a lot of really cool stuff happening in draft. These are some crazy cooks, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun.
Wait. Is it support Aurora?
It's support.
Oh, it's support Anivia. It's support Anivia.
Oh, support Anivia with mid lane Aurora. Okay. All right. I was like, there's the Saprora is not a thing.
So it's going to be support Anivia here, which On has played once in the LPL, and to my recollection, they won that game.
Okay.
So, you know, he has brought it out before. People often, if they're going to go for this type of thing, they do it as a pairing with
What do you
Poppy
mean?
and
It's
whatnot,
just
right?
fun,
You know, it
dude.
can work in that way.
Yeah, it's the cheese ball, slam them into the wall that you make behind them.
Exactly.
I play for the gameplay.
I do think Anivia support, like, it can work. I think it's more of a compositional answer, right? You know, you do have the walls you have later on, but part of the problem is with support Anivia, you don't get a lot of levels.
You know, the
And
story,
levels is
you know,
something
you have
that's
to
actually
progress.
really important for Anivia.
Things aren't just
Not
handed
only do
to
you
you.
need rank ups in your damaging abilities.
Dude,
but
I
you
don't know,
actually
man.
really need
Is
rank
JDG's
ups in
comp
the
even
wall.
good?
It's far wider. Exactly. The wall is not very
It
powerful.
feels
at
like
low ranks.
desperation,
So
Hail
as support, you
Mary
either
kind
have
of
to say,
thing.
all right, I'm going to max wall, I guess, and have a decent wall, but then deal no damage whatsoever, or you have to accept that the wall is just going to be tiny and easy to subvert. So I'm really interested to see, like, is he still going to try to get gold for Aroa just to have an additional level, an additional skill point? Is he going to go for, like, elixir of skill as far as his actual rune choices to get an extra skill point there? Like, what are the actual answers going to be here? Is he just going to, is he still going to build a tier? You know, I think it's actually really cool.
Because you're going up against a lane as well that has Seraphine in it, which can be totally obnoxious to deal with. So if if you're 1 point Flash Frost, 1 point Frostbite,
whatever, dude.
and then all points wall, your trading power is going to be useless almost, I feel like.
So the last time we saw it Trinity internationally, 2022 Worlds. As Evie played it, and it is going to be Grasp, Ignite, Tryndamere. So this is pretty powerful. It is going to be just AD Senna, and they're looking for a
Oh
little
my
wrap
god,
around
their
here.
ballings are getting fucked.
They do find Gala and Vampire.
Oh, he
Flash
started.
out of the Seraphine, nice and early. And this is honestly, Azale, one of my favorite things about Season 2026 is the fact that the minions spawn so early, these level 1 plays, you can't just back and heal it all off. They always amount to something much greater than that. So we'll see how much value they can get. Ooh, Flash Frost for the stun there at the very end. Heal now also has to be used. So Vampire, no summoner spells 1 minute into the game.
And
Oh,
so
Knight
what
missed
Honky
out on
did
one
as a response
experience?
was actually pretty clever.
One
He
experience?
pulled the wave. He stacked it and pulled the wave so that more of his melee minions would get denied. So Knight
This is
just
LS
didn't miss
core?
a couple minions. He also missed a couple minions of experience. And the other thing here on this bot side is
Yeah,
that there's a ton of sustain from Gala and Vampire. So Knight is sacrificing his lane a little bit to get down there and try to put them in an advantageous position, because if you get on the back foot, Seraphine is going to constantly poke you, and you're going to constantly have Senna just shooting.
It does kind of
Qs
feel
through the
desperate,
Seraphine
though.
towards you for, you know, the double value of the poke plus the sustain.
And I do also want to mention, JDG is playing Sultan Tryndamere, and that is one of the first skins I remember hearing high-level players, like challenger players, pros, talk
Extra
about
hot
how
sauce?
this is a skin that
I got,
makes the character feel
what's it
better
called?
because he doesn't have that hop into the air auto attack animation
Beef
on crits
bowl.
that's easier to auto cancel. It's just a
Beef
bigger
with
slam.
rice, baby.
And so I always like
I'm
to
gonna
see
eat
the
that
little
afterwards.
tiny min-maxes on things, as
Can't wait.
BLG and JDG have brought their creativity here for this game number 3 draft. I'm so excited when we get stuff like
See,
this.
I
man.
like that skin too, but I just like it because it makes funny sounds.
Okay, fair enough. Sounds are also a good part here as On tries to stop the blue buff farm from Junja, but is not able to do so.
Junja going to be able to grab this up, and yeah, On just trying to be about as annoying as he possibly can, as Knight, despite giving up that level 1, is doing well.
And as our early game is spicy in this one, remember you can get the Act 2 battle
Oh,
pass
On
bundle
trouble.
right now. Add a little bit of spice to your own life. Tell them Lolly Esports
Yes,
sent you, so
heal
they'll give
and
us more money.
flash.
It'll be great. As
Flash on
JDG
the
is trying
wall.
to get some money for themselves.
Oh,
Long
this
range
desperation.
setup on to On the
What, he
Anivia
gets away?
just barely escapes becoming scrambled eggs.
It doesn't even use the flash, and they did use kind of their own version of this combo where Senna Q does give it slow, so the Senna Q can set up for the beat drop, of course, in that similar way. Not as easy to apply as an auto attack from Ashe or an MFE, but if you do hit that, that is still going to be there with some value. You can see this is going to be the LPL Finals rematch. It was 3-1 for BLG in the LPL Finals. The upper bracket, though, Finals was closer.
Why does First Net have
and
so
now
many
we are set up for a
3-0s?
potential 3-0, so it could be that kind of continuation of improvement from BLG. Getting more
I actually
and more
don't know what
dominant,
the
unless
cause
JDG
could
can turn
be.
this around and make it a little bit closer.
All right, I'm so interested in this top lane because of the fact that they're both just champions who want to split push. Sometimes you have champs who can split push but also feel like they can contribute to a team fight. You know, like Jax immediately comes to mind as a popular meta champion. But Yorick and Tryndamere are both like, I don't want to be in a 5v5.
They know what they are.
At all. They're 100% confident in their own identities as champions. They want to be in the side lane. Xiaoshu going in here as he flashes over the cage, forces the flash response from Bin. And this is the thing with the Ignite as well. Bin has to be so respectful of the combat summoner spell.
You have to be very, very respectful. He'd already used that spin in, so Bin was able to force the flash with the cage, but then the commitment of the Ignite means he does have to base. You do always have to be careful in these matchups, though. As he's now trying to get this wave crashed in, and Shun is behind him.
Are you serious?
Coming up. Bin very low on health, completely out of mana. Shun gonna try to go after the Tryndamere here. Goes in for the 3 talent strike, audacious charge. Wind becomes lightning. Xiaoshu's trying to get a reset here on his spin to get away, but it ain't gonna work. Shun, first blood for BLG.
Nicely done, and now you have no TP. You do have home guards, of course, but this
man.
should be able to crash, no problem. And
dude, this is why I'm like, you should have just played
means not only you deny him, it means he's gonna push away from you. Junja, though, doing what he can. He's going to take away camps on that bot side. You know that Shun went up towards top side, so he's going to lose both of these small camps, or at least the first one, and now it looks like Viper and On are going to try to defend his next.
Meanwhile, Knight going in, using the ulti here early on against Tongq. Responds with a nice point-blank fear. Knight, however, missed the initial twofold hex after he jumped between worlds there, so you're not going to really
LPL in finals? You got one LPL team in finals.
But a 1-0 game for BLG. They're not even the gold advantage of the first blood ahead, so JDG building some slight leads for themselves in terms of the farm.
Going to be feeling pretty good about that. And one thing I will say for Xiaoshu is this is pretty dicey.
Yeah, Hongq forced to flash away there, because if you get the twofold hex, that damage plus the additional damage from the electrocute could have potentially been a lethal situation, as On and Viper continuing to just get abused down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Nivea is a range support, but not exactly a lane dominant one, so it is not going to be too fun, but Viper is doing a good job farming.
Yeah.
He forced the egg, but res not really under too much threat, but I was just going to say, I mean, it is good for Xiaoshu that Bin did not get the kill, right? So, yes, it sucks that you died. Yes, it sucks you lost the minions.
Egg's gone.
At the very least, Bin did not get the kill, so it's not going to swing this matchup
That's what I was looking to hope for.
Bin still got a really good early buy here. With the plated steel cap, it's going to be very effective.
Beautiful job from Shun over the wall. I love it when junglers utilize the Raptor pit gank in the mid lane when the enemy mid laner's under turret. He hits the wind, becomes lightning. They know there's no flash on the way, and they accomplish the dive there.
Shun.
It is BLG plus 700.
Shun's actually playing well.
Snags the first Drake for themselves. It is Ocean Drake #1 at 6.5 minutes in, so that's going to feel good for your laning phase.
I mean, it kind of just feels like Shun is just running this series, man. He has been so
Shun's playing really well.
Shun hasn't really done anything wrong. You know, he's just power farming. You know, he's doing his thing. Shun has affected both the soul lanes, right? He's been able to really make a big difference, and that is tough. On is getting low. Remember, he has no egg.
Yeah, he does hit the flash frost there. Close range. Vampire trying to get away,
God.
Wall. Flash away from the high note, too. On with
On.
the outplay. He spreads his wings wide, and the gusts blow Vampire straight back to the fountain.
Yeah, Viper getting a kill now. Not what you want to see. As JDG, it is now 1.3k in their advantage. You're pushing in on that top side, and you can see the Maiden even harassing.
I don't know what to say, man. This is depressing to watch, man.
So we'll see exactly how he wants to build.
Yeah, the Vamp Scepter is at least going to give him some sustain dealing with that constant harass from the Maiden. Oh, no.
Dude, what the
gets hit by a max range Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the perfect Flash Frost follow. And Between Worlds sends him to the underworld. Knight picking up his second kill of the game on Aurora.
I mean, BLG are just too good, man. What can you say? They're doing everything right. You know, the level 1 from Knight to put the bot lane ahead. Then the gank from Shun to put top lane ahead. A gank from Shun to put mid lane ahead. Then Viper gets a 2v2 kill. Uses that prio, gets the ulti down mid lane, where guess what? Anna's shown up to put Knight even more ahead. It is just this synergistic play of
honestly, it kind of feels like an FF angle.
Themselves some time to get active on the map.
Like this counter pick of Tryndamere is not really doing much. I mean, obviously pushed up and got ganked and died, right?
It is looking tough. I mean, you never want to call a game this early, but BLG are firmly in the driver's seat.
And I will say that, you know, you say you don't want to call a game too early, especially in a game like this one that has these two side lane champions. Leads can mean less than they normally would because so much of the game is going to be about which one of those side laners is dominant. And yes, it is control over the wave right now for Bin, but you can see it's only a 200 gold lead.
Why is he not doing anything? He's playing
can turn things around.
Olaf.
The Encore misses there on hugging the wall, making sure he stays to the side of that one.
He comes, I mean, he came bot instead of missed the fucking ult.
Now you can kind of just like breathe a little easier. You know there's not that.
I don't know, dude. It's just like, it's rough.
As Shun still has control.
I don't think Jinja's playing well. I think Shun's like playing way better than him. I don't know who else. There's no reason for them to. Dude, I don't know who else I think is playing well on
right now.
JDG.
Junja's going to take his recall, go back, purchase his Phage, and Shun will take the grubs.
I mean, Anivia is so comically slow, and you know he's on no boots, but On is just playing it really, really well. He looks so comfortable here, and it was a pretty hard force from the JDG bot lane. You know, Gala, I feel like maybe tipped his hand a little bit because he's not even picking up souls. He's walking past the souls to just run straight at the Anivia, and they look for this Encore with Jinja behind him, but can't find it. So the flashless, eggless Anivia gets to live another day.
Vampire's gonna hit a minion.
This champion might as well be a target dummy. It can barely move, no summoner spells, no passive, but On is very good.
What the fuck?
Viper with his second arrow from a mile away, and it's another kill for Knight. Hits him with the thumbs up. Thanks, buddy.
Viper's looking like Steph Curry down in that bot lane, brother. He's just hitting
what the fuck,
shots after shots. And Tonkyu, who is unfortunately getting dunked on as a result. And it is Knight now, 3 early kills on the Aurora. And this is not just any Aurora, this is Knight's Aurora. That is terrifying. You know you have to reverse sweep, and now you're gonna have to try to do it with some very squishy characters on your team against a very, very, very
This Ash arrow is actually
he
so
walks
sick,
back,
dude.
Plays with vision, you know, shoots it from an area that he knows is going to be out of vision. Just now it's seen. And there's no flash, no real way for him to respond. Honkyu's behind him. And Shun is coming in on the side. There's just nothing Honkyu can do.
That guy's happy. He's loving these arrows. Probably almost as much as BLG is loving these arrows. Man, great shot from Viper. Really just enabling his mid laner. And you're talking about, yeah, this is Knight's Aurora. I feel like Aurora is one of those champions that you really see a lot of disparity between good performances and poor performances on it, just because you have to have mastery of the movement that the ulti does.
Look at this guy. He's canceling his base twice under his tier 2 tower.
This is psychopath behavior from On in the best kind of way. He's like, all right,
that's crazy, dude.
You don't have tempo.
So
you don't get to control anything here in this game. Shun forces the flash out of Vampire. Honestly, that close to the turret, when they're that scared of you that they feel like they have to flash.
Yeah, I don't know how JD's supposed to win this. They're so far behind.
With no boots going
like you have to win lane,
tower,
right?
The mid laner is there to cancel the Olaf's base twice in a row under his tier 2. If that doesn't tell you how the game is going, I don't know what will.
Yeah, this is a little bit wild as Knight. Oh, there's the 2-fold Hex. He does not have enough distance to finish the potential kill onto Honkyu here just yet. As BLG
talking bullshit about support.
Right now, top lane still mostly even. The majority
we were saying Korea has the best supports, and On's like, let me shoot Chinese support.
Viper into the mid lane.
And I feel like at this point for JDG, this is a game where you're probably going to get one fight. And if that fight goes well, you can claw your way back in. If it goes bad, you are done.
Can you get healing 5v5 comp?
Grind here, Coinbase gold grind, massive gold.
I mean, like, but like your Trinimir's behind, your jungler
so
Olaf is behind.
This, you know, you
like,
get a good roll on Soul.
Is this even good? Like, comp from behind?
Something like that would be super effective, but BLG want to contest.
Okay, JDG decide they're going to
try to 4v4.
Remember that Tryndamere has no teleport to try to join these things.
No, Tryndamere has teleport.
But there's no TP on Bin with the Yorick either.
Tryndamere has TP.
Out, but it goes straight between the uprights. Shun wants to try to steal it away, but no, Knight's the one who gets it.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Would that work?
Eventually fall. Honkyu's got to be careful. He's trapped
Vampire is in a bad position.
And Knight's going further forward. He wants to see if he can pick up Gala here too. Not quite enough damage.
Oh, Vampire gets the kill.
One in kills, and the objective stolen away by BLG is tragedy for JDG.
That really hurts. I mean, Knight gets it, and now they're not even forced to come to these objectives anymore, right? And you are the team that has really low engage. JDG needs to force them to come to him so that they can actually find these fights, find effectiveness with the Olaf.
Dude, I don't.
And BLG are kind of just.
It's kind of a weird place to fight.
They're waiting for Knight.
Tryndamere didn't TP bot, he just TP back top.
I definitely like that they force here. I do think it was a good angle. The Ash arrow missed, and you're thinking, all right, maybe they can make it happen. But Knight combos his 2-fold Hex with the smite from Shun, finishes it off, gets that last hit. Then so many low health bars there. able to pick up the kills, push him back, and Knight back to live, pushing HongQ out of lane once again as Shun is threatening him.
Yeah, HongQ has to play so afraid now because the
Draft
wall
Masterclass?
from forced his flash in the last fight, or he would have certainly died.
Again,
Oh,
man.
no.
I don't like the.
This is the most obnoxious Anivia
I feel like
of all time.
BLG's
And
drafts
I've
or
seen
JDG's
Steelers,
drafts
thank
have
you
been
so
like
much,
hit or
observers, for
miss.
this, because it does kind of show what I was expecting, which is 3 points into the frostbite for the laning power, for the trading capability, and now he's putting points into the wall because he knows, okay, once we get into the bigger fights, I need the long extra distance on the wall to make sure this is relevant.
And especially, I mean, you're going Solstice Slay, you're getting an early Oblivion Orb, you're not doing damage, right?
Right, it's utility Anivia.
Exactly, your utility Anivia, you're trying to be really, really annoying, and now he picks up the Swifty boots, so his job is just going to be running around, harassing them, and Xiaoshu does have his Hydra, so has that completed, so you're going to have a lot of sustain,
No,
you're
I'm
gonna
like,
have a lot of waves cleared,
the thing is, like, okay, they go Olaf, right, with Seraphine.
You have a winning matchup in a 1v1.
Then, I mean, like, I understand that. I just thought, like, okay, but
everything else,
if they went
they don't
Ornn
have to
top,
interact with you. You know, if I'm
then
Ben,
they have good
I'm saying,
engage.
no, I'm never going to trade with you. I'm just going to hit the wave. Like, I'm not going to give you a chance to get a solo kill because
Like, that's what I was
those are the only
thinking.
real ways that I think JDG
Like, not
get
having
back
good engage tool is gonna make this fight hard.
Punish on the Anivia, not quite enough, even with the Airy. On drinks his potion and just walks away with 30 HP. The Anivia annoyance comes on back. This is the most hair-pulling experience
shit.
of your JDG. This stupid Anivia is
Power
in
Simulator
your
on my
jungle all
bathroom.
game.
And
And
some
then
of
you
those
get
fucking
him down
locations
to
are filthy in
literally
Power
1%
Simulator. It's like, what the
HP,
fuck?
and he just flaps away.
Yeah, you'll remember the day you almost killed on, but for him, it was just.
But don't you think Order, like, if they had like a tank top to initiate team fights, it would be much better?
Wants to go after Viper. This is what you draft the Olaf for. But immediately,
Viper dodged everything. Holy
Sun shows up, and the bodyguard guarantees the VIP. It's the first 3 letters of his name. Gets away.
Ooh, I like what you did.
I didn't even mean to do that. That was an accident. That felt cool.
Viper and
Also, the Nivea wall's gonna be nice.
Above 86% forward percentage.
Because Olaf can't.
Which is pretty
if you can
insane,
separate
as
Olaf from
Vaughn
the
has
team
been
fight,
living in the enemy jungle,
it's
which
not
turns
CC,
out
right?
means
So it works really well.
Forward percentage, again, for people who aren't super familiar with the more or less known stats, is being past the halfway point in the lane. So they're shoved up. They're constantly making sure that they're putting the pressure on their opponents. Shun's going to secure the Rift Herald now, too. So overall, BLG has got most of the objectives here in this game. They secured all 3 grubs. They secured the Herald. They stole away that second Drake from JDG. So 3 out of 4 ain't bad. As Knight
Oh my
now goes
god,
in after
HongQ's playing
HongQ
so
yet
bad.
again between worlds, setting it up. Proto Belt to try to knock it down, but HongQ, oh no, the weirding flash, beautifully placed from Knight to guarantee that he gets
Okay,
the kill.
On?
Mid laner
Is
takes
he
the
in
double
trouble or
box
is Gala in
on.
trouble?
Gala getting stopped by the wall here for a second. Remember that On still has his egg if they want to try to continue chasing. Junge is there, and that's what they got to be cautious of. The Olaf almost has his ultimate.
Here it is.
Again, and that is
This is a
Junge
good fight.
going way too far. Overplays his hand, gets over Zealous. On taking the blast cone to get away.
Okay.
Flash Frost does stun Junge as he tries to chase after Viper. Flash for flash. Undertow misses. Junge goes for the guess, and he guesses wrong as Viper runs left. The axe flies right, and it's a single kill there. Finally, JDG get a punish for all the aggressive movement from BLG.
Can't blame Shun, though.
Yeah, Honk is playing really bad. Knight's playing, again, really well.
Support Anivia with Swifty boots and an
Exactly. He was confident that he had the follow-up he needed after seeing the mayhem that On has been putting in on this game. Has been looking good, but yeah, Shun goes a bit too far, does give one over as Xiaoshu will be pushed back to base, or back to tower.
Only way this comp works is Seraphine ult, yeah.
Big winner here, knocks down the first tower of the game, 17 minutes in, so pretty late first tower, but it is, you know, massive lead for Knight, who got another kill on that bot side, and it is nearly 1,000 gold for Viper as well.
They want to try to find On here, but both spells miss. He just walks away from everything. On is just, he's feeling it, man. He's loving the support of Nivea this game. One thing that I can at least say for JDG,
Knight winning is always bad.
Although it's slightly larger than it was, you know, 6 minutes ago or so, it's still not growing a ton, so it's not like they're just completely hemorrhaging the game. But the problem is the turrets are low HP. They already lost the one in mid lane. They're about to lose the one in bottom lane. BLG has control over the bot side river. Their jungler's nowhere nearby, so this is going to be another Drake going the BLG direction. And now Finn has fully purchased his Trinity Force. Up until this point, he was dealing with the full item Tryndamere, where he was still having components himself because he stopped off for both steel caps, and executioners,
Dude,
that means a really
that clip is
delayed
always
first item
so
power
funny.
spike. Now
Why
he's
the
caught up,
fuck
though,
is
so Yorik's gonna feel
Stand
that much
at
better.
top?
Is going to be feeling a lot stronger.
Actually
as a
crazy,
result
no?
here. So they're just going to send Honkyu up towards that top side for now. Looks like Knight should be able to finish off this tower on bot side, though, so that is going to be even more problematic. And I gotta say, this is the Anivia support game that is going to spawn thousands of enters around the world.
It's also a weekend right now, Azale, so that means everybody's
queuing up as we speak.
Everybody's not at school, everybody's not at work, everybody that is watching First Stand is about to queue up some support in Anivia.
Hey, I should play some support in Anivia and solo invade over and over. That'll go well in my game.
This is what at least one of your teammates is thinking when you press queue up right now. So if you're at the edge of
Yari doesn't understand what an NA resident is.
They could be on your team.
You could be an NA resident without being from NA.
This time, as Ben will be able to
Impact is an NA resident, you know? Those core JJ.
The gold is starting to run away a little bit more. We're almost 3,500.
Because NA has this OP thing called green cards.
Just about 20 minutes into the game, so Baron is going to be spawning here soon. I don't think that BLG is going to try to rush Baron or anything crazy like that, but we do have 2-item power spike here for Viper. Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer, both fully completed now. You can see he cashed in on the call.
Impact plays American.
Over on the other side, Gala does
well, that's why when Inspired...
Hex Optics. Oh, okay.
What the fuck? Is Ruler cheating?
Arrows aimed at Honkyu. Kill, Summoner Spell Force. These arrows are locked on target.
Yeah, and Honkyu is that target, and has just been bullseye after bullseye there for Viper. Xiaoshu does have a couple items completed. You know, he does have the quick blades done. He's
Dude, I swear, Viper, these fucking arrows are a million miles away.
When you do get the quick blades, your cooldowns are so low because you're getting the cooldown refund
yeah,
on
dude.
your spin just from
when I told people I'm American, they didn't believe me at first, but then I showed them my League gameplay, and they're like, oh yeah, this guy's American.
Chase people down, but he's just not even getting a chance to really interact. You know,
when my team wants to insult me, they're like, dude, you're so American right now, dude.
The Tryndamere has not really been a part of much of anything.
Speaking too much English.
That one kind of pseudo all-in where they traded flashes, then died to one gank, and then besides that, it's just been a farm fest.
To be fair,
all right, Rift Herald summoned up.
In CFO, we say, no English. He can't speak English. Too much English.
They just had to summon it up because it was running out.
They'll play worse.
This time around, very different story. Junja caught on the wrong side of the wall, taking a bunch of damage.
Oh my god, Junja can't even get out.
The Olaf. He can't be immune to the wall. Now Honkyu's in danger because remember, he doesn't have a flash.
Oh, but the healing is actually kind of ridiculous, no?
As now they're going to look to maybe make it a triple.
Can they turn? Okay, they get one return.
Finds the kill. So at least they get one.
Play more Japanese, that's true. It doesn't help that the other half is Japanese, right? Like, gee, do I want to be Japanese today or American today?
But he just gets walled off, he's getting whittled down, and then the tower gets killed beside him, so Shun has nothing dissuading him from going forward there, goes straight in on him, finishes him off. Honkyu got massive combo across multiple members. You hit the Spiraling Spear, snap them in, and Xiaoshu do anything? No, I mean, he's just going to have to retreat.
Yeah, Xiaoshu spinning away, tries, nope, but again, the cage, the placement on these has been great from Bin. He's always catching Xiaoshu just at the very edge, but now Xiaoshu wants to turn it around. He drops the Ignite, he's going in after the Yorick, but once again, it's the MVP from BLG. Support Anivia there with the wall to make sure there's no kill for Xiaoshu.
Yep, there with the wall, there with the stun, as that could have been an angle for Xiaoshu, because even though Bin has flash, that's a long lane, and again, I touched on it, such low
oh my
cooldowns,
god,
from that
fuck him up,
but yeah, great
fuck you, Knight.
Honkyu, they're going to look for Knight.
Okay.
Yeah, Knight with the flash over the wall, gets away, he'll be safe for now. 4-0 and
got his flash worth?
Aurora, no deaths and 7 out of 9 kill participation, so really great game for him. Again, a lot of that set up thanks to Viper's arrows. Really, I don't think I have a complaint how anybody on BLG has been playing this game. Shun had that one play around the enemy blue buff where he jumped in way too deep. That was about the only single mistake. TP coming in now from BLG. They know that the Tryndamere does not have his ulti. This is your chance to maybe find that kill. Spin away over the wall, though. Plenty of mobility on this champion. It's one of the things that makes him so obnoxious. Hey, Viper does no wrong with his ultis. The Ash
dude, someone check Viper PC, dude. Someone check Viper PC. Please check this PC. What is happening?
Bullseye after bullseye for Viper. He has been on fire in this game, and I gotta agree with you. BLG playing almost perfect. Knight is behind them. They don't know Knight's behind him.
Okay, Viper's getting run down though. Nice kill coming out there for Junja as Shun puts the pressure into the back line and Vampire dies. Junja going after On, but now the Olaf is isolated. He has no Ragnarok. The cage is there, and Ben sends him straight to jail. Nice pickup there from BLG. They do finally lose their 80 carry for the first time, but just like last time, BLG gets more.
Exactly. I mean, Knight was in such a good position. It was good that they did go in. But now, 23 minutes in, they are on the Baron. Yorick crushes through Baron so quickly. I can do a lot here with that maiden damage. And BLG does not look like they'll be contested. I mean, Junja's dead for a long time, and no one else here is even moving over into the area.
I don't know what
this
to say,
one's just
man.
gonna be gone. They're already up 5K. And the Dragon probably not even going to be taken. So we can see them one more time. BLG was laying a trap. You can see Knight was moving over behind them. And they were trying to set up for this pincer from Knight. But JDG find a good angle here. Ragnarok is popped. The wall was placed incorrectly there from On. Couldn't find the right angle to actually wall off this Olaf from him. Knight gets into the back line, though. Pushes back the center.
I mean, gets a kill, I guess.
Is just sectioned off from his team. Ben commits the flash. Don't know that he really needed to, but they wanted to get that kill quick so they could go to Baron.
And Baron they got, my friend. 5,500 gold lead now. The control over this bottom side river means that there's no contest for this Drake. That's 3-1 on the Drake count. Sole point from BLG.
Let's get to eat early. Good bet early.
The majority of that time, or 2 minutes and 15 seconds, where BLG are going to have all this extra pushing power. They're in the enemy jungle. They're stealing away the blue buff. It's so hard for JDG to even breathe at this point.
You know, I was saying in draft, you know, is he going to go for an Archangels? Is he going to go for a Roa? It's Proto Belt and Nivea, of course.
Of course. What are you even talking about, Isaac? Why not go? Because it helps him do extra troll stuff. Oh, another nice arrow onto
Oh, that's going to kill him? No fucking way. Okay. Okay. Knight's dead.
That's a huge shutdown onto Knight. But what about On and Viper back towards Junja? They get one in return again. Defensive ulti.
Shun can't move. Shun can't move.
But he's rooted up underneath the tower. That last shot will not have enough damage to kill him. Meanwhile, the Yorick split pushing over in mid lane, trying to make sure that BLG maintains multiple points of pressure. The shutdown on Knight was huge, and that's his first death the entire game. But Bin just continues pressuring mid. Hongq tries to move forward. The Severing Bolt doesn't hit On. And it looks like BLG's push will be stopped for now, but even after they recall, they still will have a little bit more time to use the Baron.
And Ben just going armor stacking here. Frozen Heart second. Knows his job is just to never die to this Tryndamere. Xiaoshu working in towards that last Whisper, but just doesn't feel like he's ever going to get to a point where he's really relevant in this game because Ben is just never going to give him the opportunities to find those all-ins. So we can see this fight one more time.
I mean,
he gets caught by the arrow. They do have a nice CC chain, but look at the route. It's all about the center route landing onto Knight.
Oh,
as he goes forward
the comp is nuts. He was even state.
So all the
yeah, even state, but
the full combo from Hongq. They do burst him down, and look how long these routes last. As they have the Seraphine route.
I guess it's a 4v4 so far.
All kinds of routes coming through and holding Shun under that tower for a long time.
My thing is that, like,
were able to get him, but couldn't quite finish him off. And now it is Soul Point, 6K gold lead. And JDG are going to have to try to find an opportunity to make their move.
I mean, I still don't like the Tryndamere pick. I think the comp would make more sense if they had more initiation. Because it is really hard for them to actually engage. Like, Jinja's ult keeps running out before you can get to people.
Problem, man. Xiaoshu, I was talking about how gold leads mean less in a game that has a very high emphasis on split pushing because the split pusher can just disrupt so much of the normal momentum. But Xiaoshu is not in a spot where he's able to really do a whole lot. Frozen Heart, he's rooted on Bin. Yeah, Junja's just smushed into the terrain. It's kind of a moment where it's so close that he doesn't actually have viable pathing, either left or right, so his character just kind of glitches out and stays there.
He has become one with the tower.
Yeah, now I am tower, and tower is me. It's not exactly where you want to be. 6,000 gold lead for BLG as a team. Still no deaths
hiding
for
your
either
CV
Bin on the Yorick or On's powerful Nivea.
Yeah, I mean, the Nivea is definitely the true goal, you know? Elder, Baron, those are okay objectives.
That's
support
that's
Nivea. That's the real prize. At this point,
that's because BLG. That's a good question.
Anywhere a Nivea is, that's the objective.
Yep.
Split pushers are down in the side lane now. Has been
you gotta work hard, train hard.
17 on their champions. Obviously the highest leveled in the game because of the state of the top lane with the quest. Hongq over an entire level behind Knight. It has been so rough for him in this Hui game. When you pick a control mage and the enemy team just targets you constantly, especially with things like the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which are always a threat that you constantly have to be mindful of, it can become such a problem if they land the shots like Viper has been. You just get get put so
Yeah,
far.
my bad. I shouldn't be a JDG fan. They would be much better. Dude, it's kind of crazy they got second place with me being a fan.
Shielding, Wei can shield, Olaf has a shield, but now still has the IE. So even with that, he still gets the IE.
That's just how
faster
good
there
they are,
than
actually.
Gala, and is going to be very, very strong right now. Knight is working in towards that fourth item. This team is ready to go. You can see Shun has an elixir in his
Holy
pocket.
shit, fourth item for
That,
fucking
hey, if we get
Viper.
Soul, it's probably
It's GG.
game. We've probably won the series, and On just going to cycle through that barrier because his flash is back up with Spellbook.
Okay, so we've got the cleanse for On. We've got so much damage on the carries of the BLG squad. And you can see in the inventory of Bin here, he does have the Caulfields plus the pickaxe, so he is getting close to having his third fully completed item. As Xiaoshu just continues clearing waves. This split push state is kind of just locked forever in purgatory, as they'll both just, like you said earlier, you kill the wave, you don't engage with the other guy. But when the other guy has more other guys that come to help him, all of a sudden it's harder to not interact.
Oh my god, he almost killed Gala like that.
Shun's coming in to try to finish the job. Ulti for the defense.
Oh, can they protect? Okay, he's still alive. This is still alive.
Nice kill for Junja. Gala still barely staying
Oh, it's actually winnable. You're right. Xiaoshu's in the back line. Oh my god, that wall.
With a beautiful wall that the Tryndamere cannot get
Holy
through.
shit, Tryndamere can't.
The heart takes his life. As now a flash out from Vampire keeps the rift to 4v4. Baron's gonna spawn in 5 seconds. The Mountain Drake is already up, but Shun is off the map.
Mountain?
Finally a route onto the Anivia, but they can't.
Okay, order's right. Combo
the
P.
entryway. Bin is down to 1/3 HP, but remember,
look at that
he
healing.
doesn't have his teleport either, so he's just going to go back into the bottom lane.
Look at that shielding.
To re-split push. BLG knows that yes, this would be Soul, but even if JDG takes it, they're going to have the pressure from Bin at the same time to break into the base. On and Viper still hanging around, still seeing if maybe they can harass this enough as they.
What the fuck?
And Knight arrives with a teleport right behind him. He shouldn't have enough damage to take this kill.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
The fate of the BLG mid laner instead, but the entire time Bin is in the enemy base. The damage from the minions should be enough to finish off the tier 3 turret. So the fight actually favors JDG. The arrow play ends up being a blunder as Knight gets punished trying to kill Hongq, and we'll see if JDG can take this objective. This would be huge.
I love it. You got to flip it. You are behind. You got to take risks. And Knight is dead with no TP for a long time. This might be their best shot.
Hongq coming around on the flank. Viper and Ban approaching here as well. Hongq has to flash.
Oh fuck, this looks so bad. Infinite shielding, infinite healing. Never mind.
Tries to flash into the back line, goes after Viper and finds them. Vampire's trapped in the pit. It's a
okay, Xiaoshu.
Shun kills the Olaf, and now the Tryndamere is trapped in the middle of everybody.
On the damage is enough.
But he's got to get something, and all he gets is buried in the river. BLG, they're just too far ahead. They stop the Baron attempt. They complete the Baron take themselves, and only Hongq
Why is Nivea fucking you up?
JDG, but not if On has anything to say about it. He finally runs out of mana.
Yeah, not gonna be able
Dude,
to get
Xiaoshu
it.
is 0-4-0. Like this guy, okay, listen. Xiaoshu is playing like shit. Why did they put him on Tryndamere? You know what I mean? Like put him on a fucking tank like Broken Blade. Like Broken Blade was playing like shit. You know what they did? They're like, listen, Broken Blade, you're not playing well, you're on tank duty. And you know what? Pop the fuck up.
By the time he finally got there, he just gets CC'd, he gets knocked down, and now JDG back against the wall here. Down 8k, they did stop the Soul, but they gave over the Baron. We can watch
He's doing Baron, he clears bottom wave, TP's through mid.
They just can't buy time. Look at Gala.
And then takes him, what, 10 years to walk over?
Hongq was forced to flash thanks to the Anivia, so he's not even involved.
There he is, yeah.
So Olaf is completely sectioned off.
I don't know why it took him so long to get in there.
He gets caged in, they pull back, he gets knocked up by the Baron, then stunned by the Anivia. He just doesn't have enough time to do anything.
And even when Hongq tried to get back into the fight, On just walls him off again. Hongq's contribution to the fight was he managed spiraling despair on Olaf that he can't kill, and he magma fissured the Baron. That's it. He wasn't really able to do anything else. And so now BLG with an 8,000 gold lead, with everybody back alive again, are once more looking to breach the base. Remember, the bottom lane inhibitor is exposed because of Bin's split push earlier. As we'll see pressure on the mid and top lanes for the time being, as everybody.
Okay, they get Knight, they get Knight, they get Knight.
Gets caught. A big blunder from the mid laner gets punished, and that's gonna slam the brakes of the Baron push.
Knight tried to go across the Veil. He tried to angle it so he could hop over the edge, but instead he face planted into the wall. So he didn't actually get over the wall there. And he had his flash, but at that point he had already been rooted up, so it's too late. He tries to go between worlds, tries to bounce back, gets picked.
Knight,
so
please
was
end.
A pretty flawless game for him. He's gotten picked a few times. Now JDG know, okay, we have a slight advantage on the map. We got
Xiaoshu still has 0 kills, 0 assists.
But the Anivia is so annoying at just stalling out any and all of these plays.
I'm really loving, I know we've been joking about it a lot, but I'm actually loving the support Anivia pick in this game.
It has had crazy impact, unironically.
Yeah, it's so good against Tryndamere and Olaf. We've seen how good it is against Honq as well.
So this is what I was calling out. He tries to hop over the edge, but he angles it not quite right. So he bounces off the wall, and because he had already been hit by a spell, you can see where they are in Viz. You see that little flicker when you hit them with a spell in Viz.
Where's he going?
Up, and they do get that kill.
Is he going to go get the belt?
Knight
What the
has
fuck?
been deathless, but has been caught a couple times. BLG still fully in control. Soul's going to be on the table in a minute 20, so that's what you're looking forward to.
Okay, 120 souls for Gala?
120 souls, and he is closing in on his IE, so if he can get to Infinity Edge, I mean, his range is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
At a certain point in the game, I mean, we're not there yet, but at a certain point in the game, he doesn't really care about you walling him off because he's just going to shoot over the wall.
Yeah, that's the big problem. His stacking is on point here so far. At 25 minutes, the average amount of stacks in Tier 1 play is about 76. Obviously, we're very far past 25 minutes at this point. So I don't think a lot of times we might not even get to 35 minutes in a game these days. So.
He has a big number, regardless of if it's on pro pace or behind pro pace or ahead of pro pace. That's a big number. 120 is very, very scary. Normally when you look over and you see the Senate's got 100 stacks, you start sweating a little bit because it is just infinite stacking. It's not only additional AD, it is range, which is one of the most powerful stats in the entire game.
Range and move speed. That's the, I know that you and I have had that conversation a lot, but it's just like, yeah, that gives you the opportunity to deal damage when they can't deal damage to you.
Exactly.
So, BLG with control over the bottom side river for now. Again, on just being as obnoxious as possible. 10 seconds until the Drake spawns. It is Mountain Soul, again, for BLG.
No cleanse now from Gala. So he just forced that. That is actually a really big deal. If he gets hit by any CC, it could be a game ender.
Okay. Still just shots being fired back and forth. Nothing big committed here just yet. Bin is also joined up for the fight. You can see Xiaoshu on the side here as well. The Tryndamere almost level 20. The York is level 20 as the Dragon is started by Viper. The Ashe has a lot of DPS for this.
Go through.
On is just going to use walls to keep everybody from JDG away.
These fucking walls, man.
For BLG to secure the Mountain Soul.
Okay, Xiaoshu's in the back line.
He's going after Viper. He tries to spin forward, but the flash over the wall for the AD.
Oh my god.
Flash over the wall from
does he fail the dash?
as they take out the top laner. Junja dies trying to go forward. Now it's a 5v3 for BLG. Gala barely missing, getting stunned out there by the Flash Frost. Arrow shoots out. Arrow collides.
Fucking
Vampire
arrows,
tries to
man.
be the
These
sacrificial
fucking arrows,
lamb
man.
for his team.
Oh
He's
my
flashed
god,
the
the flash.
trying to get away, but no! Vampire falls and the sun shines bright for BLG. Honq's golden, and it'll just be a trophy for the LPL #1 seed. Double kill for Viper, and it's a 5v1 push. Gala Senna, there's not enough souls on Summoner's Rift to get
0-5-0, dude.
Ben will chase him back to the fountain. There's no Summoner spells available. The Nexus turrets will be the next target. The first time they fought it was 3-2 BLG. The finals was 3-1 BLG. And now at first stand, it's 3-0.
Dude, that's actually crazy.
They'll make their way to the finals tomorrow.
Dude, they actually went 3-2, 3-1, 3-0. Is that not actually ridiculous?
Keep getting better, and what a series from On. This guy was incredible. You think about the Bard in Game 1, you think about the Anivia here in Game 3. He was doing so much, controlling space. It was a beautiful
Tomorrow we get
draft
BLG
here.
versus G2.
Incredible stuff from BLG.
What
Lounge,
the
what do you got?
An urge to play Proto Belt Anivia, I think?
No, I mean, he adjusted. Yeah, he did adjust his build from the LPL upper bracket where he went Roa that time.
But
so, you know, this time he decided, I don't need to do damage.
The thing is, the last time they played it, he had the Callista backing him up. He had, like, the ability to kill in lane. This time, he was just controlling the game completely.
Dude, G2 wins first stand. That's actually crazy for a European org.
It just felt like the terrain was such a big
That's actually crazy. They win MSI. They've won MSI.
Last game of this draft.
I mean, they're only
constantly terrified
Western team to win international modern age League of Legends, you know?
With the Olaf Tryndamere. But On played the most cracked Anivia support.
I'm gonna go to
game
bed,
I've
dude.
ever
It's
seen.
2
I haven't
a.m.
seen many Anivia support
Fuck me,
games.
man.
He
This
didn't
is
die
rough.
well,
Yeah,
which
you
is
could-
crazy, especially on
Tomorrow?
a player who in his career has sometimes been. I mean, he was
It's
playing this
tomorrow.
game so aggressive.
Euphoria.
You don't play Anivia support without being willing to run it down sometimes. I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
but like,
Do we say
You don't
Euphoria
practice
tomorrow?
this.
he was on the thin line. He was so aggressive, but never went down once. So I mean, just a crazy performance.
Maybe. Maybe.
I'm actually shocked. So player of the game is on.
Alright, I'm going to bed. Go
I'm
fuck
just
yourself,
glad
guys.
I
Take care.
preface
As
this
always,
with,
have
like,
a
hey,
great
he
day.
did play
That was
this
BLG3.
in the
Oh,
upper
okay.
bracket. He is
Well,
willing
I'm
to
actually
lock
for
in things
Euphoria.
like this and test them out.
Anyways, peace,
I
peace.
think
I'm
this
out.
game
Take
from
care.
him was phenomenal. Like,
Have
especially
a
we
shit
saw
day.
That
I
Aaron
mean, no, wait. BG won. I had an okay
wow,
day.
97.
Wow.
Okay.
Again, another
I'm
6-0
surprised
day.
Knight didn't get any votes, though.
First stand,
Yeah, I thought
6-0
his roll was
curse.
great. But he walls off